Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
For PPT, day number 2 of the Masters here for EMEA, the air is vibrating. The sound of the swarm has descended, and Hive is in number 1. 3 wins yesterday. Who is going to be able to catch up with those boys with cool, calm, and collected play from day number 1? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2. My name is Kalaris, and joining me is Mark Powers, as well as Avenger, to break down everything that's going to be going on. Mark, we saw a brilliant performance coming out from those boys yesterday, and I hope it continues.
It was controlled. I know we spoke about that yesterday, right? It was just controlled. They didn't over-aggress. They didn't go into the third parties. They went to the third parties when they needed to, but they controlled the area and the zone. And yes, they got 3 wins. It's half-price chicken dinner. We'll go into that in a bit, all right? But the amount of kills they're able to claim by controlling the edge was really powerful.
Definitely. Avenger, your thoughts regarding how things went down yesterday?
I mean, winning half of the games yesterday, no matter who it is just extremely impressive, right? And Hive were able to do it. We know they're capable of great things, and if they're able to achieve more here throughout today and tomorrow, that's just going to be awesome to watch.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think that overall, when you see those wins coming in as well, a lot of CIS dominance. Of course, Virtus Pro kind of joins that lineup as well. But we're in EMEA. We just have some amazing teams from that region. So they are absolutely blasting towards the top. Let's take a look at everything that's going to be going down today, of course, in terms of format points that are going to be coming in, as well as we have ourselves 18 games across the day, across the couple of days, and our points are as follows. We obviously have a bit of a change relative to some of our previous tournaments here, Mark, as placement points are kind of sat by the wayside in favor of them kills.
Yeah, it's at half, isn't it? So we're looking at half placement points. But yes, despite a kill score of 1, the kills become so much more priority. We saw yesterday, we saw in the events, the leagues coming up to this, the weeks, where actually people are starting to be more aggressive early game. Not so much of a hot drop, because obviously people equate early aggression here, James, with hot drops. It's more third party action, third, fourth, fifth party action. We saw teams engage really early to try and get the additional kills. And more importantly, we saw not just one, but maybe more teams come in to finish off a team so they couldn't recall. So make sure you keep an eye on that one as well. Early engagement, they're going to bag the kills.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, I've seen quite a bit of discourse here and then about the recall system being in place, but it really feels like at this level, it gets punished hard if you want to try for something like it. But here are the results from yesterday, as we were mentioning Avenger. Always happy to see GK doing well for themselves after that PEC victory. Of course, you know, going to PGS, we didn't get to see DiffX there on that stage. I'm hoping that changes in the future, but they started off strong yesterday.
Yeah, they did. They managed to get a good amount of points here. somewhat within striking distance of the top 2 here. Hive is obviously looking extremely good after winning half the games. But yeah, GK, I mean, overall, with how young the team still is, everything considered, I think they have even greater things to come for them, right? Obviously, we're going to be seeing them in more LAN tournaments going forward, but here is a great way to practice, even though, sure, it's TPP, but there's so many things around that changes where TPP is about abusing TPP, about taking advantage of some of the things around TPP. There are still other things in the game with how our, like the newest patch that we're playing with Recall, BDM, C4, all these things that you kind of have to get used to as well and play around. And I think that's a great effort for them to go through that here the next couple of days here.
Well, let's see how those points racked up from yesterday, as we have ourselves the Hive looking strong up at the top, satisfying that Queen Bee for that number 1 spot with 61 cool points, 15 placement points overall, far and away above everyone else when it came to the points gained. But that said, Na'Vi, BB team, EK, win or die, looking to try and do a little bit of catch up. Twisted Minds didn't even play the first game, and they're in 6th place right now, Mark.
That is very true. They played 5 out of 6 yesterday, but they proved us, obviously, with the second game bag in 11. What's really a good takeaway, obviously, Hive, you can't take anything away when they got 3 wins out of 6, right? They're expected, but a lot of these other placement points are really spread across. Only Don't Panic, obviously suffering, and Ascend when it comes down to that. But Ascend still getting some kills. It's more the consistency. Some teams are really hit and miss. I think we're still learning not just the patch, but obviously how we're going to move, control compounds, try to make the crashes. Some teams having some really good games. Some teams obviously a bit more hit and miss. I'd love to see Na'Vi up here, obviously with the addition with Extends. It's a great mix with them, and with 46 points, they're a team that could potentially chase it down. So I want to, again, like I spoke about Twisted Minds, where they look over 18 games overall, or 17 for Twisted Minds. I think Na'Vi's kind of feeling like the same for me at the moment. They've been pretty good overall. They had a bit of a rough game number 1, but they constantly sort of chipping away at these teams. So Extends is a good fit.
We talk about a lot of these teams, obviously, Martin, that have done well for themselves. What are teams that you're looking at that you think need to be doing better compared to what we saw yesterday, who have the chops to be able to do better?
Even though we only played 6 games, there's obviously some teams that we need to see doing better. I got to point out first, though, that it's so weird to me to watch and see, you know, 2nd place only having 6 points in placement, and it's a tie for placement all the way down. There's a 4-way tie from 4th to 5th on 6 placement points. It's a little bit weird to me, but yeah, Virtus Pro obviously getting 5 there. It's huge for them, but teams that we need to see do better or should be doing better here. Face Foot obviously been hurt by this shift. Roster Royale, kind of mid-season Roster Royale that we had. I had bigger expectations for Slam G. They can still come back. Like one big game, we're looking at a top 4, top 5 quite easily for some of these teams here, because we had these 2 big sponges in Na'Vi and in Hive. So it really comes down to what are we going to see from the first 2 or 3 games today. Once we're halfway through, we're going to have a really good indication of where we're gonna be ending up, because also this contributes to our overalls towards the Masters West.
And I'll stick with you here for a moment, Avenger, and maybe get Mark's opinion on it too. What was Hive doing so well yesterday? Because if other teams could replicate what they were able to do yesterday, then we could have a contest on our hands. What do you think?
I think there's multiple things to it, right? There was one circle, one game where like they're getting no worries about like getting into the zone, getting into position, and they're still farming points. They're still getting so much damage done as well. Like, and for me, in a situation where these guys are winning 3 games, that's just luck. Like you cannot attribute that just to luck, just to circles. They are fragging out. They're doing extremely well once it comes to these things here, and for them to kind of come together as a team like this and play this well, like this has like a huge talk to how well TPP is just fitting them, right? And obviously there's more tournaments throughout TPP for this year. There's going to be an even bigger one with the Masters West as well, and for that, if they can continue to put that up, that's a fantastic start for them for the year, and it's going to put them up in a situation where it's like, okay, these guys are just going to frag out and they're going to continue. So for me, it's not just luck, it's the synergy, it's the skill in TPP and the mechanical skill, and for them to, there's 2 of the games where they're winning, they are hurting the teams around them, right? Like they're gatekeeping some teams, their third-party timings are extremely good, and they're staying 4 guys strong for so long, even though they have so many contests with other teams.
Anything to add, Mark?
No, just to elaborate more on that sort of third party, they're disciplined enough just to hold an area, and when they want to engage, they will wait for the right time. The third party, both of them have taken knocks, or they know a team's down numbers. They're just at perfection when it comes down to timing for them. I think it's key. So if you're a player or a team looking to get to this level, going back and watching how Hive play it, we know on paper they're a great team, but actually just some of those little micro moves where they just break down the final games is really strong.
Definitely so. Thanks for that kind of breakdown, boys, to see how Hive's going to play things out. And again, hopefully long may it continue if they're at the top here against some of these absolute titans of EMEA PUBG. That is for sure here. And of course, if you are unaware, just joining now as to who Hive was before, of course, they were basically the Gladiators roster prior for the most part. And so it's not like they're new kids on the block. They've been around for a long time, and they've been able to kind of show up and perform, of course. And you guys at home can also join in all the festivities. Yesterday at the end of the broadcast, we did our little Masters Mike EMEA podcast. We sat down with a good old cup of tea and had a bit of a chinwag about all of the questions that you guys were throwing our way. And today, little Martin himself is requesting that you send us questions once again. You can even win some G-Coin if your questions get chosen. Martin, what would you like to answer today?
I've already seen a really good question we're definitely going to pick. I'm not going to spoil what it is yet. We're going to see that later. But there are some really fantastic questions, obviously, regarding TPP and how to kind of play around it. All these kind of deeper level questions. But one question I personally ask myself is actually regarding like how you play around with TPP in terms of like how you prioritize how fast you should be playing, in terms of how early you should put into circles, like all this. If you're in the center of the circle, in the first circle, how early should you move from your loot spot to some of these priority compounds? It's a little bit more important because, again, as we've talked about before, there are some compounds that are extremely strong where you can get an insane amount of information without exposing your body, right?
Yeah.
You can peek around some of these big walls. You can peek some of the like big 2 and 3 stories where you have these garage buildings with the roofs and stuff like that. Really depending on the circles, like there are some really high priority compounds that you should be taking early on when you're playing TPP.
Yeah, I think there's some very important questions to be asking yourself, considering you're an analyst, when it comes to this potential big adaptation that we're seeing here from these teams. You guys at home as well can give us your feedback on what's going on with TPP Esports in PUBG by scanning the QR code. There is also it over on social media as well, so make sure to go and fill out those questionnaires and give us your feedback as to what is going on at the moment here in PUBG Esports. How about yourself, Mark? Are you musing over any questions you'd like to be answering here for the PPT?
I don't know about PPT. I just want to see if Martin's going to grow a beard with that photo. I think he's just thinking about it at the moment. It's going to happen.
Mate, it's not happening, dude. I would need some sort of hormone booster to get beard growing anywhere.
Did they do beard transplants in Turkey? Is that a thing?
No, it wouldn't be the same, would it? Like it's just you would be
venture.
balding on your chin and later. That wouldn't be nice. No. I'm not gonna go for that. Yeah.
I can only imagine you on the plane, like, you know, when you come back on the plane and everybody's got all the little dots on their head and stuff, you've got them all over your chin. I'm like, what is happening? This is awful. None of that. All right, well, we've got our 6 games coming at you today. Of course, we will be starting things on Miramar, moving over into those wildcard maps, and then finishing things off on Erangel. I loved our Taego yesterday, Mark. It was insane. I don't know what I was watching, but I was going radio rental.
It's quizzy. 300 IQ. I think PUBG undersold him at 200. Yeah, the wildcard maps are truly wild. I think people are living up to that. Miramar a little bit more slow. We don't quite see the red zones, but it'd be interesting to see. Day number 2, did these teams go out as explosive as they ended day number 1? It's going to be intriguing. I think Taego's going to be interesting anyway, and if anything that we missed from Erangel, it's not going to disappoint because we are coming towards that halfway point.
Miramar, scary thoughts as well, Martin, for this one. Obviously, yesterday we started things off with that GK win, but it felt like that first kind of finish, last couple of circles towards it, right? Very open area, south of Picado, difficult for these teams to deal with. So kind of a slow, more methodical pace if you end up in some of those big open areas of Miramar.
Yeah, that's the big thing for Miramar, right? If you get these huge areas where you have tons of cover, TPP is great. If you have some of the other hand where you have like a big open space, some of the compounds, some of the spots that have really good cover, TPP gets just so much stronger with that, right? And that's, again, coming back to this priority, like the teams that are super aware of this, they're going to take these compounds that are strong really early on if they see these circles on the southeastern side.
I asked Martin before, Mark, who he thinks can maybe kind of have a little bit of a step up today. How about yourself? Who are you looking at to maybe have a step up?
I'm going to give you two teams. Ascend for me. Ascend and FaZe, actually. Let me go with those two. They're on the right hand side of the leaderboard, so it's quite an easy answer. But Ascend from a placement point of view, like coming through the weeks, and this kind of applies to FaZe as well. We saw them being really aggressive. They were actively hunting down teams. They were aggressing onto teams where they could. And arguably FaZe sometimes blind sending it into fights because they were just being aggressive and getting points. I feel like both those teams need to kind of revisit actually how they got here and just go, actually, that was a winning formula. Some of these teams that we were playing against there are the same teams, so why are we not replicating and doing the same? So I'll be intrigued to see how both those teams kind of take day number 2, and I'd like to see, as I said, that level of aggression kind of increase massively for them.
I do wonder if the send mentality of some of these teams in maybe it's mid game to late game circles is harder in the PPT compared to like a PEC, for example, Martin, because it does not seem to be going too well for teams trying to get to the middle.
No, for sure not. I mean, it's easier when you're in the car driving, but all the other teams are getting so much information, and they see exactly where you're arriving. They can set up all the nades and stuff like that. So it's more difficult once we get to kind of mid and late game to do these blind sense, because again, you can just look over the ridges, you can get and gain so much information from just moving a little bit around.
It's tough. It is tough. And for a team like Ascend, as Mark is talking about here, 0 placement points. The only team to really play out all of the games, as Don't Panic was a bit in MIA for some of them. So I really don't count their 0 placement points just yet. I am getting word that Don't Panic once again will be playing as 3. And I also got word, Mark, that Lucarux is unable to play today, and Ibi will be filling in from the bench for Virtus Pro. What do you make of that?
Well, it's a good bench player to put in. Obviously, with VP not parting ways, they said on social media they benched him. So obviously, this is the recall time that they need him. The team's going to be used to playing with him as well. Obviously, that we do have the mix around with the mere shift of some of these players. So let's not take anything away that he's resettled with this team. He's played the TPP format as well. So there's been some big changes, but it's nice to see him back on the main screen.
Probably one of the strongest 5-man rosters, like in the West, to be honest, right? Like have a somewhat active. He's going to be more of a kind of playing coach, maybe if things happens in the future. I believe and I think that he's actually going to Esports World Cup as well. So it's gonna be cool to have that. And if it's not directly like a 5th kind of subslot, but if stuff happens, it's one of the most kind of proven players to have in there, right? And they 100%. Have played with him at the highest level, and he kind of fits into that role quite well. So it's going to be cool to see. Imagine if they go out and pop off today, win 2 or 3 games, double the points from yesterday. Lucarux is in shambles. No, I don't think so. But yeah, it's going to be cool to see what they're capable of doing today.
I like the idea that a roster has like their PPT specialists all of a sudden, and Ibby's been practicing his heart out for it.
Ibby is that. He has like 20,000 hours in other TPP games as well, right? Like this is literally where he started. He's one of the best TPP players out there, and he loves it. He loves it more than T-Bone does, guys. And
there you go. I think when you're comparing a 5-man roster as well to somebody, the closest you could get in the West is maybe a FaZe, but obviously FaZe has been having a bit of a rough time, right? With Mexi kind of there as that kind of coach role if you were to sub him in. Obviously, extreme wealth of experience as well, Mark. But yeah, Virtus Pro's just hit higher highs as of late, right?
It's interesting to see, obviously, with the circuit coming out. Do we see teams maybe shift over to having sub players that are TPP specialists? Do we start seeing these orgs picking up TPP squads? Do we see a new sort of talent come through? It is intriguing. But FaZe, I was actually calling Mixi. I thought Mixi was going to step into that spot. And don't get me wrong, that pickup is a super sub pickup that they've put into the teams. They pinched him away last couple of days before those roster lockouts. But again, like a VP, you're right. He's got so much skill as a player, then actually if there is an issue, if they do need to change things up, they have the arsenal in their back pocket. Actually, do you know what? We need to play a coach and we're going to change it up. And that's going to really affect some of the other teams around him because they might be used to playing against a FaZe with the 4 they're used to. And then you just throw the coach in, might change the dynamic a bit.
Yeah. If I recall correctly, I think one of the APAC teams actually took on some players specifically for PPT. Was it Day Trade before now being defunct? I can't remember who it was. It was a team with a red logo. There was definitely one though, and it kind of opened my eyes to the potential of these teams trying to do that. But anyway, that is by the by. We are almost ready now to get into our first game of the day. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world here for PPT Masters EMEA number 2. We're going to be moving on to Miramar. I'm going to be saying goodbye to Martin for a momento. We can get him back in afterwards. It's me and Mark going to be bringing you game number 1 of the day here. Game 7 of 18, Mark.
Yeah, good flight path as well. To start things off, we are coming from a northeast down towards the southwest. We go through the heart, the soul of the sandy dunes, right over the top of Bocado. So most of these teams won't be sort of scrambling for the alternate drops like we saw a little bit yesterday. But some will have to pick, based upon this location, an extension to a car, because we saw some early engagement between 100 ADR and PBT.
Yes, we did. As for now, we will keep our eyes a little bit peeled towards if there's any potential aggression going on. Obviously, with Twisted Minds back in on a Miramar, and you say 180, I can't get away with anything too crazy. So Power Grid will be firmly theirs. Nobody really challenging anything for Picardo. Eternal Fire has that handedly. There's Na'Vi over a big spread on that east side towards them, and Foot going back to what is their normal little position. They would love to be able to stretch all the way to Impala, but this kind of spread across the board gets them a lot of vehicles on board as well as some of the loot. So it's a nice spread.
He's talking about Foot, actually. I had a chat with about T-Bone, and he was so disappointed about yesterday. Like, he could hear like the anger in his voice this morning. And obviously, naturally, they're looking, well, just picked up new players. Not a bad zone, actually. You can sit in the middle. Is it because of the change of the players? Is that right? Is that wrong? And it's like, oh, you guys just need to play like you was playing coming to the week. You just need to be aggressive. Need to find the synergy. But there's a lot of talk around, are we over communicating, are we under communicating, are the comms on point? But that comes part and parcel when you change 50% of your roster. Yeah, communication is going to be an issue.
Yeah, definitely. And it does give rise to the idea of, okay, how many practice games have you had as this 4-man? How many even tournament games you've had as this 4-man? It's very few, if any, right? Yeah. And then to that point, how do you then adapt to a lobby like this when everybody is taking it unbelievably seriously? Compared to sometimes in some of the scrims, you know, some people could be experimenting. Some people could be doing other things that aren't necessarily what they're going to be implementing in a tournament. So trying to fit all of that, as well as making the changes and trying to fit it around your play style or a new play style, I think it's got to be an excruciating task as a half new roster.
Yeah, it's gonna be painful. Speaking of Devils, T-Bone gets airborne. I think he's going to try and find some loot here and maybe put this glider on the ground so we can use it a bit later. They've got so much freedom though, with the zone obviously bouncing towards that centre to northwest. So they've got a bit of time. They're going to be cautious about how they come in, but I think the glider's going to come into effect. That you're going to be able to get ahead of your team. You're going to be able to farm the information, working your way through. Some of these teams, well, looking now to get those individual players in the cars and get moving. And we've already seen a team like Win or Die moving away from Hacienda. So they try and play underneath the ridge of Twisted Minds.
Seeing what they can get done, as you say. I like early moves, you know, trying to kind of get yourself a spot wherever you can find them. But for some teams, you know, being far out, like in Ascend, we know will always come in a little bit later on compared to some of the other ones. And they're usually happy to do so. I just don't know if it's really paying dividends for them so far, a team like Ascend. But regardless, Eternal Fire is going to be very happy about their position so far, and it looks like they're just going to be heading west to try and find some of the warehouses, some of the compounds along there. I guess defending Picardo or kind of committing to it straight away. It's not the most amazing spot.
It's not. This is a good hold though. As Win or Die, so moving from that sort of Hacienda. Then obviously changing their drop spot as well. They're now in that sort of water treatment. This is kind of their go-to place now, uncontended. And sometimes it puts them closer to the zone as well. So it's not the edge play. It's not the style which they're used to having and seeing. So it'll be interesting to see. As I said, for both FaZe and for Ascend, for me, they just need to play aggressive, Mike James. Like when they're playing aggressive, they kind of get into the swing of things and they become this force in the kill feed that I actually think some teams actually fear. When you've got a FaZe pushing towards you and they're farming points, you're like, whoa, I know they're coming this way. We need to shift. And maybe they've gone away and sort of looked back on this sort of day number one and gone, do you know what? We haven't played that level of aggression we needed.
Well, an attempt at a pre-nade here from a doozy. Defex is going to be driving all the way around here. In fact, just doing a little bit of a scuttlebutt, and I think he wants to get out of dodge very quickly. Not only has he heard a nade, but he's also heard some of the other guns coming in, ringing out from BB. So Defex will run. Back to your point about phase, I totally agree. The problem is that they can just run sometimes too hot, too cold, right? Like,
Yeah.
And when they are too cold, it kind of materializes in a yesterday. And then suddenly they're running very hot, and you're getting 50 points in a day as a FaZe clan. And I do hope that can come their way. Just needs to be more of those 50-point days compared to more of those 17-point days.
It's that consistency we talk about, right? And for the FaZe fans, they've got it in them. They've got the capabilities to turn it around, but they love living life on the edge sometimes and leaving it to that final day of the event. But for now, they have moved in from Cruise. They've sort of found themselves in that east position. They'll be okay. They'll be on looking towards this sort of Navi position. And again, in the weeks in the TPP event, in the player tour, we've seen them play into these positions, arguably aggressing onto teams, blind sending, taking away some early points as well. So I think they'll be on watching here. They're going to be cautious. I'll be over watching VP at the moment.
Definitely got to be very careful about your scouting out for the PPT. And obviously, we are fully aware that you sometimes can be seen, but you can't see your opponents. So you need to bide your time, wait for them to kind of peek across areas and stuff like that, and see if they're going to transition around doors, past windows, seeing what they can find. But Slam G taking the high ground, peering down towards where Jeems is maybe in a moment's time. For Lurix and the rest of the guys, they're a little bit separated. Don't want to get knocked all the way up there. It'll be quite a long time before you're going to get rescued. FX does see a member of Slam G, so they are aware that there are some threats lurking.
Good use, actually, of exactly what you talk about as well. Using that ridgeline to perfection effects, and a couple of shots. Yeah, doesn't quite get the connection he's got, but the information has now been gained. Teams, he's going to go for that reposition. I wonder if Lurex on the high ground has just seen him move across. We'll obviously see based upon the movement here from Slam G, a team that has been aggressive. Artix, though, now coming into the line of sight, and James will be looking at that recall system like he's going to pull up, but we know it's not going to be the case, as he's going to drive on by.
I was watching the minimap there. Lurix was definitely looking in that direction, but not looking at Jeems as he was watching the other member of Slam G drive on by. Couldn't really see him because of some of this construction as well as the hillside. So he was safe, was Jeems. Even took a moment to stand still and maybe line up a shot, but not to be the case. His target did not sit still. So everyone's just jostling for position at the beginning of all of this. Not too much shots going on here and there. There's a few like peppering of shots as I look at the map feed from a Twisted Minds towards Hive, for example, just making them totally aware that they are. Yes, we are still in power grid. Eternal Fire shooting up the hill. Yes, we are still near Picardo and around Picardo. Just in a 2-2 split, so if it comes directly back into a Picardo, I guess you can get back in there, or we can be controlling a nice compound outside of Picardo.
Yeah, and there's lots of options for this zone as well, right? So if we do see that Picardo shift, completely possible for it to work its way down. A couple teams which are interested in is Ascend. Obviously, they will be playing from that north. They do tend to play towards close in and around sort of power grid in that north sort of west. And when you look at the map feed, free side have already set up as well. Hive already set up. So both these teams now looking towards that north, expecting a team like Ascend to kind of find a pathing through at the moment. So a little bit of calm before the storm, or calm before the Taego storm, because you know that's going to be explosive again today. I think I was screaming. I wasn't casting. I was screaming off the back. So I feel for production. It was just chaos. So yeah, these teams kind of just figuring out what the momentum is here for day number 2. And here's that team. Team Ascend have worked their way in from the north. They've just paused slightly as they sit just on the outside of San Martin.
I'm going to be honest, I'm already very confused. This is the quietest 9 minutes we've had of the PPT. It's just very chill. I mean, that's part and parcel for a circle as central as this, right? And everybody's just finding their own spots. But barely any shots. Not even a single. Not really coming through. James might be the first one to pick one up, though. Slam G, do a little twist around here with the bus. Moving on away. It is a slow vehicle, for sure. So, gotta do some wiggling.
I want the wiggling, jiggling. Interesting actually for me. I actually watched the Americas Masters this morning, and again it was really slow early games compared to what we had as well. They had a very explosive mid to late game,
weird,
but
isn't it?
very different how the two regions actually played out. I'd say our game number one was a little bit slower to start, but then we instantly saw that fight between that rotation of a 100DR and BB team, and since that point it was just a level of aggression. Everyone was fighting for points. I feel like it's the same here. People are waiting for the first kill to come into the kill feed, and then it's just points gun-ho. So Hive, they've moved to more of a south position now. They're looking on towards Twisted Minds. Zone is about to part ways. 100 yard taking that E rotation on that south here. Where do we go? We do go aggressive back towards Picardo. That's going to be interesting for these teams in the north because they're going to have to get shifting quick.
I find the Hive move particularly interesting because they clearly must have identified, okay, maybe Twisted Minds here isn't 2-2 split overall, there isn't 4 in that power grid, and then from there, they could try and put on some pressure, just maybe a little bit of a flex, but what have you noticed?
Oh, let's say 100 yard. They fully committed to the compound. They saw Geek coming in as well. So Geek went for a 2-2 split we saw from yesterday. But PWD's here, and he's here to stay. The knock all come in. He's going to try and launch another nade. As 100 yard trying to climb up. And Quizzy, when he's on the reinforcements, though, and Geek, they're going to collapse their 2-2 split.
Yeah, they've done a really good job about buying some time. Just wait for those reinforcements to come on in. Smoke goes in through again there. Try and get something done. Meanwhile, Ferris is in a little bit of a bad spot there, getting caught out. Perazenti gets Brexco down. But look at this. Geek has completely surrounded this. They've got to be careful about some off angles coming in. So you've got to get into some of these positions at the bottom. Diffex has already fallen and completely flushed out instantaneously. 1 for 1 at the moment by the looks of things. Fex in the distance has already gone down.
Effects in distance has gone down. They're getting caught between that Slam G. They've been chasing their way on the east side, though. 100 yard. I know PWD got the opening knock, but their survivability has been quite good. PWD down to 1s at the moment. This is going to do 1, 2, and 3, and then 100 yard have gone. So it was a bold move. It was a bold rotation for them. They stuck it, but unfortunately, they now stick to be sitting in the lobby now. 16 plays for them, and we go back and the Sins fall straight after, though, as Hive held the area.
Hello, Dante? Just absolutely ripped apart Ascend.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, already a blinder of a start here for a team that's already rocking too many points for the rest of the lobby. Foot is going to try and dislodge some of Navi as well. I said it was going to be a slow start. It was initially, but now Circle 2 pops and all hell breaks loose.
And it does break loose, extends, does get scaved down. Let's see if the communication that T-Bone spoke about this morning, whether it's coming to fruition. Scav, though, you're going to have to try and crawl his way back. Don't forget, you've got the recall system, so it's just about surviving the onslaught at the moment. But we saw the other day, this was a difficult compound to hold, and Geek they held off the push between FaZe and VP. So Esports might be looking for some of the luck that they had.
I do think it is telling that this is, in terms of a Circle 2 relative to our first game yesterday, relatively similar, right? So our teams are kind of adapting off of back of what they actually saw yesterday, how they can potentially approach things. And in doing so, good teams all go to good spots. So there's oftentimes going to be some of these conflicts going down. With Slam G now entering the fray against the Na'Vi Foot situation, Scav in the distance down, meaning that Foot needs to be a bit more cautious and precarious about how they approach this.
Yeah, this is all telling towards the point format as well. Slam G having to check that initial smoke, so they launched a nade in there. That's going to give Na'Vi the information, not just the cars that put up, but also there is a team that is going to be aggressing slightly. I think they have to position themselves in a little bit of a bowl that keeps them a little bit clear to a degree from Foot Esports. Slam D, well, they're going to start pushing forward. I think Mogor, did he see the first head there on the right-hand side? I don't think he has. Na'Vi might have just got away with it.
They may have. Sitting snicky snake style in the midst of all of what's going on. Another circle does pop. Goes northwest here. Aduzis and the boys are going to be laughing at this one once again. Boostic did see Na'Vi in the distance. Let's charge up some of these names. Let's see if we can connect with them. Right next to that car. Ooh, bit of a burst just a little bit further away. And that one also looks like it's going to go too far.
A little bit too far. Just thought they would been able to roll down during that, so City does get Edicts down. It's going to be difficult, though, for Na'Vi to sort of push in with Slam G holding these angles. They have got one player up already, so Ferris obviously is going to try and clear that 1 versus 1. Slam G, if they release the pressure, it's going to be done. Yeah, Ferris does clear it, so T-Bone's out. So 14th place for them with the fight. Well, completing with the zone shifting away. SlamG has said no more. We're getting out of here. Back in the cars. They're going to have to try and find a rotation past Na'Vi.
Teams at the bottom getting ripped and torn apart Doom style. This is not easy for them at all. And so the rich continue to get richer. RV trying to shut down SlamG. A tire burst there. Gonna have to get out of that vehicle and maybe do a little bit of a hide. Trying to throw down a smoke himself here to deal with that. Meanwhile, Freeside has Global Army encroaching on their position. So Maeve is going to run away. Tail between legs. But I mean, the rest of his team is actually towards some of the center of the circle. So it'd be much better for him to try and relocate. Boosting does not get out. Knock goes down. They should be able to get him up. So still a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, this is really rough for both of the teams. Obviously, Na'Vi, yes, they've claimed the kills and they've denied FUT Esports any more opportunity to climb the leaderboard here for game number 1 and day 2. But with SlamG trying to rotate their way around, they're trying to get ahead of Na'Vi, trying to close the door for them entering in towards the zone, and they're getting caught. No information. They're sort of crashing their way in, and fortunately for them, they crashed their way into Super Sub. EB is down to 1 shot. Arctic's on the run. Come one more hit, maybe get the start. Not going to be the case. They're able to defend their compound, and Na'Vi not too far away either.
SlamG not afraid to shy away from the idea of just saying, okay, well, you guys are in a bad spot. I'm going to go and try and find a spot. Unfortunately for it, as you say, was taken by Virtus Pro. But I like the proactiveness to try and find somewhere. Unfortunately, the Arctics has gone down in the distance thanks to Hakatori. Na'Vi's not really left the sights here of SlamG. SlamG has just constantly been peppered by Na'Vi this whole time. They're on the hunt for this one. They know they can take it, and more do go down from SlamG.
We're all going down. I feel like SlamG just needs to get settled. They're just trying to find somewhere to fight from.
Yeah.
They've not found that one place at the moment. I was surprised. I thought they were going to put up here, but obviously Artix looks a little bit to the next ridge, and what did for him, VP was situated there. BB, though, situated himself a little bit further down the road. There's a couple of shots that come through. Crexi's going to have to try and get a bit more of a spray. SlamG store sending it through. Now will BB be able to get the confirmation that they want as the zone shifts again their way.
Just a brutal sense of deja vu for teams trying to get to a circle like this.
Yes.
Yesterday was exactly the same. Teams trying to go for mad sends, and it's not working out. And we're here once again. We're going to have what looks like Eternal Fire setting up an emergency pickup, either just in case the circle was to have gone away from them. But thankfully for them, they still have that warehouse compound, which is a stronghold for a circle like this. It's Phil first looking up just in case somebody was kind of coming down. I understand it. You got to keep your eyes on the sky.
Yeah. Especially we saw already. 100 AR fully commit to it as well. Doozy using the ridge nicely. He's heard the car, so he's just trying to figure out exactly where they're going to go. Hive, well, they've been left to their own devices. The thing came their way. Now they're getting bored, maybe, and they're just running over. And Shengun is now down. Dante has to apologise and getting back into the game.
Sorry, mate.
Oopsie.
That's the exact accent they use, actually. It's crazy.
That's more like me and you were playing.
Yeah, me imitating you and then being annoyed that you're Southern. It's a normal thing. It's a normal thing. Presenter here, just trying to stick the boot in against Freeside. This is a wide rotate from Freeside to try and make something happen. I can respect it. Technically, you can coexist with a lot of teams in those hills in the north. So maybe they can find themselves some safety here.
It's good telling as well that they had the information in front of them. They know where BB was. They know they've had teams sort of pop shots their way. BB had the knock we saw from a doozy. So get really wide rotation. Now, do they know who's on top of the hill? Well, we know Twisted Mind lands up here. And with this zone, they're mostly still living up here. Now they come underneath the eyesight of Batudins. Example repositions as well. And yet squinting at the screen. At what point does Freeside stop and think they're safe? Example, he's not falling for the trap just yet. He's got a feeling there's someone else further afield. He spots the head lurking his way.
Yeah, I say coexist, but if Twisted Minds wants to dislodge someone from here and be like, no, it's our mountain, our hills, they will put in some damage towards you. Quinn, Maeva, all there, very close towards this. Still, don't panic. Is trying to find themselves a spot against these roads, but putting down these smokes, it's only going to last so long, and you're going to have to find a position as well. And also you have a scary boostic lurking near you in a shack, so they might not be fully aware exactly of his position. I mean, maybe they do know that someone's in there, but the shots that have been knocking them are from other teams, so they've got to be careful about stepping where they want to go.
By being careful. VP seeing and hearing the gunshots, And now rotate their way around. Outside edge for them, leaving the safety of their compound. Nixie's going to hold the anchor. This is, again, telling that they're going for the kills. Don't panic. We'll be down one. Perfectix gets a confirmation as well. Nibby. Oh, here come the nades. And the nades are causing damage. Unfortunately for Don't Panic, down one, down two. Final player remaining. And yes, Booststicker, what time does he activate and try and clear up Don't Panic?
It's a good question. The kill feed's lighting up at the moment. Geeky was popping a what looked like a 200-meter mortar on towards Win or Die. So also scary potential for a position like this. A lot of kills going down at the moment here. Don't Panic does get completely cleaned up down towards the south. But while all that was going on with Virtus Pro, Na'Vi took the opportunity to pounce on Nixie's compound, all importantly, and try and dislodge them there as the circle goes a bit north of them.
That is huge. That is huge. They saw the cars leave. They heard the gunshot coming from Nixie. They were like, that's a free kill for us. Perfectis tries to peek over the top, but Gustav, well, he looks to try and get a free kill himself. Hackatoon Extends will finish off VP. 12th place for them. Snarfy will continue to try and do some damage, but back towards the north side here. Twisted Mind trying to take the fight with Freeside and FaZe West. And if they get aggressive, it is going to be magic here, and they're looking to try and clean up as many as they can. Gustav scrabbles his way around.
Yeah, it's going to continue on. Maybe Batulin's an example can try and get out of this position because they knew that they were a little bit sandwiched here. But no, a Panzer, a Faust actually hits that car on the way out. Twisted Minds is gone. I will say, I don't envy the observers in this game at all. There has just been chaos in these last couple of minutes. It's hard to catch a lot of this. I can understand.
I must admit, they caught so much yesterday as well. So, yeah, got to give them massive kudos. There's a lot going on at the moment. Na'Vi obviously taking up VP. They've now crossed onto the road. We saw Hackatoon remain here. That gives Na'Vi a position to work their way in. Crazy from Freeside refused to move as with FaZe pushing on that north. Twisted Minds thought, do you know what? It's time to go. We need to find a new place to live. So, FaZe down bodies, Freeside down bodies. Na'Vi controlling elements of zone. And Boostic as a solo still remains here for Slam G.
Now, if you're playing it out slow, 9 kills on the board already. They're on the warpath for day number 2, trying to catch up with Hive. The only problem for them is Hive's still 4 alive and in the west. And they're going to have to be making moves soon as well as they're moving towards Winner Die's position. They are being shot at by Skittles as well in the north side of this. Hive, I think this might end up being the end of them because Skittles has such a good position. Nade's going to be moving forwards as well here from Leosh. That's a confirm on Schengen. And I don't know how Hive gets out of here.
It's difficult. They've controlled that side. Spoke about before really well. Look at that. Boostix has gone and jabbed for 2 here. Ferris and Extends goes down before he goes and falls between our Eternal Fire team. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Hive. I think you're right. Win or Die got a trench to hold. Skittles will be very focused now towards the south. You can see them sort of positioning towards Hive. So a bit more ensured destruction. Don't forget, obviously, we are 9 teams still remaining. The placement points will not kick in into a top 4. When you see those little logos appear in the top, that's when we start hitting the placement points.
And some of these teams, like Win or Die, might be already guaranteeing themselves some placement points with a circle shift like that. This BB team is still up on this roof. A great spot to be, considering they know that their southwest side is all clear. That is the only angle of attack for a lot of these teams to try and hit them. So why not take this huge vantage point whilst it's in? Because it'll slowly get pushed out here. And then they're going to have to try and make a move. So they'll be assessing exactly where they want to go. Never mind keeping their eyes on the horizon for some potential free shots. But Na'Vi is gone. As you said before, I can't help but Boostic really caused the Na'Vi campaign a lot of pain. You do not want a snake like Boostic near you.
No, he had a point to prove and he went to go do it. So yeah, really dismantled their game. Really intrigued to see what Eternal Fire do now. They've lost the zone a little bit here, James. But for me, it kind of goes back to yesterday. We saw Eternal Fire in the sandy dunes have so much control and arguably could have potentially taken a win. I know Geeky did take it away from them because they did overcommit a little bit more towards that sort of Hive push than maybe they should have. But intrigued to see, now they've got the loss of zone, now they've still got 4 bodies up. They've got information in front of them, but where do they now take the next step forward? Because Skittles already looking to try and deny them entry.
It's a tough one. It is a tough one. Skittles has been quite proactive on that north side to try and find themselves a spot. That being said, though, they're going to be open up to a lot of angles here. And even Nade's going to be moving forwards from Quetpa whilst Phil First is peppering some of those positions.
Good nade.
Blue zone nade and a nade as well. Quetpa is laying down the hammer. He didn't heal. He's going to go.
No way!
What?
For free.
Oh, my days.
The thing is, they would have looked at the blue zone going, yeah, there's no one in there. Or maybe there's someone medding their way through, but he's just going to med his way and not show himself. But he kind of second guess. Do I go in? Do I go out? Do I not take it? Do I not med? That is painful. Skittles have so much control. They actually move perfectly to try and stop Eternal Fire. But a nade in the blue zone dismantled that. Now BB team look to dismantle the rest of the lobby. The height, elevation, the verticality that they've got here. Doozy has eyes on Freeside, and I think he's eager to try and get rid of Freeside because they want to try and punish a win or die team, which is hunkered down.
Gosh, so rare you see one blue zone nade knock someone in this level of play, but yeah, sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. That's why you're seeing even just 2 blue zone nades employed there to try and make sure you're getting a confirm. But when a die knows better, they will move away. They have some deployable cover as well as some of these cars flipped on over as well. I love using this truck as cover, to be honest with you. I think it's one of the more underappreciated spots of cover in a circle like this. And Winner Die is making it work for themselves.
Yeah, I agree. I couldn't agree more, especially because you can see from a Doozy's view, he had the elevation, but was still unable to pick out the Win or Die guys. But he can with a bolty pick up Freeside. Crazy will take 7 blazing Sheena. Not just 1, but 2. What is a Doozy doing?
He's having some fun. Oh, he is. I love it. Give me more of this. Let's see how much more he can get done. I mean, obviously, BB team has flexed out towards some of the middle of this circle and left a Doozy here and just till the very end. This is also, I mean, as the IGL, this is giving him still great information to work with. So sit back there for a while. If you do get knocked coming towards the rest of your team afterwards, maybe this information and some of these extra kills that you're getting on board is enough points to sate that notion.
Yep. Especially with a bolty in hand as well. Doozy, 100% more of that. Hive, well, I know they're here. Double blue zone, they've expelled huge amounts of utility. With the zone shift away, they now know they have to commit bodies in. So here comes a stack. First nade to go, second nade, and third to follow. Presenti finds 1. That's got to be a green light for Hive now, as they will barrage with more util. They should be able to get the Doritos out, but they've got to get into this trench and quick.
I'm going to be honest, how on earth did Gedrox get knocked there? But anyway, that's a counter nade here to try and deal with exactly what Hive is going to be throwing their way. Dante goes down. Levante is going to be up, getting an opportunity maybe to pick up Gedrox. He does find him just in the very nick of time, but he's now down as well. Marco from the other side of this circle had a perfect line of sight into that lorry.
Look at this. BB team have not just had centralized compound, but they've got 7 kills. They're looking to farm some more. Presenti gets a confirmation note on Jedrox, though, but with 1 player here from Hive, there's not much more control they can do. They tried to deny, but it does go down towards BB team again. 9 kills for the team. Top 4, so we are on the placement point. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 2 versus 1, and a BB team looking strong for game 1 here.
Definitely a strong showing, and we get to see some bolty action as well. As you say, more of that, please. Looks like Win or Die may be able to get up to the 2-man that they desire, but going up against the BB team in this position might be difficult. Now, Eternal Fire in the previous day 1 on game 1 had a brilliant position, weren't able to fully round things out, though, against GK. Now, once again, those 2 teams still exist here. It's Quizzy. It is Quizzy in the distance. Ooh, an Orm in hand. All right, let's do something.
That Orm to a duty. We'll see. Win or Die had to sneak their way out. He's still alive, and he's been kind of left to his own devices as well. Defend off with that Na'Vi sort of push. Nade comes over. Wow. Yeah, half an inch the other way, and that might have been causing some damage, more destruction to Win or Die. Eternal Fire said yesterday they were in this position. They could have closed the game out. So I feel like there's a little bit of caution to the wind a little bit here. So just trying to figure out exactly where the players are before maybe going for an overcommit.
Slow and steady, Leosh and Levante just trying to survive wherever they may. Now, remember, because placement points have only just kicked in, if they believe that they can kind of slow this down and eke out against another team, that's just another extra placement point that may be going their way for all of this. And with Quizzy only being a solo, he's going up against a very difficult position. He's gone. And as we mentioned, that will be more placement points for the other teams, with Quizzy falling as that solo. Oh, here comes the deployable cover. Let's go.
Hopefully it doesn't flatten them. As BB team out farming in the kills. C4 is interesting. Might be a way to go. C4 versus a P90 is a bit more like rock, paper, scissors / dynamite, as well, docked reminds the teams that actually the P90 is fast and effective. It holds the outside edge of blue now. Fortunately for Geeko, they've taken an additional placement point now, but we are down to 3 teams. Again, BB team looking to try and control things out.
Marco being proactive, still has a lot of lethal utility on board as well with those 4 grenades. He has to lie down though, realizing that his angle has been exposed. Going to be blinded as well here for a second if he's not careful. No, actually does go for a little turn, a little quick flick here by Code Marco. Moving forward, he's left some of the off angles up towards the north as the Mad and Quetper are in a position where they could potentially reinforce this. This could be good for Eternal Fire. This might work out because they've kind of cordoned BB team into a single corner.
I think a part and parcel of Code Marco's run there, right? He's really sort of isolated these teams. Now he's got 4 nades. He's wiggling his way into a bit of cover. Can he sort of launch those nades up? The P90 keeps appearing over the top as a bit more of a maybe of a look at me, I feel like, than trying to hold the angle. That's allowed him now to get himself up here. Doozy makes his run forward though. The shot's back. That's going to deny the opportunity to apply pressure to Code Marco.
And that did kind of tease out exactly where Code Marco was, but another nade rolls on forward. Hits Bestalog in the face. Eternal Fire here, continuing to try and constrict the position, but Molodok will peek over with a P90 of his own. Try and get one. He gets the second one with the Mad going down. It's only Quetper with a P90 on hand as well, but he's in the smokes. Looks like BB team's going to go big aggressive on this one. A spray through catches him through the smoke.
Does catch him. Now the flashes come through. He gets another shot though. Down to 1 HP. He's back against the corner here. They had control, but BB team looking to claim the victory. It's Phil first though. Eventually going around the outside. No, it's going to be a P90 win. We'll go towards BB team. 13 kills. All the damage, all the kills, all the assists. What way to start off day 2.
I love that BB team beeped the horn as well at the very end there to say that we are the victors. Bringing in Avenger back to talk about this one here. Very reminiscent of our game number 1 from yesterday, Avenger. A BB team looking strong in this position.
Yeah, I was looking good here. I love the fact that he stayed on the roof for so long, as Doozy did. Like, and then with the bold action, like that's just asserting dominance and just donking an arrow, and I absolutely love that. And that had an impact, obviously, that knock to put it into a 3 versus 4 in the late game, right? So huge impact to stay this late.
Yeah, definitely. You can never know exactly how it's going to affect you in the very late game, but every little thing you can take, even just a knock, and then, of course, they would res them, right? Even just being able to potentially bleed someone out could have a huge effect on the late game. But anyway, yeah, that's BB team taking game number 1 here for Miramar, Mark. And I mean, what really stood out to you aside from BB team looking great?
I think for me, really, it's about like BB team, like we're in a compound, they're centralized up, right? And for me, the guys, sometimes you see those positions where they only have 1, maybe 2 kills, maybe 3 kills and a win, and with only 5 points to a win, it's not going to be enough. Actually, BB team activating, yes, they were providing an element of elevation, they were causing so much damage to these teams here, but they were happy to farm kills. We came in, I think, phase 4, I think BB team were on 1 kill, but we end up on 13. That is insane.
Huge.
Yep, the 18 points will go their way as they are head and shoulders above the rest for this one. Bit of a spread out in terms of the kills overall. Na'Vi was chasing a lot of these circles towards the mid game here, Martin, and walking away with 9, not too shabby.
Yeah, and especially it's just 9 kills. There's no placement, right? That's massive for them. And obviously them being on 46 before this, they're trying to chase a little bit on Hive. So the 3 points difference here for them is catching up a little bit. So it'd be cool to see if they're able to kind of step out. Also get into the placement points and more of the matches today here for Na'Vi. I've been impressed with them. Obviously, again, having the same 3-man call and then adding a new player for the second time this year. Still looking pretty good. I've been pretty impressed with them so far, and I'm happy to see them kind of step up to this level here. We know that they're capable of great things. Let's see how far they can take it here in Masters 2, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. I love the addition of extents to try and make this work overall. And I think come a PGS 9 and 10, maybe we will see them not going for hot drop shenanigans for 2 tournaments in a row, Mark. And maybe that might yield some good results. What do you think?
100%. Be good to see them. Obviously, yeah, no hot drop shenanigans. If they can play late game, they play well, right? So, and even if they're down bodies, or duo's playing well, solo's playing well, so they got the understanding of actually, do you know, if we're down bodies, we can play. Be intrigued to see Geeko as well. Like even the recall system, we haven't seen them really use it that much. They're happy to go down bodies and just play out. So yeah, intrigued. Still think more to learn. At LAN, very dangerous though.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I do think it was very almost knee-jerky of like, oh, the recall system is going to be terrible and all of this stuff, but it's so hard to make it actually work right now in these lobbies. But it will be 67 points going the way of Hive. What do you think, Martin?
I will say this though, that I played with my brother-in-law and an IRL friend that is 100 hours, and the recall system did not work out for us. We went against the full team of BNC Team Poland. They revived 2 guys and got 28 kills in that lobby. They were constantly in the kill feed, and I did not have fun against the guys. Marcelek knocked me like with a bolt action from Narnia after he got rest. So yeah, that was fun. But yeah, Hive obviously being on top here. In ranked, it's rough to play against the really good players, but here you have to do it in the first phases, right? And as you said, as you pointed out, Navi, they just don't really fight that early. It's not until like phase 3, and it's very often not in compounds or areas where there's a recall station available for them, right? So if they were to fight earlier, if that's what they want to do, and especially with this point system, and they're able to kind of match it up a little bit faster, maybe before phase 2 ends, then I could potentially see something coming in for them. Because look at this, only 6 placement points, but with 49 kills, like only 3 kills less than Hive. That is huge.
Yeah, sorry, just to rewind on that point, you and your high school friends had a hard time against Marcelek and Cappy, and were not surprised, right?
It was full team Poland. It was also Meisters and Domint, so we
true.
absolutely dominated. I mean, I did pop off Marcelek's helmet, but he had a bolt action, so I got knocked and flushed,
Wow. As a now adopted Polish man, I am okay with this result, Martin. Okay, we're gonna see them do well at Nations Cup. I don't know if they're going to do as well as the UK.
Grinding.
We'll see.
They're grinding, yeah.
As they're going to need to. There's some good teams. All right. Well, anyway, that's enough about PNC. I'm sure Mark is very excited about going over there as well to see how everything's going to be going down. But this is the PPT, so we've got another Miramar coming our way here. The fact that Hive did get 6 points overall in what I feel like towards the later stages was very much a salvage game there, Mark. It was going to be hard to get away from where they were. It's still good points for that #1 spot.
Yeah, it was hard that the zone forced him into that position, right? And with our Skittles in the north, they couldn't really play out from there. I think if they could have got into the trench a bit quicker, I've been arguing they might have survived down, but Win or Die holding them up for so long, that really sort of undermined a little bit of that game. 6 kills, not the worst. Obviously, we saw them pull out a 1 kill, a 1-point game yesterday. So, look, consistency is key. I think they're a team that's going to reset and go again. It's difficult though when you're ahead. I will sometimes worry that some teams fold under pressure because they're too worried about the teams chasing them and they adapt their play. I can't say that first game was the first insight to that, but definitely as we go through this sort of second day, I'll be intrigued to watch how Hive play if they change their style.
Any takeaways from you, Martin, for that one before we get into our game #2 for Miramar?
Yeah, obviously that Western shift was huge for some of the teams on the Western side, right? It could make them sit back a little bit more, but also the amount of teams that came in from the West and fought this kind of lorry area, you could really tell that playing that in TPP is way harder than in FPP, right? Because you have so many teams that can kind of peek over that and kind of lean into that. You have to sit way more passive, and that kind of worked out well for a PP team rather than some of the other teams on the Western side.
I would agree now that I think about it. If you're cooking your nades towards that position and the way in which it's not really like very deep hills, then you can definitely get some nice nades onto that position and it can be very scary. You're right. Well, thank you very much, Martin, for talking to us here between these games. We're going to say bye to you. We'll get you on for the wild cards. You'll have a good old time as we now head to game #8. It will be Miramar once again. The Dusty Dunes is on the way. Me and Mark will be bringing you in as we have ourselves a good old play path.
Oh, barbecue pit. I actually loved
Yummy.
what Tom said the other day. I called it half-price chicken. He called it Steve's spicy chicken. Definitely a bit spicy at the end of that game. Match #8, though, is a northeast down towards a southwest. Again, pretty much going through, give or take, the heart of the zone. Does push more towards that west, but doesn't mean anything for these teams. I think we're going to see normal drop zones for them. A couple of bolts, especially when we look at Esports who go early, because they're not going to be able to make their way to Impala.
I really hope Martin just went AFK because I turned him on to that damn Minecraft song in China and he wouldn't stop singing it for a week. I don't need Martin going la 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 lava again. Please don't tempt him, okay?
I love it. You know he's singing it now. We're going to get it as soon as he comes back. But to be fair, it's exactly what I had when Sophie said it on the America stream as well. So I had the whole 6 games with that stuck in my head. Plane is done and dusted. Jedrox trying to steal the car slightly away from Ascend phase. Actually extend that a little bit more. Jeem's a bit more towards that west here. So Jedrox, just be careful he hasn't caught up the parachute. And then on the other side though, Andre Liar and Geekate also extending out for the cars. But the zone very early on. We are going north, back towards the northeast.
Yeah, okay, so this is exciting because this is a potential opportunity for some of those names that haven't quite gained traction yesterday to do so, right? You've got Ascend up there, you've got FaZe up there, you've got Foot up there. All of these teams we know can put big points on the board if given the opportunity, now have a great one to try and convert with. So, I mean, whenever we've seen circles up here before, actually, we get a lot of those tendencies where we do go towards some water treatment places, and that is dead center right now. So let's see what these teams can make with it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what sort of Ascend do. Jeem's obviously looking at the zone, taking that prior compound now up on the hillside. It's going to be able to gain a lot of information. That'd be a space to watch, especially teams will try and extend there quite early. Historically, though, Ascend have moved away towards the north and left water treatment here, but looks like we've got some G-Coin up for grabs for some people.
What team had the most placement points in Masters EMEA 1? What would you guess, Mark? Without cheating.
I can't. I know the answer. So I can't.
Oh, damn it.
But if you know the answer as well, you want to put it in chat. If you think it's Virtus Pro, hit A. B for Navi. Twisted Minds will be C. And Foot Esports will be D. Make sure you get it into chat and you'll have the opportunity. If selected, you'll be winning some G-Coin.
Yeah, if you need to phone a friend as well, you just hit up at Avenger on X as well. I'm sure he'll maybe give you a little bit of a hand. Just DM him, okay? Just
make sure you put the lava chicken gif in there as well. So
please, yes.
It just reminds him.
He's muted on Discord, but he's gonna be just singing along for it the whole game long, and I'm just I can hear him now. Stop it! Mute yourself.
Well, we're going to get back into the games. I've now got it stuck in my head as well. Eternal Fire, though, they're going to be looting from Picardo just on the outside edge. You mentioned Foot Esports as they were closest, jumping towards Campo Militar. They're going to be now push away towards the north side. Back to my comment before, as Ascend normally do go north. So they leave water treatment and try and play the outside edge. If that's the case, they're going to run to Foot Esports. This time hasn't been, though. They've actually hunkered down. So I think they might have learned their lesson that going north, sometimes they lose the zone. And that forces them back on the outside edge. So I actually really like what we're seeing from Ascend. They're trying to take some prior position early.
Big fan of this compound as well for me, for FaZe, with something as tall as this mountain. You can see a lot from there. But oftentimes at this level of play, it doesn't actually convert to a whole lot because teams are very good about negating the sidelines from it. But if you're playing it in ranked, oftentimes, well, especially at my ranks, I'm rubbish, but you get to convert a lot of kills from a spot like that on a circle like this, especially if the circle does come your way as well. So Foot is moving in north of them as well. They'll be a little bit cautious about looking that way, as Scav is just scouting out. I think he'll realize soon that there is people this way and maybe just back off.
Even from a time point of view, right? He's getting a few shots coming his way, so that's a definite answer. But even from a time point of view, you'd look at Foot and go, actually, do you know what? I think we're a little bit late coming towards this compound now. So yeah, I'd maybe look, but we need to be looking to try and move into the compound, which they've just done. And saying that, though, as we move into compounds, win or die, a hold. Don't panic, and they will go round it either side. But they have left CCI next, though, lurking. And win or die, I'm pretty sure they know they've got someone sharing the compound with them now.
Yeah, and if you're Don't Panic, you're still playing as 3, right? So you've got to be extra careful about some of these early moves, because any team you're going up against, you know they're going to be 4-man. Global Army just driving past hell on my bed at the moment. Levante has taken a position on the roof and actually getting some great shots against Global Army. CCNX charging up a nade to maybe try and counteract that angle on the roof. Maybe you can get an Herbertist above him, see if he can do anything with it. Very good nade, very good nade. Oh, that airburst is perfect as well.
It is perfect on the way back. So Don't Panic down to 2. Looks like losing a body as well. Able to crawl their way back. Slam TV looking to try and hit, but they just lined up to perfection, and Leosh puts them down.
Felt like a gift in the end here. Uber Eats delivered straight to win or die. Unfortunately there for Don't Panic. Just nothing going their way so far. Never mind only being able to field 3 in some of these games. But hey, they're in the lobby. They're in the lobby. Are now out into the lobby. But we've got Eternal Fire also jostling for position for some of these warehouses. Again, I think as a circle bears down like this, everybody's slowly moving towards water treatment, thinking, you know what, we'll just tease some of these compounds on the edge and see what happens.
We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
A few teases. That's definitely a tease that's going on the back of that car. Slam G looking to try an explosive ending. They did look for the third party, but obviously with it ending, they disengaged instantly. And Eternal Fire have left Picardo as well. They're still on a bit of a 2-2 split. A team very happy to hold 2-2 splits for a large majority of the early to mid game as well. And Twisted Minds, well, they've rotated their way in. They're trying to gain some information, a bit of elevation on the west.
I was just thinking about, does make me think, with Twisted Minds, obviously, kind of being middle pack right now. Yes, they did miss one game and stuff like that. If you think about PEC, think about PGS, has the power dynamic truly shifted in Europe this year? Is it no longer just a guaranteed Twisted Minds all the way to the top for a lot of these tournaments? Because all these other teams have gotten so good. They've grinded so hard into 2025, obviously.
I think we had a deep conversation about this before, haven't we? Because I was talking around Twisted Minds, and I was kind of under the impression that yes, but I gave it a bit of justification. Twisted Minds were back to back to back, right? They were the pinnacle of EMEA. Everybody looked at them and like, what did they do before game? How do they play? How do they rotate? And when you're at the top, to try and find guidance from other teams is very difficult. So I feel like the rest of our region has accelerated thanks to the success of Twisted Minds, because they're looking at them as the best of the best of the best, and everyone else is accelerated up to their level, and Twisted Minds is still growing, they're still developing. But how quickly can you develop when you have to be that team leading that charge? It's very, very difficult.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and it's a common, I guess, sports trope as well, right? It's very difficult to constantly be innovating from the front compared to people just watching what you're doing and catching up, and then being able to tweak some things here and there on their side of things. So yeah, for Twisted Minds, maybe innovations are on the way at some point, but for now, EMEA is strong, and we saw that internationally, of course, with BB team being able to take a PGS. Some people argue that maybe they should have taken the first one, the 7th, and not the 8th. But I mean, hey, they took the 8th, and I'm all happy about that.
Going. Don't get T-Bone going again. He's gonna come on. He's so right. Wait and see. Look, a win's a win. A win's a win. No matter if they were gifted circles, as you might believe, or not, they still converted, and they actually did claim. But yeah, Twisted Minds store. Like a household name, they're stored to be feared in the lobby. There might be other teams that are unfortunately not the best drivers in our region, but there are a lot of teams here, especially from the CIS rosters as well, which are looking so strong. We've got so many of those names sitting in this lobby. Yeah,
they're fantastic, and you can see it in the scores right now. Very, very strong. Spatulins is looking towards BB team, seeing what he can spot, poke at. Seeing if he can maybe pop any tires, something like that, for the rest of these teams or the rest of these players to have a bit of a harder time. Was he even trying to block that tire just then? I'm not even sure, but that could have been like a cool play. But yeah, it's by the by.
It's by the by. Most of the team's now in. A lot of space in that south, so a southern shift could be quite painful. Phase spreading out as well. Sort of teams sort of taking terrain. Here comes the shift. It does go again towards that north. Now, this is for me where SN needs to just stick, right? And not twist. Don't play north. Because most of the time we see it shift back down, and this is when they move away. Esports have got a huge amount of area to hold here. Love to see them. They are collapsed. And interesting for me, FaZe still holding the split, but they're taking the split further to the northeast.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of other teams playing a completely different game to us, and they're going to bop it.
Wow.
Boostic is bopping it here against Win or Die. Oh my days. The rest of Win or Die are going to be running away with the tail between their legs. Meanwhile, Slam G does actually see Eternal Fire moving on the north side of them as well. Ascend has been... Well, Achilleakai got Schengen, but Achilleakai is now completely gone thanks to Hive. Hive just crashed in here.
They have crashed in, and they committed to it. I think they normally it's free, right? Whee! Presenti do a backflip. It's Chris, just assuring that the bite doesn't come his way. We'll pop the nade, a bit of a throwaway, doesn't quite get the connection. The blue zone nade is doing the damage, but Hive are able and looking to try and stick the res.
Now, as you say, with Ascend sticking it and having just a 2-2, they definitely felt like they were caught off guard by just absolute pile driver into the north side of the water treatment warehouses. So that is definitely a problem, losing one early. At the same time, oh, I don't mind that position. That's kind of cheeky. Seeing if you can get a little bit of an angle above here.
I've seen it actually work out. I think it is that one as well. That they can
he's got it.
Peek. He's got it. Yeah, they can just peek over. This information is huge. You know, he doesn't have to peek. He's just gaining the information. They can look for a pre-fire. Just keeping an eye on things at the moment. As Rex, well, just on the outside, he's taking a bit of punishment on the adjacent sides. The knock does come in against Presenti. Stiffix, though, will get a point against his name.
Yeah, this is also the problem, right? Like, Hive now knows that they have to be in the warehouse, otherwise they are going to be exposed to some of these other angles, which means that Ascend, if they're really reading what's going on here, they know where their opponents are. Rox is already going to knock Rex go, though. That's not the best to start there, but Chris does return in kind. The Panzer has been put away, and Hive has gone again. This is great for the rest of the lobby. Down in 15th, only 1 point here to their name.
Yeah, but Geekhead, they've got the information as well, right? They've got a knock on towards Hive, so
True.
They have the opportunity, if wanted, to try and ensure that they keep Ascend down at bay, because Ascend are in a compound that has a recall system as well, so they have the opportunity, if they can, to try and get that body back up. They don't in this case, though. They are going to go around towards that north. FUBG Esports, though, driving around, but so is Win or Die, as they go really, really wide here now on the east. None of the teams are that close.
Not bad, not bad. FaZe still kind of actually a bit stuck in this 2-2 for a moment. Looks like the reinforcements are not coming in. They're downhill. So Jeems and Fex going to have to hold on against the onslaught that potentially may come here from Eternal Fire. Nade goes forwards. Fex will back off from it. I don't think they know exactly maybe where Jeems is. He's just sitting quietly at the moment, waiting for a potential move coming out from Eternal Fire. But if I'm Jeems, actually going for a move against them at any point is fraught with danger, because Eternal Fire are very, very strong about their returns when it comes to a knock coming in.
Both these teams now are just going to wait for that zone to hit. Yeah, Jim's got an element of surprise, but you're right. Eternal Fire there. There goes the water treatment recall from Ascend. Oh, no. FUBG Esports. No, they peek up over there. They need kills. Eternal Fire should be looking at this going, where's that come from? The zone shoots back towards that west. Ascend will be happy that they did stick in the compound. FaZe have to collapse, and at least they're collapsing for reinforcements.
Yeah, can't believe Bates here. Absolutely done him there. That was rough. Oh, FaZe gets caught on the transition between the buildings as well. Quick firing coming in from Code Marco to deal with that. They can come in and sweep the rest of this. Vard as well as Gustav, though, looking to reinforce his position. Fex gets defeated entirely. And Nedex is actually watching Eternal Fire from the distance as well. So Foot technically could have some big control here in this game.
Yeah, look at this. Teams in the south having to full send as well. Hearing all the action, hearing the commotion, wanting the kills against their team at the moment. SlamG now work their way in. FUBG Esports causing problems. Nedex, though, does get Gustav and the confirmation, so that's a point on the board for them. And FaZe with the defensive line, the 2-2 split in some of the prio spots, now falls apart. Now down towards Vard.
He's sneaking on up against all of this, having a little bit of a peek himself, maybe, as this continues to unfold. Okay.
That's a play. That's a play.
That is a play. FaZe fizzles out for this one. That's the way to go out, as Foot now still has a great position for all of this. Eternal Fire knows that SlamG is slowly creeping on up against them. Nixie, I don't think anybody knows about Nixie's position, but I don't think he's going to be super aggressive on this. It'll be scary to peek over alone, but there is reinforcements coming on that northeast side.
There's reinforcements. We'll say, though, fast defense is definitely difficult throwing utility in TPP compared to FPP. I've seen it catch out quite a few players, especially inside of compounds. He has snuck his way in. Comarco has had to work his way towards the roof. Now Boostix on the other side, pushing Eternal Fire forwards. I'm going to cook the nades, trying to post it in between the buildings. Splash damage not going to be there. The blue zone also not doing the damage needed.
Double blue zone, not really to get any conversion on it. It's a bit rough. Maybe you needed a little bit of an extra push, a little bit of oomph with it. That being said, the Dild can't count Quetpa anyway, and Code Marco falls. That is them gone here, Eternal Fire. So as much as I thought that they were going to be able to get something from this, well, Virtus Pro is going to spoil their day and then also take a knock themselves from Nedex. As I said before, Foot has a very strong potential position here.
Yeah. They got a great position. They've got to make sure teams don't sort of shift in behind them. I think there's a point to prove as well, right? You're a new person on the roster. Like, you've got to be disciplined enough. You're getting the kills at the moment. Don't overextend. The position, I think, will be key. Virtus Pro, I've seen not just Slam G, but also Na'Vi working their way into the compound. There's another team from the south will shift in. Phase number 3, it's going to be 4. And a lot of teams are playing the outside edge.
Definitely a bold spray from Corexi just then. But here we get the shift. Goes the way of Foot, goes the way of Twisted Minds in that warehouse down at the crossroads just south of Oasis. Technically, for a circle like this, not bad at all. And if anybody does crash them and doesn't finish them off, there is technically that res station that will be active for a circle more. Well, actually, now that I'm looking at the timing, there's almost no way that a crash would happen, kills would happen, and then a res would occur. So it's whatever.
I suppose the revive stations are being held by Twisted Minds and Ascend at the moment as well. So even if they did lose it, they've got a zone and a bit to try and get it in.
It's quite bold.
Yeah. Look, we'll take it. We're agents of chaos. We'll take it. For now, the teams now on the southeast corner, though, Virtus Pro, SlamG, and Na'Vi need to get moving. They have lost the zone, and they will already know. Teams like FUT Esports will be watching for whoever is the victor from this location. They're hoping that they might be down some numbers.
Shots against Ascend again, who are scrambling. The one good thing about their res prior is that he was able to come back straight on his box, but this Chris is down. Oh no, this is a disaster for them. They're trying to hold on to this position, but 100 ADR as well as Geeky are just crushing down on them.
Well, yeah, Geeky came back and they've just completely dropped the ball, and 100 ADR sort of freely run through the south side here. They've now picked, obviously, them up. They have to reposition here. Brexto is further out of water treatment, and Na'Vi hearing the commotion, knowing they've got teams in front of them in the compound before with Slam G and VP. They even reposition now because they're looking to farm points.
Yeah, the fact that Example also has some line of sights on Geeky's position makes it a little bit wary. Na'Vi, as you say, is just moving in north of it. This is going to become a bloodbath. Anybody coming out from here is going to be deservedly granted a lot of kills. Wookie goes for the spray. Hicks will finish that off against Kiliakai as well. A good little 1-2 punch coming in from them. ADR are absolutely dismantling the position of Ascend at the moment. Maybe Geeky can clean things up, or Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think it might be Na'Vi. They've got the elevation. It's going to be Na'Vi for one at least. Final kill by 100 ADR, claiming kills during that. Boostix, though, let's see, get the kill and confirm on VP. Yeah, Na'Vi's position. They've just got the elevation. What a play in Hackatori. 1 and 2. Storm adding to the count of Na'Vi.
Morgoth takes Beamy again. Beamy down and out for the count as he's finished off. To Slam G. Still in the midst of some of these VP members, though, as Ibby is still looking their way as well. They'll be looking for a little bit of retribution, a little bit of revenge. Nade goes forwards against that car.
Oh my God.
Perfect stuff coming in from Nixie. He's waiting. Can he post that? If he posts that through the window, that'd be insane, but it's not going to be the case. Goes for a spray preemptively, but 8C finishes him off. It's kind of a third party from the distance here, once again by Foot.
FUT Esports need kills, right? So normally we see teams play into the compound, not leave, but because they hear the commotion, they hear it still going, they have to leave. They look at what they can do. But they've got to get the conversion. Just in mind, trying to get the conversions. GK wrapped in on that Wester bike. He's keeping him alive just about here, but Lou has got a better position. The cars, they come crashing in towards Lou. Spray gets get across, but not going to be the case. And FUT Esports eventually denying out on the east.
Not bad at all here, though, but Geeky in the middle of everything. Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds was ever the opportunist. He just see him on the corner, though. He saw his head. Oh, perfect stuff from Lou to be able to react. Tries to do a little bit of a dance here against Diffex, but it's not going to be the case. Reinforcements on the way here for Example to try and finish off everything if they can try and get there before that flush comes through, but not going to be the case. He will finish it up.
Not going to be the case now. Nade goes through on one side. Perfectix, he's got the jammer pack so he can run around on the blue. Now going to be able to use the shield as a cover, but the shield deters his shots, though, a little bit here. The Example does find Diffix. There's one, there's two, and the remaining player for Geeko, who's Quizzy, who was anchoring a little bit closer towards the zone. He's going to be the sole survivor from the squad.
It's a bit of a shame for Twisted, actually, with their move across the road and being able to solidify that, because I don't think they expected Geek to push into that warehouse, which wasn't really ever going to be a prio spot towards this next circle. But So yeah, not what they expected, and they were definitely caught off guard with only one down. But Geek now with only one alive. Quizzy again, of all people. I think Twisted Minds should be able to dislodge him, but we've seen crazy things happen.
I've sent two this way. I wouldn't be too surprised if Batalions goes for that recall system, but it depends how much they want to sort of commit this way. And actually doesn't. It goes on past, so he's going to be looking to try and take the fight from in zone here. Na'Vi, unfortunately, going down. Esports starting to activate slightly. He's going to fall. 6 teams now remain. Esports, they need kills, but they're claiming them at the moment.
There's no time for it if you want to try and do something like what's going on over there with Twisted Minds, right? At the same time with Quizzy going down, at least they've got a little bit of a reprieve here, but everyone peeking over some of these hillsides. Na'Vi in the midst of things with fun, but once again gets themselves more kills on the board. You need to go absolutely mental here with the kills, Foot, if you want to get up this leaderboard.
Well, they are going nuclear at the moment. Down to a 2. Difficult to try and get any more back. Ain't seeing Needix though. Gonna have to try and hold the line, but they've got the elevation. Molodoc though does put him down as BB have sort of swept their way through in the north. Uncontended. It's all been happening on the south side. And Skittles, so causing damage as well, but Effectix will fall.
We could be in a situation where BB team, though, if they continue in this game, they'll be number 1 and would be big Bestalock Gaming up at number 1 there. It's just... They have looked fantastic in 2025 so far, and they're continuing to do so. They know that there potentially is some Foot members lurking around them. So keep on locking it down. Look at Besto. You are so far away from the rest of your team, but this is the confidence coming out from BB team.
The confidence coming in from BB team and the confidence from the BRDM. 4 teams remain, so 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 1. But one of those squads has a BRDM. It's going to be quite hard to get up the high ground. The elevation is going to slow it down quite a bit. At this point, I think everyone knows where all the teams are, so I wouldn't be too surprised that teams like BB Team, Twisted Minds, Foot, if they can get eyes on, they might just start hammering as many shots towards that BRDM.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw even just Doozy peppering 1 or 2 shots there forwards. He knows that obviously that's really not going to do much in the short term, but in the long term, just shoot the BRDM if you've got an angle on it for a moment, because it could come back to bite you in the future if it comes in with a lot of health. You do not want to be having to deal with that.
Well, we shall wait and see how that sort of unfolds. At the moment, it's going to be scary. Let's get the 1 down, but with BB Team applying pressure. Do get 2. Jordan's final player now for them. 3 kills at the moment for Twisted Minds. Sloy, well, he's a bit further up. He hasn't got the cover. He's caught the reinforcements from the BRDM, and that's coming his way. It's going to give us so much freedom here. The zone shifts towards the north, and it's just PB Team in. But Jordan's stuck!
Run away! Oh, goes for the spray as well. He's still in. He gets himself out of the blue.
It's going to blue
gets
zone.
Out and finishes it off. Okay, this is the freest BB win of all time.
So, Needix, new boy, got a lot to prove. 4 versus 1.
Let's do it! For France!
Viva la France! That's 1! Run forward though, takes a few more shots though from Best. He has to go for the reposition, but it's going to be for not much more. A BB team, well, looking back to back. Big amount of kills though, but for Esports though, activating here for match number 8. It was good to see them looking to try and get as many kills they could on the board.
Yeah, BB team playing the retro game Lemmings and watching everybody kind of just run off a cliff at the very end and getting themselves a victory. But again, well fought on their side of the circle, right? Getting plenty of kills on the board. Martin's joining us once again. What do you make of the big Bestalock Gaming?
Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy game, wasn't it? To be honest, like, again, it's almost like a Doozy didn't get a birthday present today, so he just takes 2 wins for himself as that birthday present. Obviously, congrats to you, buddy. But yeah, that was an insane game for them, to be honest. Sure, they had some circles where it kind of worked out for them to run up the hill when it went west, but still, you stay 4 guys strong all the way to the end. You take so many fights, you get all the kills as well. Yeah, crazy game. Back to back here. BB back to back, I guess.
Nice, yeah. It looks like that, and maybe we'll see even more throughout the day, right? I mean, obviously, yesterday we were praising the fact, Mark, that Hive looked so calm, confident, and collected in some of the positions, but BB Team is one of the teams that not truly, like, pioneered this style in the region, but perfected it, I would say, in the region, and they're saying, hey, look, we can still do this.
Well, look at game number 1 of today, right? They sat on the outside and we said, like, you don't normally get that many kills, and they refused to go down with just the 5 points for the first game. Maybe they just dislike that it's only 5 points, half price chicken dinner. They have to go back to back to feel like they've had the appetite. But they are cool. They are calm and collective, and with not many teams on that sort of north, they don't sit still again. They activate. They go towards where the fights are. They try and get as many points as they can. And then it's another good game. 9 kills, 5 placement points. It's a 14-point game. They are climbing.
And of course, Martin, we talked at the beginning of the game about, okay, this is a North Circle. This is a chance for Ascend, FaZe Clan, Foot to try and get some points on the board. It does look like the only team that really was able to capitalize was Foot with 11 points.
Yeah, Foot obviously getting some points here, getting some placement. They should also take advantage of this. Them already being up there in the northern side this early, right? Having the impact they did. They poked all the teams that they knew that they potentially had to fight later game. Also kind of somewhat forcing FaZe to lose 1 or 2 players with both, James going down at the wall there, but also Fix losing. He was trying to go get the res, and he got knocked from that, right? And huge impact for Foot for that position that they had.
Yeah, really, I liked the spread overall for a long time in that game, right? Controlling a huge sway. I think it would be very easy, Mark, for a team in that position where they were to just say, okay, there's a compound in the middle of us completely free. We could just sit here and chill and wait. But no, they were very, very keen on being able to poke at everyone, like Martin was saying.
Yeah, they could have easily thrown out the anchor and just not moved, you're right.
Yeah.
But I suppose part of it, though, coming into this, they were so far on the leaderboard that it's just not going to be the case. And it's not the style that we've seen in third person for Foot as well. Yes, I know they've changed 50% of the roster and they have to figure that piece out. But it was good to see. They held some really open terrain, but they were constantly a pressure on the east. Obviously getting that initial knockdown on FaZe, that didn't help them, and then they saw the third parties come in, but they were never wanting or being that far away. And when the time was right, they swept in, they cleared up the teams that remain, they got some points, and then they were just trying to find anything they could. So I like what we see. They just got to keep that level of aggression up now.
And they move into 8th place. The problem I do see, though, Martin, is that we're nearing the halfway point, and the gap between 1st and 8th is extreme. This is a problem for some of those teams towards the bottom.
On the other side, though, there's only 16 points between 15th and 6th, right? So all the teams on the kind of right side, they still have an open door, but yeah, there's a big gap. The top 3 right now is really putting some distance between themselves here. If Navi had a little bit more placement points, they'd be in there as well. But it's nice to see that we have a top 3 where it's only 9 points difference here. So still everything to be played for. Obviously, after the next game, we're halfway through and we're going to have a little bit more data to look at, but still it's looking like it's solidifying them. So they're putting a little bit of a foundation for them to stand on here. It's already looking like, first, second, and third they're already stepping up on the trophy board.
Yeah, a bit of a rough one for Hive in this game, right? Not really being able to get much done north of water treatment. And I'm hoping that it doesn't continue this way for the day, right, Mark? Like, they did initially get a knock and a kill, but beyond that, there was nothing more here for Hive.
Yeah, again, it's that were they looking too far backwards? They've got to go back to playing their own game, right? And that was like what we've seen from BB Team: control the area, and eventually you'll find your way in, and the points will come. I think they're looking for the points. They're looking to try and get the push where they can. They're trying to provide that kind of I suppose that pressure that you get from first place. You can kind of throw your weight around and apply pressure to the teams around you that are really desperate to try and get some points. It's not going to work for them. Intrigued what they do, because the wildcard maps we saw them actually play really well. The Taego game was really well. They took the third parties at the right time as well. So be intrigued to see, obviously, if they can do a little bit more of a reset, because Miramar is a difficult game to play, especially in TPP, because if you don't get the ridge lines right and you overcommit, you get exposed. And especially with that end zone we had, that hillside, anyone with any kind of verticality was always going to punish.
Yeah. All right. Well, of course, that means now that all of these teams move on to those wildcard maps, and Taego is next up on the cards, which was just balls to the wall crazy yesterday. I'm hoping for more of that from these teams. I mean, technically, even our Rondo was kind of crazy yesterday with the circles and how things did go down. But of course, you guys at home can be participating, not only watching, but participating. Head over to X and use the hashtag MastersMikeEMEA, and we're going to pick out some of the questions from there to answer at the end of the day. Me, Mark, and Avenger, we're going to have a good old chin wag about some of those questions, and you could potentially win some G-Coin if you're question is chosen as well. And don't forget to scan the QR code and give the feedback regarding TPP and PUBG Esports as it is going on here in 2025. Martin, you're looking dashing. How do you look so dashing in this lovely photo?
That's great. You know, it's when you get a photographer to go and say, "Hey, I've got some extra time. We'll go put a suit on. We'll get some pictures." I believe this is from Riyadh in 23.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought it was from my wedding. This is it's the same photo. Every single photo I see of you, I'm like, he just looks.
I
he
just
looks
constantly
the same.
run around like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like stroking.
Somebody super glued it on.
Stroking the
Like,
beard that I don't have all the time. You know.
Yeah. Well, you hang out with so many bearded people. Surely there's got to be a little bit of beard envy. No, nothing.
No, absolutely not. No, I mean, you guys look great. Some of our other colleagues, they took years to grow their beard, and I respect that. And I don't want to use 2 or 3 years to grow a beard that looks scuffy, you know, scruffy. I don't like that.
Scruffy and scuffy. Okay, we'll take it. All right. Well, I guess going on to Taego, I'm hoping that we get to see these teams continue to thrive at the very top, as BB Team so far has been able to win back to back, and they are not a stranger to be able to win back to back. This is the kind of pedigree and prestige that a team like BB Team, our current PGS champions, is able to bring to the leaderboards. Mark, any thoughts before we head on in?
So what you said in PC, I mean, is this BB's year? Every event seems to be consistent. They are going back to backs, and most events as well. So they have the capabilities to get another one. Can they control the chaos? That could be a wildcard map, 100%. So just feels like maybe they were disappointed with yesterday's performance. That wasn't that bad, and they've come to prove a point because they're eager to move on.
You've actually made a good point there, Mark, because they were almost my Tornado Energy gambit, right? Where I was constantly saying, Tornado Energy, eventually they're going to win a tournament, and they did. And then with BB Team, I was saying, they're eventually going to win an international, Martin, and they did. I'm curious, who should I go for next, Martin, to bank on for the next 2 years until they win a tournament?
For me, like, you just continue to bang on BB Team here. You know, like,
you think so?
It's almost like you've got your thing. Like, you just call it, and then once you hit like the big one, you got to hit them with the, and then you just go full send.
Why did you press that button?
And for me, BB Team here, like, they are, with the synergy that they're bringing, with the fragging power that they're bringing, and with the confidence and kind of comfort that the guys have being on LAN, I actually am super impressed with what they've been able to bring both online and offline. So once we get deeper in the year, like, yeah, I'm expecting big things for them. And again, yeah, obviously congrats to Adusa for his birthday here, but he's still young. He's still in there, you know, we can still see big things from him and from the guys on the team.
So you think there's another one in their future for 2025? All right, I'll take it to the bank, Avenger. I'm going with it. All right. Well, thank you very much, boys. I am going to depart. You boys are going to take over the wild card. It's Eminem. It's Mark and Martin.
Thank you so much, James. Yeah, we are going to be back here in the Buksanza. It's, you know, the home turf of Faceland for time and time again here, Mark. But yesterday we had a crazy game on Taego. We saw win or die survive the burger onslaught from Twisted Minds. But yeah, we had some crazy games on the wildcard maps. I think the circles for me has been what's really stepped it up for yesterday. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I'm actually surprised that I didn't get subbed out for this one. I thought James was going to like pull rank or something, and I was going to be like, I'm doing another Taego. You can sit down and watch. But yeah, the circles have been a massive impact. They have been a massive impact. But it's against how do you play them? And the story yesterday was about Hive's control, right?
Right.
They played well. They controlled the zones nicely as well. This time they've got a little bit of less control because there's a difference here. Presenti's gone quite early from the guys. Maybe he's looking for the car and work his way around to go dock, but he could get punished if Foot looked to cross over early.
They're just trying to get to Jong at this point, right? He's going to get a car on that corner. Should quite easily be able to grab that and get in there. The question is really then, with this circle and with this playing path here, we are probably going to have a circle that should be further away from Hive with what we've been seeing. No, but it's actually quite easy for them to get in here. But then again, likely for them with this first circle, how it kind of looks, it's likely for them to having to cross on the southern side, right? They probably have to go fishing camp side or on the western side. Hopefully for them, no bridge camp is going to happen unless we see that northern absolute mayhem crazy shift. I kind of hope so, but we'll see. I don't think it's likely.
You say that, I lean on that side. I know I'm an agent of chaos, right? But there's a couple of factors that I always seem to find with Taego, and it's not proven. This is just pure myth, but it seems to always pull back towards the water, right? So we have that water that runs through the middle. If it does a very hard shift up and we do hold on towards a lot of that north side, yes, it could be chaotic. Will it end there? Maybe not. But we might go down towards the west, because just sort of north of the prison, Hosan prison, that kind of little area, little water bowl where we see Arctic's now pushing sort of his way into the compound, that there is also a favoured ending as well. So I'm intrigued to see if it pulls back, especially towards the northwest here. We hold on to bits of the north, and then it sort of plays back towards that south into the open field training. That there is going to be chaos.
Yeah, I think so too. With this, though, we already see Presenti taking down 80. That's quite unfortunate for him. You were speculating that they might be losing someone else. The question is really, did Presenti take the chip with him for denying that recall mark? That's really the big one.
100%. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Hit and run. Hit and run. Wait and see. It depends if he thought other people were here. Arctic, though, as we spoke about the compound, he was in. Ascend do like to play into here quite a few times, so they do normally jump, obviously, later, depending on the flight path. Arctic, though, will have to wait. The rest of Slam G need to sort of scrabble their way down, but we just saw Mogor. He didn't have a helmet either, so yes, he's going to be able to provide some element of noise and cover, but he's going to be very careful. Sorry, he does have a helmet. He's going to be very careful when he tries to peek out as well, because there's a lot of open terrain for him to cross.
Question is really how much do they commit here? Do they bait? Do they have an idea that he's sitting just here, right? Like they must have known that he's still somewhere here since they've committed this many to him. I did just put the circle through my AI tool just to check how much of that northern circle. It is approximately 26% of the north side, so a small quarter of a chance for it to kind of end up there. We're looking at the first circle, but if we do get a hard shift, it's likely that we're gonna kind of stay up there on the northern side. But yeah, that'll be cool to see. A Slam G, though, they do wanna extract Arctics out of this one here. Do they commit to a full fight here? It is early. Do they trust themselves to win this and then get this recall back quite quickly? Or what's going to be happening here? I'd love to see Arctics get an opening knock maybe on some of the Ascent guys, and then the guys, they kind of start flowing in, because that's where it's would really start getting dirty here.
Ascending will also be questioned, like, why are they trying to commit to this? We've made a lot of noise. We've made a lot of noise.
Because they have the Panzer. That's why.
But Arctic hasn't even made noise in the context. He's not even reloaded the secondary gun as well. So he is happy just to sit here and wait. I think he's hoping someone kind of runs up on the building above him.
It's not even a high prio compound at this point, Mark. Like, we're talking like really close to that, like,
it's
border
like a phase
side.
2.
Yeah, but even like from north of Hosan prison, there's like this big bay of water that goes in. It is not that high prio. Like, it is just purely for the points for the fight here, right? There's 4 points available here, and if you're able to close it out early, there's quite a lot of recall stations quite close to them where they can just get everyone back, even if they survive just with 1 or 2 guys. That's kind of worth it. But again, Ascent looking to see, okay, are we going to get an opening knock here? We're going to get breached. And then Arctics and Slam G waiting to see, okay, do they stumble upon me and do I get a quick flush and we make it a 4 versus 3?
You're right. It's, again, I think they're looking at this gun. There's been so many shifts back this way because of that water. We've seen it pull back towards the west. But we've had an update here, Martins, and things change in updates. So we might have to wait and see. That was a big NATO in that bottom left corner. Kirukai. Oh, he's now backing up, trying to use a little bit of the elevation of the stairs. I feel for the observers here, because you know the moment they bounce away from this, you know who's going to be getting the kill.
Immediately, yeah. They're gonna like full send it in, breach the compound. We're gonna see an opening knock. So I like the 2-2 split here. We're getting a lot of information on the map. You can see here on the eastern side, we see Win or Die also fighting with Free Side and Don't Panic. Also outside the zone, again, really coming into and back into this point change here. Fights early is worth it because how little placement points are available. You only get in top 4.
He just looked down them. And I wonder if he knows. They've got to be questioning why are they pushing this location because of the position. It doesn't make sense. I think Ascend, I think they get an idea. They can see even Brex now just you're trying to use the window, trying to understand, is there someone on the outside of that wall maybe? Ascend now starting to piece the puzzle together that
You're right.
there's no reason for this team to stay. Like
slowly clearing it.
I like it. I do like it.
It's like they've eliminated almost every single angle at this point here. Like slowly walking here. Sure, it's just one guy at a time, but at this point, there's just one spot to kind of play here. And if they know this compound layout extremely well, they're going to know exactly where he is soon. But let's see how deep they go. They're not committing 2 guys to kind of run around and clear it. So it's not obvious that they know that he's still there. Otherwise, there'd be 2 men pushing it, 3 men pushing it, and clearing it together. But at this point here, they're just holding back a little bit, Mark. And that's really a defining factor of the information that they have is not full. They do not fully know if there's still one there. They might have an idea, and see Björn here, he might be having an idea that there could be a corner over there that they're looking at. Shots coming in, not connecting. Just a level 1 vest here on Björn, 30% reduction rather than the 40% the level 2 and 55% the level 3 vest they contribute to you here. So an EMT pack as well, just 1 first aid, 1 booster, not too much to play around with, and again far away from the center of the current circle.
I wonder if Kilikai's now seen him. Because he's moved into that position now. He's using that ridge
That's a good nade.
to look around. That's a great nade, though, from Lou. Doesn't quite get the connection.
Oh.
Yes, indeed. Causes some damage back as they're third partying. And Lou just going to allow the smoke to bloom before crossing back towards the safety side of the road for now. And yeah, nothing huge, long distance third party. They're going to try and claim any early points they get.
All right, Navi. Obviously putting in the punishments to the teams that are on this eastern side here, hoping for a zone shift towards their side. Twisted Minds putting in some damage towards Eternal Fire. This is a kind of an early send to that southern side. Usually you also control the other side of that compound where you have a little bit more room to kind of jump up and pull on. Artix has been Panzerfausted back to Narnia, a level 3 vest, not broken here. And yeah, the question is really now, how much do they commit now, Slam, to this? They're down a man, and Ascend has the information here. We're getting the flush from a blue zone, and they're going to be looting him later. Depending on this next zone here, obviously, Ascend could probably get out, just bring his chip, or blow it up, do something. And now for Slam, is it worth it to hold on to this for this next circle here? Like, they have a pretty good priority into the next zone if it goes south. And obviously not aware just yet because they haven't scouted information here, Mark.
No, that's why we see Lurex now sort of backing away towards the north. I like that it's Chris is sort of holding their anchor position as well, stopping kind of Slam G, wrapping down this ridge line we can see on Mogul's left-hand side. So let's have a look. Here comes that zone shift. There is that west shift that I talk about. It does go back towards the water, and it's that little bit of water in the southwest corner. That's why they play for this area. Now, there's a big question here for Slam G. They will know teams should be shifting towards this mound because this mound is going to be really crucial. So I won't be too surprised for them to now shift it and apply pressure towards Ascend because they need to find somewhere to live because these teams got to get moving.
I've had so many circles in this area, Mark. Like it's actually crazy. This west of between Fishing Camp and Abho, it's nuts here. While we see Example getting knocked down here by Schiller. Twisted Minds on a big fight here. More utility getting committed here. Lou is going to get down by the nade too. Flushed out as well. Not really worth it for this fight here at this current time. Shot coming in as well. Face Clan is down on 16th. While we see a pull up here from Beamy and the boys from BP. Example is flushed here. Schiller and Eternal Fire is down to just 2 guys.
Two guys trying to take on. Oh my god, Perfectix. Flash comes over, he steps out though. Does go down towards 1 HP. Freeside looking to try and get some points as well. So they're coming in for the third party. Battalions coming for some reinforcements. We're going to be there, but the back has been exposed. Total Fire will now find 2, but down to a solo body. Oh, they're giving it
mark.
to it,
It's
look.
outside the zone. Freeside is pulling up. It's like 3 points. Batoon is like, okay, this is not worth it. There's another team coming in here. Eternal Fire, obviously down to just one player. He's going to have to try to see, can he make something happen out of this here? Or Freeside just going to sweep in and take the remaining points available in this compound here. Well, we see Ascent. Shots coming in. Mogor goes down. Kilyakai gets the flush onto Mogor. Ascent looking strong here from this compound with the points gained.
They have to hold it. They have to hold it. And they also potentially have to have a foothold in that mound as well. 100 ADR have backfilled. Slamgy have gone for a full commitment as well. Kidikai with a spray onto the top. Sees the position there. Eternal Fire are going to fall with the C4 for crazy. 15th place for them. It's going to fall out. Burn. Reinforcements. As I send, it's critical that they win the victory here, but they've got to do it quick.
Look at the setup here, Mark. Like, it's a 2-2 on each side here. Nice shots coming in. Kilyakai down to just 14 HP. Double nade from Boosted.
Oh my god.
Insane nade. Makes it a 2 versus 2. And Kilyakai has to heal, has to stim. Now they got the angle. Now they got the upper hand.
How? Oh, it hit the aerial. That would have been a really good nade as well. One nade opening here for Slam G. Ascend up bodies though. Flash does get a catch. He runs towards the corner. Brex though has to bounce the nade off the kitchen wall. Goes round the corner, not too far away. They are repositioning already. Brex, well, just short of an opportunity to get another knock.
That's a great flashbang. And he just immediately knew, go to that corner. He'll be open to it. Lurix takes down Kilyakai. Brexco, last player here from Ascend. Delayed for a long time. Shots coming in from the other side as well. That's 100 ADR contributing here, Mark.
There's that contribution. I was waiting for it to happen. The time is still ticking with this fight. Next one's going to try and pop the smoke. Here's the body's now running the outside, but they saw his head. Brex down, gets Kilyakai, and Boostig will finish things off though as he does deny Brex. So yes, they are down a body. Yes, Ascend had the upper hand, but Slam G slam their way into the compound, and there again is the next shift. Again, we go towards the west. Hive, oh Hive. The zone continues to go their way.
This is a great one here. This is actually the first time we really see a somewhat gifted zone towards Hive's side. The 3 games that they won, they had to really work, had to really move, had to get into the zones here. Now, this western shift here really sets up a great opportunity for them to get another win on the board. They have a greedy split 4 ways. Not really playing together just yet here. BB team with the back-to-back. 2 kills already for them as well. Pushing GK a little bit further away from them. They have this little dip with the cast working. It's not as strong in TPP as it is in FPP, as you can peek over a little bit more easily here. And that's what GK is trying to really take advantage of at this point.
Actually, I do like this position. Actually, you're right. It is a lot easier to play in an FPP format than a TPP format. Hive, gifted zone. But definitely we've still got the gift of the... I suppose Ainsley's Bluestone chip, because Footy Sports have been following the rotation. Just keeping an eye on the map feed. They haven't actually passed any recall stations, or actually gone towards one of them. So it kind of tells me that they might be playing this game out as a 3.
Let's see what can happen here from this one. Can he get a connection? Spire with the nade here up front. Has to cover from the smokes. Has to cover from the cast from the side here. Could make something happen. Beamy gets extends down with the MK. Nice shots coming in here, connecting a little bit more. Phil first taking a lot of damage. Spyro finds Phil first, and now the scent comes in. Molodox runs towards the smokes without a helmet on. Barrel in hand though. This close here could make something happen.
Oh
nice shots coming in. Gets down Sparrow. And now Peccatori on the other side gets damage done as well. He has to heal 14 HP, 17 HP with the tick. PewDiePie finds a doozy. Full on fight here between GK and BB team.
Love that Monodot though, push towards the fight. No helmet though, looking to try and drive forward. He gets confirmation, and BWD plays peekaboo. I see you. Now BB team get denied the opportunity to go back to back to back. They're going to fall in 12th place now. Back to the action on the other side, which is still very much in the outside edge of zone. Now we rotate their way around from Fishing Camp, but they run into Skittles here. We have a few knocks. Looking to try and get a few more. You launch the nade, try to figure out where this final player is lurking.
Lucan with the utility right there. Shots coming in. 46 HP. Has to heal at this point. Hakamari running in as well. Can Navi do something here? Can he potentially clutch? Bluestone's coming in. Damage done. ticking quite a lot. Okay, yeah, flush comes in. Hadouken onto Hakatori. Hadouken with 3 so far, looking good. Now the surprise comes in, extends, swings around. Nice shots coming in from Hadouken, takes down Ferris.
That was a Hadouken and a half. Airborne though, and he climbs out the gutter and he hits another Hadouken and sends will fall. Na'Vi, well, that's going to be 11th place for them. The zone shifted away. VP next waiting, and the zone continues to shift over towards the west here. 10 teams now remain, 27 players. So Skittles trying to keep the bodies up. But phase number 4, it's going to be hurting.
And with this zone here, it took so long for any teams to get into this compound that were available. But Slam G managed to backfill them. They're actually doing the recall on them. Presenti and Hive trying to maintain the control on the northern side here, Mark. Don't panic. It's trying to drive in CCI next. We're down to just 25 players with 17 minutes left remaining. It's really been a chaotic circle, especially with the hard shift on the western side here. It's just extremely difficult for the teams to come in when there's not that much space available on the eastern side, and it kept shifting on the west.
We lost so many teams with that shift on those rotation. Toolins, he's on the run. It's by fishing camp. He's going to come in behind
Hadouken.
Sort of VP location. It was more of a button spam, wasn't it? It was more Hadouken, Hadouken, Hadouken. Na'Vi will fall.
Yeah, I mean, if Batulins runs in, never mind, but Beamy finds him. He's dead. I don't want to speculate, but he could run in that direction where there was, all of Na'Vi died, and maybe find some more first aids, potentially making a deeper run of it. But yeah, VP, they're just too good at kill feed tracking, too good of information that there should be teams coming in from the eastern side. And there was PewDieD potentially running into Scav here. Shots coming in. Oh, he's just driving too fast. PewDieD too fast to catch. He's sending on the western side here. I like that Foot is setting up, trying to maybe lock down this western side for them. And now the pull-up. Oh my god, he turns on him. P90 in hand on T-Bone, but PewDieD just turned on him, completely destroying him. T-Bone flushed as well in shambles. PewDieD managed to get one more point on the board for them, but PK down in 9th place outside the placement points, obviously here with the top 4 only.
He's just flying by, looking for kills. Well, it's going to be difficult now for the guys. They do get the chip. Obviously, do have a recall system in, but he's being held out by Slam G at the moment, though. 100 ADR. We'll have to try and dance through the vehicle.
That's not an optimal open spot to play at this point here. Like when the teams on the northern side, they have all the riches. That's where you kind of want to control. Free side here with 5 kills though, Mark. It's looking good for them. Controlling the southern side here. Hadouken is out in 8th place here, but what a great effort from her in this game.
Yep, had to hold the line. I did. Free side. Got the bodies up. They all spread out on the sort of south side, waiting for the shift now. We do see it come towards that T-junction quite a lot. These teams, especially like Hive, waiting for that shift away. It does go shift away, but it does hold on to a lot more of that compound. So Slam G have a lot of real estate now to try and hold. People like Freeside might just be looking into the corner going, do you know what, we might be able to crash our way in.
This circle here, Slam G managing to take this compound that was just completely free and available until phase 3, maybe 3.5 even. And they also properly managed to... Did they get the recall in? This is I think it is arriving soon. It looked like they were able to get it, but yeah, let's see.
They're getting it now, look.
They're getting it now. Okay, that's crazy. More shots coming in. Opium's kid found Ibiza and flushed him as well. This is a bit of a rough fight here. And Huik as well finds Correctzy. Now just down to Beamy and Nixie. Now, okay, shots here. Great peek from Nixie here with this angle.
Hopping his way through the car, doing the damage. Nades will come out. Now going to use the ability to look around the corner. Gets caught though with a flash, but the smoke's already starting to bloom, so give him a little bit of coverage. Beamy, he finds a new angle, but he does look to try and get one, but there comes Sad Kid again, putting Beamy down.
CCINX is still driving around here, trying to get in, and he's going to get into the compound here quite freely while the fight's happening with Freeside. Nixie trying to find... Oh, that's a flush on a teammate here. Trying to find the boys. They're running in here. Blue zone. Molly in hand. Okay, yeah, sure. He has one... Oh, that's just going to hit just in time. Could he maybe get... Oh, he finds one. Yeah, quite easy there. Great points for him. Now he's used the first stage. He has plenty of boxes available while we see Slam G boosting on 5. Finds Quintex now with the fight here with Freeside, Mark.
Yeah, it had 8 first aids as well, but yeah, so many boxes there. Fortunately for the guys from 100 ADR by the end, as they were now full. Nixie, too far to go. A lot of teams obviously have focused in on the compound now. And then here comes that recall. Final recall will work its way down. He has to try and get down pretty quickly. So teams like Hive, for Esports, in the compound, there's only really one place a player is going to go, but it is a late callback.
It is. And it's only Mogor. What happened to Arctics? I actually didn't see that while we saw all the fights. Nidix with the Panzerfaust available, Scav as well, shots coming in here. It's just too late. It's like the E pickup here, Mark. Like when you're doing it after phase 3, phase 4, then that's where you really see the teams punishing, the teams trying to get in here. And on top of that, like you're coming in from a recall, you don't have a vest, you don't have that damage reduction, so you're taking so much damage. Lurix gets found as well. Let's see if Hive gets the free win from the Northern Shift here, or we see a compound fight towards the late game.
Difficult, right? Because you also got, I think, might have been you, Martin. It's definitely you or James. Definitely wasn't me. I can hold my hands up. But you guys were talking about actually.
Great. I like that.
But actually getting a recall back this late can be negative as well. Some people just think like, hey, for me, oh my God, I can get my player back. I can get more bodies back, right? But actually, you've just given for Esports another point.
Yep, for sure. Now Hive, they need to consider here, do we breach this compound? Do we try to play late outside? This open space in between where they are now and the open road that has absolutely no cover. It offers a little bit of cover, a little bit of trees, a little bit of riches here. They can still play inside. I'd like to see them probably wait until we see another team fight inside the compound, which is very unlikely with this next zone here to happen. Nixie, meanwhile, gets inside the zone actually, while all the other teams inside play extremely slow here. It's just going to be a pseudo-urban ending, Mark. We're not going to see teams fight until they're forced to do so by this zone here. Once they've occupied some of the houses and compounds that is offering safety, we're not really going to see them make big moves. Unless, yeah, maybe they hear a car coming in. This is a good angle. They can deny that. And Nixie is trying to get some more information. This is a really tight angle. It's probably not going to be able to see that when you look from Nixie's POV. With how good this TPP kind of peak is for Maver.
Yeah, Maver's in a really good spot, right? He's seen the car. Drops coming down. That's going to try and help replenish Nixie to a degree. So he's got a lot of loot in front of him, even though able to hold. There goes the recall block. So if anyone is carrying those blue chips, it's for no more. But you're right. Very urban ending. Actually, a Taego map, which we normally have very open terrain, open field endings. So a little bit different here. We have the ability to shift on the outside, so it's going to force some of these teams to fight. But for a team like Hive, they're the only ones now remaining out on the other side of the roads. They've got complete freedom of movement, but they've only had 1 kill so far.
All right. More drops coming in. It's almost like the entire circle here is covered by drops because of this absolute crazy spam of it. Nixie could have an angle to just run to that, but Maver is trying to deny. Look at that. Get over here, Nixie. There's a free crate, 3 gear available to you. CCI next as well with the top 6 soon inside the placement points. A lot of solos here. VP, Slam, and Don't Panic. Half of the teams with just 1 player. Well, meanwhile, Hive obviously trying to make the most out of this one here. Nixie, more damage taken. Tries to commit a little bit more util to try to go to get deeper into the circle or potentially to that crate. Decides that it's probably not worth it. If I was him at this point, right, you smoke left and you drive with the car right to try to get into the compound.
Mind games. Love it. Drop a shoulder one way, go the other way to find yourself a grows. That's what he knows. He can feel it. It's pulsing to him to try and get to it.
He's not even going to take that. Like, he has a 5-5 out set up, right? He's not even going to take it. Okay, nice circle. That's perfect.
Super urban.
Exactly how it should be. Pseudo-urban ending. Look at that. He did it. Smoke left, drive right. I like it. So boost stick absolutely destroyed him. Again, because of TPP, he's able to get all the information to just stand up in perfect time for him to take him down here. And unfortunately for Nixie here, he could probably have done quite a lot from this side here, but with a boosted angle, yeah, just completely destroyed him. Nidix and Scav on the other side here. They are controlling this western side. Split in 2 different spots, though. Depending on where Hive decides to breach, then it'll be different. They actually decide to go on this northwestern side where Foot is. Unfortunate for them, but look at that. CCINX trying to connect, Mark. didn't make most of it. Links outside, you see it.
Yeah, he's holding anchor on the links. But even look, don't panic on pushing the team further afield, right? As long as CCI can go, look, do you know what? You're crashing here, that's okay. But forcing them away towards the west, that'll be in his favour. Enix, though, is waiting for more bodies to explode before they launch out. Scav just above. So again, it's about getting information from Nedix, though, is going to be key.
This is actually not that good of an angle. When you run up the stairs, when you turn around, you can angle the TPP view so you can actually see on the roof. So before they expose themselves running up the stairs, if you angle the camera correctly, you'll be able to see it. Dante found CCI next with a Lynx headshot inside that, and also another Panzerfaust on Presenti's hands.
Yeah, for Esports, though, hearing that. Trying to reposition now. Scav having a util dump. Oh, one more.
One more bing bang bosh.
Oh, gets
2 damage
caught
on that. It got stuck under. Okay, here you go.
Eventually, the one that was furthest away bounced around, eventually got him. But continuous damage. The molly is going to cause issues as well. Schengen looking to try and work their way in. Nedix is still disciplined here. I think he's now seeing the player. Does he launch the Panzer now?
You can see above.
Yeah. Thought he was going to go launch the.
He's going to wait. He knows, like, they're aware. They probably kill feed counter quite well here. They're going to know that Slam is down to just 1 or 2 players. Probably don't know how many of Freeside is left. Maybe they know it's 2, but with the proper counting tracking here, there's more points available. 1 kill on one of the other teams, if it's Slam G or whatever, you're going to be able to get 2 points from it.
He's going to charge his way forward. We're on the top 4 position now. Hive, well, they kept disciplines, they kept cool, they kept collective, and they found themselves with 4 bodies remaining. It's a 4 versus 2 versus 1 versus 1. It's all really for Freeside and Foot Tip. Can they salvage any more points to try and close that gap to that mid-pack in the table?
It's kind of crazy. Hive is going to win their 4th game out of 9 here, Mark, right? But still, not until the game is over. They're not going to pass BP team. Obviously, with the back-to-back is huge. But BP did not win any games. They won here. Boostic found Snedex. Again, this angle is just disgusting. He finds another one onto Freeside. Maver goes down. And now it's just Cantix. Boostic has to heal. Oh, look at that. More stuff coming down into his head. The Doritos are falling. Oh. Oh.
Saw 1, he saw 2. Doesn't quite clear the reach. That's unfortunate for him. But he's applying pressure, right? Again, he's how he breaks these end games down is insane. Surprise! Oh, the Panzer not just running around. He's going to try and get the confirmation. Cantus able to get the knockdown as he pops out the little window. Now he gets caught out. Boostic applying the pressure on the other side. Maver does get flash. Boostic comes in. He goes to the spray. Does catch him, but he has to turn back round because Hive are closing in.
He has an emergency cover as well. Throw it right now so you can defend yourself with stuff falling from the sky. Maver with the angle grows on hands of this.
That's good molly.
To his right. He's on fire.
He's going to run out on fire.
Oh, so unfortunate.
Oh, that is unfortunate. There might have been an extra boost there from Freeside, igniting their own bodies, but it is going to be a Hive victory. Cool, calm, and collective, but they didn't get the kills there, James.
Now, I'm tickled by the fact that we have a 10-point win. Which, if this was the old system in inverted commas, then of course that would be a 0-kill game. But
the pacifist win.
The pacifist win, yeah, but no, not to be this time around. A good another win, number 4 here by Hive, being able to put it on the board, Mark. And it was a slow one this time around, and I think they were probably thinking about how they were going to breach onto this urban ending for a long time, given they didn't really have much contention in the north.
No, they extended over towards the north very early on. They got the cars. They did pick up an early kill against Foot Esports, but the zone gifted their way. West and west we went, and no one actually surprised me. Really went for that wide rotation onto the North Island and sort of pushing into their location. We saw Foot do that, but they came over the water and they played very much aggressively on the west, and they worked their way around them. So Hive uncontested. No one really pushed their way. They kept cool, calm, and collective. They found themselves a win.
Are these teams going to share any of these chicken dinners, Martin?
No. It's going to be PP Team and Hive all day. Maybe a Twisted Minds today. Maybe a EK. Yeah, that could happen once we get down the line here. But yeah, Rondo is probably all the other teams' best chance to win anything here at this point.
Yeah, it's been rough so far for the other teams languishing down towards the bottom, because these fat cats towards the top are gaining so many points, sponging up so much. And of course,
famine.
in terms of what's going on for Masters West, right, it's clearly what seems to be the case is accumulated points. So this is really setting them ahead of the pack here. But as much as Hive gets the win, Martin, it will be SlamG with the 9 kills walking away with it.
Yeah, don't get me started on this one, right? We have a Western shift in phase 3. Hive is full center, and they haven't scouted the compound that is available in the middle. Obviously, it's a huge compound. You don't really play that. It's like a pseudo-urban ending here. But we only had BB Team and GK inside that shift. Everyone else was on the eastern side, all outside, all on the other island, all fighting in the blue, right? What was most impressive was actually Freeside that managed to get into this compound here, being one of the teams that was on the furthest eastern side. Remember, they were fighting with Eternal Fire and Twisted Minds. They were clearing up that on that far eastern side. For them to get in and get this many points out of it, that's super impressive. But it was cool to see SlamG kind of trying to survive a little bit, trying to get into this compound here. If they realized it was free a little bit earlier, they could potentially have been a 4-man and actually really contest Hive's last kind of efforts here. But yeah, Boostic tried to make the most out of it.
Yeah, proper war. SlamG, I mean, dealing with Ascend in the way that they did as well, Mark, at the beginning of all of this. It was a slow and steady fight. Hive takes number 1 again. But for Ascend, still no placement, still down towards the bottom. Likewise, so is FaZe, who ended up scrambling for Ascend and then running each other over. It's looking rough for these teams at the bottom.
It surprises me, though, because Ascend had the upper hand. They were smart enough to figure out there's someone in the compound. But when push come to shove and the zone shift went towards the west, SlamG crashed in. The only question I've got after all of that is, why didn't they get Arctics back? Because they played into a compound that was free, that had a recall system as well. But SlamG opted just to try and take the victory without getting a win, with the kills and without Arctics.
It does make you wonder. I mean, if you've got someone like Boostic on your side, right? I mean, that double nade against Ascend really opened up so much for them in that fight, to the point where they were able to kind of snowball it and make things happen for them. So technically what to me started out as a salvage game became a brilliant game for them overall. And you guys can give us some brilliant feedback as well over with the QR code that you can see at the bottom of your screen right now for TPP in PUBG Esports and everything that is currently going on with that. So make sure to head on over there whilst you're watching these games, because of course in a few moments we will have a break. So that's a perfect time to be able to do it. And you can also submit your questions with the hashtag MastersMikeEMEA over on X as well, as that handsome face stares you down. And Martin wants all of your juicy questions, don't you, Martin?
I love the questions. Give me more of the questions. We have good amounts here. We need a few more so we can pick that for the last stage of the day.
Definitely so. You can also win yourself some G-Coin from all of that as well.
Tons of G-Coin.
Yeah, tons of G-Coin. Tons of G. We love the G-Coin, especially with the new collaboration coming up, actually, Mark. You a fan of K-pop, Mark?
Loving to learn it, because I am working my way over there, so I'm listening a little bit more, but I'm a househead by trade, so still a little bit more longer to go, mate.
Okay. We'll see what happens when you go over to Korea. I'll come back with all the K-pop stuff. He's going to be loving it.
Might happen.
All right, we're going to go to a break, ladies and gents, and when we return, we have 3 more games for day 2 of the EMEA Masters. See you in a few.
Hey guys, welcome in. I'm Mark Power, joined by the amazing Martin, aka Avenger, the superstar, the big brains behind it, and we're going to bring a little bit of an insight into TPP and some of the techniques that some of these players will be using to take advantage of an offensive and defensive side of things. Martin, obviously with TPP, we have an extra viewpoint that some of these teams and players have now started to take advantage, and I know you want to bring some tips to the audience, actually, how they can improve their game style and gameplay.
Yeah, it's obviously something that's huge, that if you've gone from only playing in FPP to playing TPP, there's a huge amount of advantages that you can take. The information that you're able to get from behind cover and without your enemy seeing you, that's obviously something that's massive.
Well, let's actually look at some of this though, because the biggest thing, and one of the biggest takes that I've had, is actually people being able to not expose their body, especially when it comes down to sort of a crash in a compound. I'm sitting on the outside of a compound at the moment. I'm looking in to try and breach and try and make a crash. You've got the best place for now for the defensive, but as I can see, Now, I can't see you at all. There is no visualization. I can't see you peeking in the window, but you can clearly see me scouting in at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Like I see you without you. Like you're not gonna be able to see me at all. You see me now here, but here I'll be able to see your exact movement. I'll be able to communicate to teammates exactly where you are, and all this information here without exposing yourself is obviously something that's massive in TPP. And also for further planning how you're gonna kind of approach if this server goes away. So let's say your side that I'm gonna have to move. That's something that's massive, and you can actually see exactly how you're gonna be approaching that. And we can take that further. Actually, like I haven't exposed myself yet, but maybe even after I started shooting, you know, you can start driving as well. And the drive scouting and getting information without being able to expose yourself, where you're able to kind of peek around things and drive into situations where you are and put yourself into positions where you're not going to be able to say, okay, I've not been able to see him. But most importantly, here in a spot like this, you're not able to see me, but I'm going to be able to spot you, even though you're not able to shoot me, right? So these spots and locations are massive. And then going even further, we can say, let's say that you've shot at me a little bit, or me and my teammate we're pulling up. Also, the TPP peeking behind cover, such as ridges and stuff like this, is also massive. Like how you're going to be able to plan. We've been able to see that in Masters, and we're going to be able to see that in, you know, going into further tournaments. I know exactly where we are. I can pre-plan my peaks with this, and this is exactly how we've seen so many players, you know, shooting, peaking extremely quickly without exposing themselves. Like that is just some next level stuff here in TPP, and that is why it is a little bit of getting used to when you go from FPP to TPP.
Yeah, it's that little step back, being able to sort of plan, as you said before. We've already seen it, especially in Masters #1, and we're going to definitely see it in Masters 2, where these players can pre-fire, pre-line up those shots and get the advantage. A lot more aggressive action. Last little thing from me though, Martin, obviously, put you a bit on the spot when it comes down to a util point of view as well. You're sitting behind the ridge, you see where I am, and I know you've got a little flash in your back pocket. You can even pre-attack, preempt when it comes down to util dumping smokes, and obviously flashes are really, really big, especially this advantage.
Yeah, that's huge. It's massive to be able to exactly pinpoint where these things are, and you're just going to be able to destroy. And this is, like, I mean, utility in late game, mid to late game is obviously something that's extremely important, but utility in TPP, you see so much util dump once we get to Masters, once we see to these pro players that are taking advantage of it. And when you have 2-3 nades, blues on top of that, you can exactly pinpoint, and you can even, you know, as a team say, okay guys, we're dumping 2-3 nades at the same time here against some teams. You're able to take advantage of that massively in TPP as well.
Well, there's a quick short insight from a defensive to an offensive point of view. The ability to use smokes and or blue zones, flash, everything else. Use the ridges to your advantage. Any more, stay tuned, and we'll see you guys on the next video.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
All right, we breached the halfway mark here for EMEA Masters, and we have got Rondo on the way. Oh no, I'm not casting. I could have got the bongos. Never mind. Okay, maybe tomorrow. As
Unfortunate situation.
I'm sorry. I apologize profusely. But yes, so far so good for all of those teams up towards the top mark who continue to just rake in the points.
As you say, Richard's getting richer at the moment. It's still the case. So Hive fully controlled. BB team looking strong as well. So looking to try and close out this second day. Still would like maybe a third team in. Kind of will we see Na'Vi make a push to try and close the gap down? Will we see kind of Geek trying to close the gap as well? So at the moment, it's looking like a Hive and BB if it continues this way.
Yeah, brutally so. Of course, yesterday on Rondo, we actually did see a little bit of lethality towards Test Track, Martin, with I think was it 100 ADR dropping against Twisted Minds there?
I will say this though, from Rondo's game yesterday, I cannot take anything away from that. That circle was just insane, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's so rare to see such an Eastern circle come so far back west. It was just absolute mayhem. So I don't want to really take too much. But I'm sure there was some contest. There were some situations where teams that were third-party in Test Track and around Factory. But yeah, it was just such a crazy circus. Like, there's nothing you can say, okay, this was the reason that happened, you know?
It's a good point. I'm sure we'll end up west of Test Track for this one. Back to normality for Rondo. We'll see how it ends up going. But for now, thank you very much, everybody tuning in around the world. It's time to hand you off here to Eminem once again. Mark and Martin here for Rondo.
Yeah, we're about speeding up here on the Test Track map. Full send. Training the electric buses here going into this spot. Yeah, obviously our Bamboo west of Test Track or the Hongshan Dangqing endings here. We've had quite a lot of tendencies once it comes to this because of the rivers, because of these high ground pillars. That works out quite well for Rondo. It's gotten pretty predictable, but yesterday, what a great way to just throw chaos into Rondo.
Yeah, it was pretty chaotic yesterday. I had one recently with down in the southwest corner. It was insane. Not going to be the case this time, as we are in the northwest, down towards an east. We do favour that sort of that top side again. We are over Test Track and the Nox Factory as well. Don't expect a hot drop here, but I would expect potentially early third-party action. But don't forget as well, a lot of these teams will be looking for the gliders with a more of a northern style plane. There's a limitation, so these teams might need to extend out a little bit further if they want to go get the elevation.
All right, that's kind of not too. We're going to be seeing some more shenanigans over on this side. 100 ADR and Twisted Minds. Let's see where the circle pops to, Mark. If they're going to have more time to have fun with it, or if we're going to be seeing it pop somewhere crazy. Oh my God, I cannot believe it. We are going east again. We're going, it's not as north as it was yesterday, but it's Mayran. It's east. It's in Narnia once again, Mark. Test Track and Neos Factory is barely in again.
Everyone's in their condos on that east side. There's so much unplayable as well, right? We've got that red line on the east that you can't go any further afield. A little bit of water on the south side, but lots of elevation. And we saw how crucial the elevation was. It held onto the zone for so long. So will these teams look at this zone and go, we committed very, very east last time and it played back to the west. Maybe let's not take as much of the zone off as we want, but good to see Geek early rotation.
Yeah, Geek is locking down Mayran early on here. With this amount of water as well, there's just a few good spots to be playing on this eastern side here. Unless, sure, we could be seeing a shift going back to west, towards the west here on that second circle. It's really what it comes down to. If you're a team on the western side, Mark, now, if you're like Ascend stuff, like you're looting probably until you find an E pickup.
Yeah. It's either that. We're saying that the Ascend might go north and get the hard spawn on the glider,
drive
right?
straight into Slam G. Yeah, that's a great idea.
But then that'd be the logic, is right? They would then go round to the north, right? And Slam G are going to go round to the north as well.
Like north of Rayan.
Where else do they go? Like Ascend are not a team that normally go get for an E rotate, right?
No,
and if they do, they play
love
later.
That. If they're that coherent, obviously they know Slam G could be looting up there in that area, but if they're that coherent and they're going to the Nanchuan Bridge and going all the way up north, actually swing around and come in from that eastern side of this circle here, that'll be massive. That'll be huge. A good amount of points probably available to them on the kills if they get deep in that. That'll be massive there. So many teams are going to be coming in from the western side. Remember, this zone is crazy for so many reasons, but the biggest reason is that you have so much water and that few bridges, that little path, that little strait of death you have east of Neox Factory. That is just such a hard pass, right? You're going to have so many teams that are setting up traps on those areas. I'd love to see maybe a Na'Vi or Win or Die do that, but I mean, they have pretty good priority in this circle here, so they're probably just going to get across it.
Say that, but then we remember we've got half-price chicken, which means we're going to be chaos. Actually, I think a lot of these teams will just look at the zone again. We are not making it. We are not making it, so we need to get some kills. Freeside will extend over. A couple of shots do come in. The car gets away. Crazy, not in the craziest position to be able to cause some more damage, but Shida sends back to the compound. Do they even know that they've got a player there?
Oh, Quintex. Huge for Quintex with the barrel. He has a red dot on it. He didn't have to go for the Iron Side spray. Now more of the Eternal Fire pulling up here. We're seeing backfill as well from Freeside. Super early fight here. TPP viewing nice shots coming in and connecting. Code Marco turns it around as well. Gets that on the Mad. Finds Quintex Freeside and shambles at this point.
Yeah, and the Mad just held on the outside. He knew that they were going to try and crash their way in, so it wasn't going to be the case. There you go. He tries to get another angle, a cheeky angle, but it's just not going to work out in his favor.
Yeah, they're just disengaging here. Probably just going to pick him up here with one helmet as well. Do they stay here, though, now and wait maybe to get the blue chips back? I don't really see that happening, but again, this is a little bit rough side for them. And they're just going to be leaving Freeside here just down to 2. I don't really see them coming back into this and trying to get the blue chips.
It doesn't go that far, though, right? Okay, yeah, it is a bit of a commit to come back, but it's not.
They're going to be
far from zone here.
Or bring it. Like they're just going to put it in the cars and just bring it with them. Hey, you want your friends back? Come get them, boys.
And that's what I'm more suspecting to happen, right? Because there's no one applying pressure now to Eternal Fire. Right, yes, we've got Skittles there. If Skittles start applying pressure, we see a couple of shots now coming out. Maybe that's not going to be the case, and maybe Freeside gets the opportunity to go back and use the recoil system.
Look at the Na'Vi setup here. This is what I'm talking about, Mark. Like that setup on that pass in between the water, in between the rivers there, that is going to be so rough. BB team here, obviously also in a pretty decent spot here, coming in from Jadena, Moldoct, and the guys are going to have a pretty decent spot here. Shots coming now from Babuki. And this is exactly here I'm talking about. This is such a rough area to cross. And if the guys that are driving, just south of Lower Shin, they're going to be driving into Na'Vi if they get too close. But it's also a good spot to kind of semi-commit to both sides. You know what I mean? You're going to have an entry point both to the west circle and the east circle. So no matter what for them, they have a huge opportunity to really get points on this one here. If anyone else drives up to them, it's almost impossible to see if there's anyone there. This is also a great compound if we get that eastern shift, because it kind of shifts towards this way. We have this middle shift. Fairest trying to get some more information with the boss. Probably knows that the BB team's up there, and now that his teammate was shooting a little bit against him here. Now, this is a Western standoff here. This is just going to take 5-10 more minutes before we see anything unfolding here, depending on the next circle too. Example's trying to get an angle, but yeah. And our phase, obviously, far rotation for them. Hicks is down to just 10 HP, Mark.
It's down to 10 HP. You got to remember as well that Na'Vi have such a good choke point as well. If teams are late, stuck here fighting, they've got to rotate past them, and arguably they're not going to scout the information. Yes, I think I 100% agree with you. They're not going to be able to see too much based upon TPP and the position of the land. But if they're rushing through, if we do see any shift, that's going to play into Na'Vi. And as I said before, we need more teams to potentially step up and not allow these sort of BB team and Hive run away with it. And Na'Vi's in a great position to do it, and now in a really good position on match number 10.
Oh,
wow. How many times are you going to say that?
Every time he gets a kill. Every time.
He gets killed or gets a kill, it's going to be a head duking. I suppose we're calling his name, aren't we? And Telefado, they are crashing in. They're looking for some more kills. Already 4. They've got to try and get the res back on, but they are providing the pressure here. As they are sticking the res, but also able to econ around the corner.
Nice shots connecting here from Schiller. 250 damage done already so far. This is quite an easy clear for them. The pre-fight here with the Korean peak as well. Just really rough to play against. Code Margo gets a Duken down. And yeah, Skittles lose a player. After his last performance on the last map, like, you have to say something like that. You have to hype him up. He was crazy on Taego. Did you see it?
I might have been here. Sloy, though, for Skittles has come back. He's up in Rayam, so he's on the north side. Ascend have already bypassed him. And obviously Slam G have gone pretty much to the centre of the circle. So we are seeing that sort of northern rotation now. Backstore on the outside at edge. Keep an eye on that free side to see if they go back. Well, Lou. Nice silent shotgun. Going to put 180 yard down. And we see this a lot from 180 yard. They usually like to third party in sort of Twisted Minds position. So they are just about inside the zone. But both these teams might be looking forward. Actually, what is phase number 2 as they launch a huge Kobe. Actually kills some damage. Batulin's reminds him he's there. And the JS9 somehow nearly gets across the road. And Batulin's, nearly getting the shots back.
That's a blue zone. That's a great blue zone. Or did it go into the door and it's not going to connect? It went into the door, didn't it? Example finds Hicks's now. And yeah, the Tulins with the jammer pack. Just chilling just outside. Yeah, it went inside the door. He should have bounced on the wall, I think. That was kind of the plan for them. But yeah, at this point here, 15 seconds to go though, Mark. Surely Twisted Minds win this and kind of clean it up. Where do you want to see this next circle to pop though? Do you want some Eastern Mayhem or what?
I want it to come back west. I want to see the Navi choke point take effect.
You
and these
love
teams coming back.
the players, don't you? You just want to see them suffer.
Oh, west!
Oh,
Here we
my
go.
God.
Let's go. So, but Navi's in a really good point. We're gonna unfold your game style, your game plan. And if they go for the 2-2, if they go for the hold, they're going to be able to try and potentially catch like these teams on the rotation back. There is store water in the south, so we have to factor in where does it go, and we still have a lot of verticality with a couple of those mountains that will remain. So interesting to try and play. It's not as chaotic as a lot of people would think. I think it's the phase 3. That's going to be that punishing blow to some of these teams.
Yeah, so much water still in play here, and that's definitely what we're going to see. Once we see phase 3 pop, there's going to be, the deciding factor whether we're going to be seeing west or east, or even maybe north. That river on the southern side actually goes quite deep. Let's talk a bit more about that once we get to the map here. Let's focus on this fight here. Twisted Minds moving as a 3-man, really close and tight here. They want to make sure that they don't get the time and the rest here. Don't want to commit too much time here. Luik sitting in here. Look at that. Oh, he spotted him. Good spots. Nice angle there. Well played by Twisted Minds. Perfecti gets 3. And they've got time to set up, and they can quite easily get into the zone here. Only a couple hundred meters for them to move in. FaZe has a great spot inside Yonggu. The problem for them is that we need to see a sudden shift for them to have a great spot inside because of how the water works, obviously, with phase 4. And Kilyakai and the boys, look at that. A glider action. That's, not... Oh, my God. They got 2. He saw one. He saw one. He wanted it. Get it going. He's the kind of player also have a gas can all the time. They want to constantly be in there. But yeah, this is probably a circle where it's quite valuable to do so. Yeah, but once we get onto the map here, we can talk a little bit about the theory around what the teams are deciding to do here. Hive, though, on the northwestern side, slowly getting in here. They have a foot inside this current circle, but they need to get deeper, need to get kind of set and ready for this next circle. It looks like the guys here, obviously on the eastern side, they're going to have to drive really far and fly really far to get into things. At this point, Mark, would you do 2 guys in each glider and just send it in?
They haven't got a lot of options to send, right? Because the zone shifts away. They've gone all the way from a northwest to a northeast. Now they're playing in that sort of the east side. They have to work their way down. Free side thought they had a complete free side to the zone, but no, Twisted Mind's been caught up in the action. They're going to come up over Perfectix, though. We'll get crazy. He's going to be down. That's punishing for free side. But back to your point on the send, can they full send it into zone? Most probably not. They're going to be able to scout ahead. The question is for me is how far do they commit when the zone hits? Like we expected to sort of play back. Ascend have 2 people up in the air. How much damage can someone do in the air? That's the biggest question.
Good shots coming in from Hive as well, just pushing out free side. Unfortunate for them. Don't panic here with a fight on to Eternal Fire. Matt finds it is a tick here. Shots coming in from Global Army and Code Marco though turns on him. CC Inex now connecting a few shots here with the Dragon of down to just nothing.
It's down to nothing. His survivability's been pretty strong at the moment. Tunnel fire. And now continue to try and hold out. Fortunately for Don't Panic, down to a final body now. It will go over towards the top here. We are waiting 3 seconds to go. The zone now to pop. Where's it go? It's going to be a shift back the other way. So we do shift back towards the northeast. Better hold in again. So much of that water in the middle.
Yeah, for sure. No, he's going to try to get out of there. Try to see if he can maybe find a point somewhere else. Free side is kind of close. Quintix is on this side. Just chilling. Don't leave me behind. He's going to be driving straight into Ibiza. He's going to hear that. EP could potentially get the information here. Shiller's they're chasing. EP,
he's caught him.
He's caught him. He found him immediately here. Now shots coming in. Oh, he's 1 HP stolen from Schiller. And now EB's kind of found as well. Probably a pull-up from Eternal Fire from this side. This next circle, though, Mark, has a lot of water in play. It should be going northeast, this next circle here, but we'll see once we get into that. Their shots connecting a little bit. HC finds Perfectix, flushes him out as well. That's an unfortunate situation for them.
Do you like that position? I say I like that position. I mean, I've had many people hide behind that rock as you try to cross over. There's a few places where you can get cars across, and Tunnel Fire and another one though.
Disgusting.
Nixie and the VP guys have been watching them rotate. So really good, not just the shots, but actually they're playing a kind of chess at the moment. And Brex has killed Brex with the glider remote. So that's also a little remote that PUBG have made just in case.
Just in case you... Oh, nice shot from Korexi. The Dragonov god himself. Can he connect more? Oh, it gets found as well. Fantastic shots here coming in from Korexi. And VP, they find themselves in 2 points. And really good terrain here on the southern side. Just denying anyone from crossing. Yeah, Brexco has been spotted. Win or die here. 3 point for them. They tried to scout, tried to get into this here. But yeah, I think, you know, with a situation like this here, when you get a glider knock like that, that's just that's not what you want to be looking for. I would have loved to see a 2-2 glider just crashing together into somewhere, not necessarily dying, but crashing a compound, an open spot, or something where it's playable. Now on the other side here, Mayran, Slam G, and Geek with them fights here. Example finds Chris still. Artix is knocked with a P90 in hand. Spiro finds Lurix too. Slam G in shambles.
Yeah, Spiro just peeks up over the top. And of course, with PWD going to work his way around though. Artix is down. He's looking to try and bleed out. I think Mogor going to look at that and go, do you know what, Boostix? We might want to try and hold the angle. EK, I don't need to overcommit. Still in the zone. Chris is down. Fortunately for Ascend, despite having a large amount of verticality, he's not been able to find the position into the zone. As we do now see Hive getting ready for the E pickup. A free side work their way in. 2 remain though. One has fallen correctly behind. There he goes down as well. That's a great push then from the team.
Northeast. Yeah, northeast.
Has to
predict.
Yeah.
All right. And the question is then, where's all the teams on the southern side? Are they trying to deny? Are they trying to third-party charge? Look at that.
No, they're trying to get points.
That's a third party right there. There's just all the teams are just sending it in. Face pull up, foot pull up here. VP under a lot of pressure at this point here. One guy knocked. 2 guys standing. Fakes is looking for blood. Face Clan is looking for points.
Where are all the teams going? They're getting points, mine. Everyone's going to get some points on the board. FaZe are going to be closer. Foot Esports coming in behind, but Fex has seen the car. Scav been spotted, though. Gustav playing towards his way. But Scav, though, does the final blow. It does come in from Needix, though, as he's got the high ground.
Nice. Well played there. Again, a situation where it's like, okay, we're going to be 3-way fighting this. Nice. Really good angle here for T-Bone. He asked if he could get to shoot his gun today. The PUBG situation on Taego was not the case, but here he did. And now he has 2 kills, 3 vests for him too. Good situation here for Foot. Great play from them, denying the angle from the inside of the zone. Still 4 guys strong. Kind of hurting away the teams here. Oh, look at that. Great pull-up from them. Nice shots from Beam. He turns around at Scav. That's a hard angle to play, especially with the barrel there. You have to do the 180. Now the car's going to blow up. Shots coming in. Bad. Easy knocks there. Corrects finds T-Bone, though.
I haven't got the vehicle to provide the cover either. It's a Needix, though, a little bit further afield. He's right in the middle of FaZe Clan. Teams does get Needix down and out. Down to 80 now. He's right underneath the bowl. He's going to be subject to FaZe as well.
Whoa.
And it's a clean sweep. Fexto will deny. VP will go first, but for Esports will fall out in 11th place. So only one team coming out of the south.
Yeah, unfortunate situation for them. I mean, the third-party timing is great. But again, only one team is going to come out, and even FaZe doesn't come out with a full 4-man, right? So was it worth it here for them to get a few more kills, a few more points? Yeah, sure. But the majority of the points went the other way to the other teams that were fighting there.
Yeah.
FaZe got 4 points out of that total fight there.
They got lucky as well to a degree. They didn't fully commit into VP. They did hold players on the outside, so Esports could have controlled them in. But do you know what? They showed the depth. They're able to fight their way out. They've got some more points on the board. They're now on to 4 as well. So looking to try and get a couple more and close out Ascent, who have already fallen in this round with a lot of bodies as well. Only one remains, and it's Brett, and he's just on the outside edge. He's got a little bit of a run now to find his way into the zone.
Oh, wow. Okay, James with a great nade onto that. Fex is knocked now at this point. Slam G is found example as well. Stolen by Spiro. And look at this. What can Vart do? What can he get done here? Hakamari, last player from Skittles. Can he swing around? Can James do something? It's like, that's a great way. Oh, great setup here. Perfect setup. Great distraction there from him.
Great use of the smoke as well. You give Hakamari the benefit of that. The timing was perfect for him.
Look at Levante.
Just unfortunately found himself in a bit of a FaZe sandwich. Now we're all time. Looking for desserts. They're going to run FaZe's way. The fight, well, store is going to ensue. Lewis does get James down.
Oh my god.
Odds there.
That's huge. That's huge, Mark. Look at that. 5 nades in hand. Levante just full sense. They have a perfect mark on it, too. Great nade for the flush here for Levante. Tons of damage done onto Vart. And now this is a little bit kind of high, rich, too steep to kind of peek over. Let's see if Vart kind of peeks over and gets some shots onto Levante. I feel like the cover is kind of coming in from the other guys. And now Twisted Minds is down 9th place with just 24 players left alive.
It's a bit chaotic. Part and parcel design does shift back towards that sort of, west side. So we do give away the main town. We do hold a little bit of water. It does mean open terrain we are going to end. 8 teams remain. 24 players are currently up. But don't forget the placement points are only for a top 4 scenario. Yeah. PWD gets close, but not close enough.
Yeah, more than 85% of the total points available in the game is from kills. Usually it's, 66 to 70%, but here it's more than 85%. So it's just so kill heavy. And that's why we see so many teams, they come in third party, so many situations, so many timings for it. They're just running for it. They're almost forgetting that you also get points with placement. It's only when you get into really late game that if you really have a chance of winning, sure, it's 5 more extra points. But if we third party this fight and we clear up a team that's 4, that's quite a few points too.
Yep.
Nice nade from Spyro.
Yeah, it's good nades. That's trying to fight their way out. They can dry. Needs to get reloads. Sen trying to work their way in. Obviously, the fight for the town, that's critical at the moment. Sen causing some problems. Sorry, does launch another nade forward, but no one's home. So they're going to be cautious. They'll be one of the last teams with BB already in a position to try and hold them out.
Oh. Okay, it didn't connect. They cooked the nade. Like, it has to roll even further. You can't cook that nade. You just have to throw it. Let it roll a little bit. Don't cook. Let's see. Oh. Bjorn, get some shots connected. That went too far. Okay. He has the best arm ever, apparently. And he's out. 7 teams left here, Mark. 20 players only left.
20 players left. And best luck, boys. Launching out. He's putting out a mortar under the onslaught. The Geekay is pushing his way. And it's going to cause more sound effects. Cinema. It's now Geekay. Throws over smoke. Throws over deployable cover. The Doritos will now start to fall. And Levante will ensure FaZe will fall. They're going to go. Zone has to now leave the water. It does, but it goes back towards Navi. So they hold some hard cover. Everything else on the west, any of the elevation, has now gone.
Yeah. Navi's compound here is obviously great. They were looking at maybe a 2-2 split early on, but they decided correctly to go into this compound here. We've seen quite a few endings, even on previous patches in this area here. Presente shuts down Dante, and he gets immediately flushed by Agatar. Schengen shots in here from DK. Connects just a few onto Diffix. And now he gets the smoke. The soft cover is deployed.
Where'd you go for your Hive? You look at this position, you've got like a little bit of a road or a valley split between the roads here.
Yeah, northeast on the road, clear the eastern teams, and then play on the northern side with a car too, maybe. You got to try to clear out and get the angles. But there's so much cover already. You see the Doritos, you see the cars here. The only play for them is to try to go north. There's no way to send it to win or die. Or maybe they try to delay timing-wise, because they know win or die maybe goes towards them, and then they think, okay, maybe we can get a few kills and clean up onto to win or die. There's not many other plays than that. There's a few covers here. That's actually inside, so that's a great play here for Rox. Maybe the other guy goes to him.
Yeah, I think it's more timing, right? They're thinking, right, they're waiting for this fight between Geeka and BB to kind of erupt, and it hasn't, so now they've got to think of a plan B. The plan B is where Rox is at the moment, so they have options now to sort of collapse on there, and they will have an opportunity to kind of peek over when that
great cover
fight starts to erupt. So yeah, good play from them. They just need to keep their heads down because win or die coming in later, and they've got not as far to travel. They've got eyeline now onto Hive.
They've got a foot inside the door as well. Like, they've got a little bit of cover too. If the players are smart, they start popping every single vehicle at this point that there's kind of in the open. Levante finds Schengen. Meanwhile, BB team and Diffix are fighting here. Diffix gets found with the Molotov, and he's absolutely dead. Great utility usage here from Best of Luck.
Here comes Geeka, going to try and split the guns now of BB team. No, Best Luck goes one way. A doozy puts him down. Looking to try and get the confirmation. Quizzy, final player, unable to step over the top, but BB, no, he's the final player. Now they climb the mountain, but Schengen's going to put him down from Hive Esports. And we go to our top four. We're in the placement points. It's 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 3.
Yeah, and now Hive is under pressure, even though Molotov doesn't have any utility in his pack. Maybe Spiro does, and he's going to pick that up, and he's going to send that towards them. Look at that. No, it doesn't have any. Yep, nothing. No lethals available. But Hive under a lot of pressure at this point here. Soset, though, finds 2 players from Win or Die with the Dragunov, and now Besselak goes kaboom with the mortar. Can he connect? That'll be cool. I'd like to see maybe a flush or a double flush here, steal from the guys. Oh my God! He hits it, Mac! I can't believe it!
Is that? I thought he was going for the smoke. No, he goes for their heads. Best is the king of the mortar and dismantles Win or Die with one blow.
I can't believe it, man. The utility usage from BB team is just nuts. Schengen's down to just 30-40 HP. Now shots coming in from the side, though. Adusi does need to get rest here. Molotok's doing his best. More utilities being deployed here. 3 more nades for Schengen. Surely he gets a flush and a confirm here on the boys. It's rolling a little bit further. Not connecting just yet. 2 more. Throw them a little bit further and you get double knocks, double kills potentially onto BB team.
Oh my God.
No, nothing connects. Soset finds Besto though.
It's too short. Give it to Best. You know he's got the best arm in the game. Now they're leaving the compound. They're going to apply pressure towards BBT. They know where the threat is, and they're going to try and extinguish the fire. Hive able to get the
they saw him
back on, but so's Win or Die. They're back up to 2.
And Navi, they are encroaching on them here. And BB team is aware. Schengen here, great angle. God, good shots as well on Molotov. Rox finds BB team, and this is just a great play. At this point here, they're probably hoping to commit a little bit early on to Hive. That would have been 2 points for kills and 1 more point for placement. Navi just swings out, sweeps and backfills. Perfect timing onto BB team here, Mark.
Yeah, it's perfect timing. And look, good deny as well from the guys, right? So BB team, the team trying to chase them. They go out. They know they're going to try and take a fight. Well, Navi's in third. They'll be gifting them points. Win or Die after the headache that was Best of Luck. You know, find a little bit of elevation now. They will hammer shots over because they've got nothing to lose. They've got more points to game, so fight this one out as a duo while they can.
They want to get
take advantage.
They want to get there. They want to fight. They don't want to let them sit there and deny. Let's see if they try. I mean, at this point here, Win or Die probably thinks we're just going to get 1 more, 2 more kills and get out of there. But look at the Panzerfaust. Oh my goodness, the deny. I love it. The Panzerfaust deny here. Navi only gets 4 kills. So that's great play from them. They're just aware at this point. Okay, win or die is just, we're not going to get more out of it. We're going to fully deny those points there.
I would have loved to see that Panzer go straight into the smoke though. But...
Yeah, I mean, me too, but smart. What do you think, James?
There were some good moments, weren't they? Of course, Na'Vi kind of having the compound, being able to play it out from there. It was always going to be pretty simple for them down towards the end. But again, some big best-of-loss team coming out from some little highlight moments, Mark, from something like the mortar to the way in which BB team dismantled the GK up on the position where they were trying to move in as well. It was some perfect stuff coming out from them too.
Where do we start with them? Like the hold the positioning, they can keep cool, calm, and collective, or they can just kadonk a team with one mortar fire and completely disrupt win or die's opportunity to try and close out because they are eager to try and get a win. But you're right, good hold between GK. They held that road really well, and you know what? Explosive game for BB.
I do feel as well, Martin, whilst we kind of look at who won that game, which of course is Na'Vi, they had this setup from so early on, and you were talking about them kind of taking that middle spot between those kind of the water bodies of water, and it really did pay off in the end.
Yeah, it did. And 9 points. It feels like it's so little, but it's just so linear all the way down, right? It's just spread out so evenly. But as I said, as I pointed out here, that split, when you have the compound available to them to the east there, and we see this circle, they just know that compound is so strong. If you go north, you can backfill that side. If you go west, you can come out and kind of control. It usually comes away from water on both sides. Mayran as well has to move to you. Like, it's such a strong compound. That's why we also only see 4 kills, because nobody kind of comes close. I love the fill on to Beselosh, but I gotta say, what a highlight game. Bish Bosh Beselosh with the mortar, like, that was just great.
Yeah, love it. I mean, a game of firsts for me as well. I've never seen the glider run over icon, so we got to talk about the ferry one yesterday, and now I get to see the glider one. This is great.
It's PUBG, the game that just keeps giving. They thought about it. They knew it was going to happen. Unfortunately, I didn't think it was going to be Brex, though, taking himself out with a glider. You have the question. Ascend obviously taking a double glider. One's good. Is two too many?
But what if we could have more than 2? Does it then tip over the scales to be great again? Well, yeah, it's a good question. Well, unfortunately for them, 0 points on this one here. And for some of the teams down towards the bottom again, like FaZe, for example, they actually did get some points here. That's a win for them to a degree, but not too much movement overall. They're still on 26 points. But towards the top, Hive in the north side of this circle, still Martin living in a long time during all of it. Navi's trying to make that push up against this, but it's relatively stagnant towards the top. These 3 teams just kind of sat there, just waiting and biding their time.
GK trying to kind of hold on to this top 3 here, but 20 points difference there. It's a long run, like 2 good games, and hoping for the top 3 not to get any points, right? It's looking like a top 3 kind of running away with things at this point here, with a few more games to go today and obviously all of the 6 tomorrow. But yeah, looking strong. 22 placement points. It's good to see Hive obviously breaking, not only getting placement points from the wins, but with BB team also, you know, they're stacking up so many kills, putting us so much effort to the kills, that obviously the tie and the kills. Just 1 less kill for Na'Vi. If Na'Vi is able to kind of step that up, sure, outfrag them, it's easy, but we need to see them in more late game situations to kind of ramp in.
I mean, we asked just before this game, right? Like, if you look at Extents and this roster and how they have the potential chops to make a lot of waves, even internationally, still here, able to compete with the very top. Not looking too bad, Mark. So 73 points, not insurmountable for them to be able to challenge where Hive is currently, especially if Hive has a few games like we saw at the beginning of today, which really didn't go their way.
Yeah, the game starts haven't really been great for Hire. Looking good though during this one. But you're right, Extend just fits nicely. The guys are pretty strong. They've been pretty consistent. And as Martin said during that round, it was about positioning. Na'Vi knew the game plan they wanted to play. The zone shifted. They had that 2-2. The zone shifted again. They collapsed into a 4. Yes, they might not have got the kills they wanted to out of it. Hakatori did try his hardest and he put a few on the board. But it just feel cool, calm and collective. Controlled from Na'Vi. If they keep that pacing up, I think they will close down a Hive. I think the question is for me, will BB be taking the top spot and then looking to try and extend it so Na'Vi can't catch?
Yeah, I mean, they've got the potential to, for sure. Currently, all three of those teams at the top almost tied in terms of kills. It's just a slight placement point here or there, which is really making the difference. And you guys at home can join in with everything that is going on, not only in terms of submitting your questions, but also getting the QR code scanned towards the bottom and giving us feedback as what do you think about TPP Esports going on at the moment in PUBG. So make sure to head on over there to check that out. But yeah, only a few placement points between them. So close in terms of kills, Martin, means that it is really up in the air between these. I do feel like it's probably going to end up being these three podium unless Geeky makes a huge wave, a huge movement, because they've looked so consistent, these three at the top.
Yeah, they have. Like, they're just putting in so much effort. But yeah, Geeky, obviously, if they were able to get out and get a little bit more kills here, they would be looking to kind of close that gap to the top 3, making it a top 4 run instead, but they just got absolutely denied. So many teams kind of third-partying, and the angle that BB team had from the road, and with the pressure from all the other teams kind of coming in, it made it so difficult for GK to do anything. I like the effort that they had, closing down, shutting down Slam G inside Miramar. That was great. But when they had to move out, the timing that they did that was just so late because of the long fight with Slam G that everything else that was available to them in front was already taken. It was already kind of set up to a counterplay from BB team, completely denying any entry into the next circle for GK. So perfect execution there for BB team.
Well, Erangel on the cards next for 2 of them. We have a back-to-back coming up here for the last games of the day. Mark, what are you expecting from Erangel? And are you expecting just heavy metagaming? Because that's all I ever expect from these teams on Erangel, because they've played it a million times.
It's going to be aggressive. You got to remember, again, you already spoke about it, some of these teams have to try and close the gap. And GK on home turf, I wouldn't be too surprised for them to go try and hunt in some kills. Just looking back at some of the older games, and they've struggled compared to some of the other teams keeping those points high. It's just a matter of time. Like, Erangel looks good. 2 more games left today. Can GK, though, dial up the pressure and try and hunt the kills out? It's kind of what I'm expecting now for these final 2.
You'd like to see it. Obviously, yesterday we had towards farm finish as GK was kind of up on the east side of that to try and do something about it. But not to be the case for a lot of what was going on in that game. Obviously, GK had much success with that first win of the day on Miramar. And then later on, some decent spots to play from, but they've got a little bit to do to catch up with those top 3. For now, though, thank you very much, Mark, for joining us. Me and Avangar will take it away here for the grassy pastures. Martin, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. We're going to be having 2 more games today. Obviously, that's huge. James, though, Erangel, it's, as you said here, it's just so... figured out at this point, right? And the metagaming is just happening so much. But for TPP, there is just a few teams, a few players that I feel could have an upper hand here, though.
Who are those? Who are you looking at?
Ibiza, for sure, one of the guys, TPP enjoyer at this point.
Yeah, he likes it. He likes it. Cast your minds back 100 years ago where he was playing on the biggest stage of TPP and doing all right with it. No. The smoke jumping from smoke to smoke. What's he going to do? What's going on here?
That's a Sharky hot drop with the GK and Slam G.
What am I watching?
That's interesting, but I like it. We get some early action, and whatever team survives here, James, they're going to have a great situation to just get the rest on, get things going, and get into the circle. The question is really, are they going to have a circle where they're going to have to go to Narnia, or they're going to have somewhat of a home turf circle on this northern side? Usually when we see these starts, we can have northern circles.
I'm gonna be real. When was the last time you saw a Zaki hot drop? Like,
Not that long ago. I had a hot drop
Really?
myself in rank. No, I'm joking. No, from an esports point of view, tournament point of view, it's quite rare. Also, this start of the circle or the playing path starting up over Zaki is super rare. But we do get a kind of serve in the northern side. So whatever team survives out of this here, they're actually gonna have a pretty good priority getting into that zone, getting into some of those kind of better compounds that's available for this. We're also going to have a Rorschach hot drop with Don't Panic and BP.
yeah, who just shot a flare off already as well? This is already
Where
going to
was
start
that?
heating up. I don't know. It was. It depends where we had our sound cue from. Was it which hot drop was it from? But anyway, we have Ibby pushing on against Don't Panic. They know if they do get a knock, it's going to be instantaneously a big push. They know that they would then be 4v3. CCNX goes down. It's Ibby. You're right. TPP Enjoyer. He's on it.
He is enjoying it. Look at that. He's jumping as well. Jumping in smokes, jumping into the window to get the flushes. He's doing everything. Yeah, Don't Panic. Not the best of starts here for this one. Boostek here, spots. Look at that. Oh, can he get maybe? Okay, Mogor instantly flushed here for PDD. That's great. Now Slam G have to make something else happen. Nixie on the other side finds Isa takes here at this point for Don't Panic. It's just completely falling apart. The big fight here between Slam G and Geeke is a whole different story.
Wait a minute. Perfectix. Get out of here. What are you doing up on the sail?
Get over to the water tower, get some action in. Yeah, they want a third party. They want to get involved. Now, this is the important one here. Boostek, can you make something happen here? The crouch running. Spiro with the flush onto Lyrics.
With one of the greatest guns of all time, the MP5, doing all right for himself here.
Especially
maybe
TPP.
more can actually happen. It is lovely. It is lovely. Boostek still kind of snaking on around, trying to find a little angle for himself as well. He knows technically the direction that Quizzy is in, and shots are just constantly going out from above him as well. So,
the gasoline. Did you see that? The gas can set up.
Did he go for it? Has he got it set up?
It was on the stairs. So if they do the push, he's got an opportunity for that.
Nice.
Here we go. Spiro. Oh, yeah. That's so hard to do that when you're in TPP because you're running up. You have the perfect time. You know exactly when you're exposing yourself. And if you're standing in the doorway like that, if you're not peeking around the corner, like TPP, like door peeking, then you're not going to have the upper hand for sure. And Geeke is down to just 2 players. With Levante from Win or Die is coming in to intervene this from the North George guys.
What?
Interesting.
That is wild. The fact that we are having a third party up in Zaki and the BRDM's on the roof.
No way.
Oh my days.
Oh, hello, my bad. That should have been a knock.
That is quite. This is quite the wild scenario already. But
Is this already
as I
game
said
6?
before, Erangel is so weird at the moment from my perspective, regardless of which mode we're playing. Quizzy here, trying to hold on. Levante, I think Quizzy's been caught a little bit off guard by this, with or die moving on forwards. Tries for the flash. Quizzy's still low. He doesn't have med by the looks of things, and he goes down to Levante. EK also in the bin, and so is Don't Panic.
Don't Panic.
I must say, Martin, like I do feel for Don't Panic because I think their morale is probably in the bin after these 2 days of games.
Yeah, absolutely. It's at this point here, like you have a player that is not available to play. For private reasons or whatever. Like it's just so unfortunate. Like it's. Yeah, you hate to see it. I'd love to see those guys compete as a 4-man because you know that they actually are capable of competing especially in this lobby here. That we'd easily see them in the top 10. But yeah, unfortunate for them. Good to see though that they're still playing, not really giving up their spot or forfeiting it completely. So I'm happy for that. But yeah, another MP5 here in play for Artix. Win or Die with the third party. They probably saw the flare coming in or saw the knocks in the kill feed because they were in George. So yeah, Brickshow though finds Mother Duct. This is a chaotic game to start things off with, to be honest. And for me, it feels like due to the fact that we have so much kill emphasis when we come to the points, it is completely worth it to a third party. And also because our circles are so slow. Like, it doesn't start moving for a long time. It moves extremely slowly. It doesn't completely close until the 10th minute mark. Like, you have 10 minutes to loot and fight. like how for yourself, how fast can you loot and be like somewhat decently geared if you're in the beginning of the plane path? 1.5 minutes maybe max, right? So you have 8 minutes to fight if you're on the edge of the zone. And at this point, right, I'd love to see a smaller first zone and the zones moving earlier and more loot. Like, I'd love to see how that worked out, because otherwise we're going to see a little bit more chaotic fights like this, where it's cool to see early action, but it only works because of recall. Like, people wouldn't be fighting this if we didn't have like the opportunity to maybe get a recall off and get all 4 back.
And for win or die, I mean, this is just such a win-win situation, right? Like, you come over here, you're cleaning up whatever actually goes on. You're basically boxing them in on every single angle. Levante is from the far northwest, and it's a perfect angle to shut down Geeky. They're gone. That's one of the teams that were contending at the top that we were expecting and maybe hoping to try and catch up with those top 3. Now kind of in the bin, unfortunately, after a Zaki hot drop. I didn't think we'd be seeing this play out this way, but any team that came out of here, probably win or die in the end, is going to have that free passage into the west side of this circle.
Yep. And easy 2 points for win or die at this point, right? And as you said here, probably no teams coming in from the west. Slam, though, 3 players alive. They want to get the 4th up. They have the opportunity to do so, unless, the Lyric's chip got hidden somewhere in Narnia. But, yeah, let's see what Slam does. And when does win or die decide to leave? They probably want to try to get that BRDM off the roof. That's probably why they're here. They're fishing for BRDM, free BRDM.
Try and grab it somehow, some way. That would be interesting.
It'd be hard to get on the roof, though. Like, you need to...
E-pickup, maybe?
Or you take a US and back it up so it stands vertically, and you could vault onto another car and then vault into the back of the US. That could work.
All right, well, let's see if this continues on here. Still, the Rozhok hold
standoff
will continue. And anybody from there, obviously, is going to have maybe a little bit of a harder time. There's a lot of teams north of them already trying to jostle for position. Oh, dear me.
All right. For this point here, I'd like to see, at this point, just leave. I'd like to see win or die, just leave at this point. Make sure that, okay, win or die. Yep. Gets boosted, gets the point, gets things done here. And for them, the points available to them is quite easily just 1 or 2. Slam G, yeah. Win or die yesterday, tons of points on the board for them. But yeah, Slam G, early hot drop, like they probably didn't expect this Saki hot drop, and then a third party going into that. Yeah, unfortunate for them. Win or die, the only team to really gain or benefit from this. I'd like to see them get the BRDM off the roof here, and that'd be cool to see. But Mogor holding this angle, but let's see what happens with that.
Yeah, let's see. Now in the blue, just chilling. They're very happy to just wait it out, right? Very, very good stuff overall. Because as you were mentioning in the previous game, I think what's important is that obviously what you're mentioning about the percentage of points that do rely on kills now, with the points being the way that they are. So everybody's more inclined to just have the holdout. But a big shift, considering that there's still the river in play, still Rozhok in play, still that hot drop continuing on.
Yeah, what are you going to do about that, Adusi? Here's your birthday present. Full pull-up with the Panzerfaust. That's great. I love this from Ascent. That's exactly what you want to do. Best of luck, though. Finds it's Chris. Hello, my bad. Mogor is out, though, on the other side here. But Ascent with the pull-up. With the contesting here for BB Team. Filfirst is in shambles. Great shots coming in from Ascent. They might actually fully be able to reset from this, though. I love that.
What is going on? It's just cinematic cars exploding, driving, rolling down the hill as well.
Surprise. Oh, he has a flare as well. Killick has a flare gun. You saw that. He reloaded it. They might be able to get a BRDM. That'd be cool. What I really want to see, I want to see win or die get that BRDM off the roof in Sarky. That'd be great. On the other side here, obviously the southern shift here really is the easiest one for everyone. It's going to have a lot of water in play here. And yeah, surely enough, it's probably going to go north unless we see a hot southern shift. VP still in Rostock fighting a little bit here. I think it's only Beamy and EB left for them.
Yeah. Yeah, teams like Foot are obviously biding their time on that west side, waiting for what may come. And of course, they're angling towards that north side, right? Making sure that they could just move if they need to. Did he see him?
Yeah, he spotted him. He full info here. Schiller also probably hurt Beamy. But the question is, do you want to push a house against Beamy? Like, you're giving him basically 1v1s on the angles.
They're doing it!
Oh, did they?
They've got an emergency pickup. They could actually go and get the big RDM now.
Was that Win or Die on that?
Yes,
I was looking at the
yes.
map feed real quick when you said
it was Win or Die.
Okay, that's great. That's a BRDM plus a Sense BRDM. That's 2. So I hope some of the teams have some Panzerfaust available, or someone finds the links. Look at that. That's a recall right there in action for EB.
So you said that Ascend was another one that had the flare, right? So if they actually bring down the flare and get the links themselves and have the BRDM, then we're going crazy right now.
Did Ascend have a links? I didn't see. That'll be sick.
No, I'm saying that they had the flare, right? So I mean, if they're calling it down, or if they're getting other crates that are coming along, then it could go mental.
I don't see them not getting a BRDM. Like, if they get crates, I feel like that's a waste. Like, BRDMs are so strong, especially here with the river in play. Just full amphibious vehicle, right? Just full send across. That's kind of disgusting.
Well, let's see what Quepa can do here.
Great nade.
Lovely. He got it. Look at that.
Got it. I love that. Now they need to get in, heal a little bit. They obviously got tons of crates to heal. Look at the Schiller nades, Quepa. Get out of Dodge.
What is going on,
boys?
I feel like I was like, tag me in, coach, and I've come into Erangel, and it's okay, 44 alive at 13 minutes. What's happening? We're in Zaki, we're in Rozhok. Everything's going mental.
Yeah. And again, as I said before, like, we're going from, this 65 to 70% points worth of kill feed from kills. But here, it's at least 85. Like, it's even more when we get the recall kills in. But it's at least 85. We're going to be going somewhat center, but this looks like to be going on the northern side. Twisted Minds are setting up great here. Face with a great split here. They're taking a 1-1-2 split with the gas station and the yellow houses up top. So that's a great greedy split from them. I like that. The question is really, VP now has, the recall coming in. Beamy's lost. And now you can answer. How many grenades did Twisted Minds throw in Masters EMEA 1? Was it A, B, or C, or D? Do you want to say the numbers? I'm not going to do it.
113, 126, 98, or 106. If you get this right, somehow, somewhere, kudos to you. I have no bloody clue.
I mean, this is just a 1 in 4 chance of you guessing correct, right? There's absolutely no way that you just know this off the back of your hand. That's just such a random number, right? But that's cool. I like those kind of small, funny quizzes. And yeah, obviously you can win some G-Coin if you guess that correct, I think, in the chat.
Not bad, not bad. All these teams still posturing. Nixie heading into Boatyard, and I don't think he's fully aware that old Presenti as well as the Hive boys are here.
Oh, he saw the shadow.
Oh,
surprise!
Oh, no. Well,
welcome to Boatyard.
Yeah, 3 point right there. Not bad at all.
I mean, why should anyone be there? I guess because you're going to see teams crossing the bridge on that southwestern side, but
yeah,
that's just unfortunate, right? Like, you're not going to drop into Rozhok. You know that Eternal Fire is probably already there. Your Foot on the other side fighting free side. Oh, great nade.
Nades go forwards against T-Bone. He backs down the hill, runs away for the moment. It looks like May is looking for an angle here, but there are still reinforcements coming along. Nedex as well lies down, trying to negate some of the lines of sight here from free side, and they do back off. So as much as they spent some util there, here comes a BRDM as well.
Oh, 2 BRDMs in play. Having an edge with a BRDM, you can make big plays. Like, I would love to see some more action coming in. Oh my god, that's a crazy drive-by to commit to their Kilyakai, but I like it. Shots coming in there, kind of pushing them away a little bit. And look at that, FaZe Clan is immediately into cars. They probably saw or heard a BRDM. Info is probably coming in, and they converge onto one compound. Definitely worth not staying greedy from this here. They're obviously going to go to the compound that is most center here. A full pull-up from a BRDM into a gas station. What are you going to do about that? You're just going to leave.
Okay, hear me out. Have you ever watched Robot Wars?
No.
No? Oh! We can have 2 BRDMs crashing into each other. It'd be great.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I've seen that.
Robot
Yes.
Wars.
Yeah, I've seen that. I thought there was a movie, but yeah, it's obviously that. The arena thing. Yep.
The arena thing? Yeah, correct. We have the big shift coming in here. FaZe obviously very consolidated onto one another. So they're still in an okay spot. This has to be the game that FaZe gets some big points on the board, surely.
Yeah, this is their game to lose for sure. EB, last player here. That's a C4. I hear it beeping. He has to get out of there.
He's not getting out
or
fast
get
enough.
to the furthest corner away. Yeah, easy C4 usage here. That's exactly how to just clear Rostock. This is ours. The Mad is coming in too. He can quite easily loot one of the boxes or even loot Ibiza and get a full setup because the C4 doesn't do any damage to helmets and vests, obviously, so that's massive for them. And then they can roll in from that southern side. They're going to be rolling straight into Twisted Minds and Na'Vi if they don't make it smart about it. But yeah, let's see. Hakamaru finds Batulians though here.
Definitely a great use case, right? You're concerned about trying to clear out one player, so just surround the building. If he tries to jump out of a window, you've got him dead to rights, and it's a good way for Eternal Fire to get back moving because they need to be right now. Schengen goes for a little bit of a spray against Freeside, and Freeside is scrambling for a bit of a spot at the moment, as a lot of these spots have already been taken by Twisted Minds, by FaZe. You can see them in the distance as well. Twisted Minds is spreading out across a lot of this area. Maybe just consolidate to a 2-2 now, because being 1-1-2 is a bit more of a stretch at the moment.
All right, Hive. What can you do from this here? Only 1 kill, only 3 alive. Do you commit to a fight with Freeside? Oh, that's... He has to get out of... Oh my god. That's just unfortunate. It's like marbles. Oh, great pull up here from Pacenti. That's like, you know, again, there's so many situations where you have players driving around in cars or making, like, forcing them to turn around, and then another player pulling up, drive-bying, doing something like that. That's just great effort from him. He finds a great barrel headshot onto Pacenti. Immediately confirmed as well with the mini.
Well, they're desperate for a position. Don't know if they're going to find it here. There's not really much to play with at all, as Dante is very, very low. Hakamaru going for more shots. Well, there's big trades going on with Gustav and Perfectix, but I think they probably get Perfectix back up. And how is he alive?
Can't believe you survived this, to be honest, James. Like 5-10 HP. Dante there. And he's going to be on the northern side. That's just crazy. Hakamaru here sitting. This is another situation where, you know, TPP makes it even more difficult to play some of these ridges here. If we see some teams coming in from that northern side. He's in the center right now, but teams are going to converge. Teams are going to kind of be forced to be spotted or push him into this side here. The question is really, is it going to be a send or is it going to be 100 ADR doing it?
Levante was able to get a res off on Gedrock, so he's coming down with the rest of Win or Die. I don't know how much they'll have on board to be able to give him, though, unless they maybe load things up into a boot. But
look at that.
The BRDM.
They're committing to the BRDM. Look at that. They're shooting so much bullets on it. It's already 30 HP. I like that. That's exactly what you should be doing. Like, just commit to shooting the BRDM, especially when it's driving this slow and close to you. It's easy peasy. Oh, good shot.
He has to get it. No, he doesn't get it. Oh,
that's an 8.
That's a disaster. That's what that is. I mean, it should have at least got that spray off, but then the rebuttal very easily cleaning up. And then, yeah, unfortunately dropping his own nade with it all going on. Did they just repair?
That's a repair, yeah. That is a repair.
Okay. Up to 50. Not bad for a BRDM. And here comes the BRDM. Dante, run away. Hello.
Oh, Nate, I like that.
Get away from me. Oh, okay, well...
I love you, Dante. Always the content. Holy, that is great.
I did think that was going to go another way, I'll be honest.
That's fantastic. Fun fact, do you know how much repair kit usage does on a BRDM?
Is it 20%?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah! Thank you. We got Shilla here trying to hold on. I guess that number based off what I just witnessed, I'm going to be real.
Right.
But Panzerfaust actually from Scav and crazy as well. Freeside is having a really hard time against Foot on the other side of all of this. It's all popping off now as Eternal Fire is embroiled here with Na'Vi. At the same time, shots coming in from FaZe on this side too. They know that they could clean some of this up, so they're pursuing it.
Good stuff. Got a great angle here. Winner die down. Could make something here.
Maybe.
Look at that, Bjorn. Drives into Lurik with the BRDM. Finds Hixes as well.
That's two.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, get into the last one as well. Yeah,
He's gonna hit the car.
Yeah. That's great. 9 kills for Ascent.
No way. Okay, so that's all we need for Ascend to maybe get towards placement points.
That's
a BRDM and a dream.
I love that.
This has gotten goofy. I'm so sorry.
I love it.
This is
No,
all
I
over
mean,
the place.
BRDM is content.
Yeah. I'm glad that obviously Win or Die was able to get their BRDM off of that roof, but it's really not paid off too much, to be perfectly honest. But at least we get to watch the Ascend one having a ball of a time.
Exactly. I like that a lot. That's just great content. You know, usually I hate it when you laugh this much, but this was genuine, just belly laughing funny.
All right, well, let's see what the rest of the lobby can do against it, as Foot is now gone in their scrap versus what was going on free side on the other position of all of this. Quint is going to be the one to survive things out. Twisted Minds is still alive with 3 in that compound here. Navi's trying to scramble against the Eternal Fire holdout. They've done well for themselves, considering Eternal Fire had the better side of the circle. Here comes Vex, though. What's going on? You've just sacrificed yourself to the Navi gods.
Yeah, Navi 2 kills here. Great for them. He's probably going to get this last one too, third. And now Quetpa standing over that side of the... I mean, again, this was greedy from FaZe. I felt like they could have gotten so much more points out of this one, James.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe just hold off on it and, I don't know, all be together, still in the circle. They do have a little bit of an anchor point there, but Navi finishes it off.
God.
Gustav is down as well. It's all on Vard to make something happen for FaZe.
Yeah, that's going to be hard when he's just alone in that yellow house and you have a BRDM driving towards you. Bjorn has just been doing so much work for the guys, honestly.
He's on the roof.
Yeah, obviously they're gonna have the information on him now. The question is just about clearing him. Well played, dude. This is exactly how you play the BRDM, right? Because when you put it over there, you're forcing him away from a position where the other guys then can just open up. Example finds extends, perfect 6, clears out Hagatory. A perfect execution here for Twisted Minds. 5 kills for them now, and they have to take on Ascend with a BRDM and a full 4-man stack here.
Yeah, who wins? The prior kings of EMEA or one big boy? The BRDM.
I thought you were going to go elsewhere with that, but I like it. BRDM is the play here. And the question is, do they commit to it? Yeah, they do. Shots coming in. Look how low it's going quickly.
Low.
Yeah. 10 HP or so. It's nothing. They're going to go back and use 2 or 3 repair kits on it, and it's back to 100. I like that. 11 kills here and a guaranteed 3 points from placement, depending on...
Oh, M24.
That's huge. That's huge.
Got Famos on board as well here as Ascend. Very important points going their way potentially for this. And also they have a lot of control of this circle, right? Like Twisted Minds is cordoned into a small quadrant of this circle. And really not much to play with, but Ascend has spread themselves out in a strong position to try and deal with this. They've got a lot of off angles. They've got a lot of arsenal as well. A lot of big hitting guns available here for Ascend.
I'd like to see
I
a
do wonder
C4
if
on
they've
that
repaired.
BRDM and just drive it straight to that compound. That would be
It's too slow.
perfect. Yeah, I know, but if it had a little bit more, if they had a repair kit and you could put 60% more on it, you're up to like 70% or so, and then for them to mag dump, like they'd had to mag dump at least twice. You'd probably already be close enough to get 1 or 2 knocks because they're in such a tight corner.
Repair.
They're in such a tight corner that it's going to be quite easy to close out. They need a southern shift here to make anything work.
Yeah.
And it's not going to happen. That's perfect. Look at that. They get the rich as well on that side. And they can play with the cover here too. BRDM in action still. But playing it for the cover. Playing it for the angles rather than anything else. Look at this. It's such a good rich. Chris is taking it already. The other guys are taking the other rich. It's barely inside. They should be at this point, James, just taking on the 2 guys on the east, but Chris is completely denying that possibility.
Yeah, one thing's for sure is, as much as the BRDM can be an absolute nuisance to the rest of the teams, you don't need to force it when you know you've got already a good hand that you can play here. And it is a lot of the control of a circle that we're seeing at the moment. As still, they are looking towards the north side, maybe peppering in some shots, but We're not able to connect with much just yet.
Yeah.
What's the play here?
Rough game for Twisted Minds. Yeah, I mean, this next ridge they have in front of them on the right side is in, but it requires that house to be out already. So they'll probably move over slowly towards it. Then they'll have backs free and be off from the side anchor that Brex is playing. But still, they have the ridge. Like, it's practically impossible to play anything else. Yeah, okay, Perfectix has it already. So if Brex peeks it or pushes over, then he'll get the peek from him. But this ridge is just too strong. And especially in TPP, you get all the information without exposing yourself.
Okay, hear me out. Nox from Twisted Minds into hoping there's a links in that box.
No way.
Into...
No, stop. Hold your horses right there, buddy. 26 points before this game, though, here for Ascend. Guaranteed 14. Puts them in, somewhat within striking distance of the, let's say, 4th place. 15 points only difference. They can get 2 more from placement, 3 more from kills. That's 45. That's 10 points only from 5th place. That would be pretty huge.
Hey, if they get the win from 0 placement points to 5 straight away, that's okay in my book here.
That's how you do it.
They've been able to capitalize on having a strong opportunity here, but they
pushed them off. No way.
They've given them back this angle. That's interesting. They're a little bit cautious about the Twisted Minds problem.
I mean, this ridge here... Okay, they're just going to destroy it now. That's not
Do they have enough ammo?
Yeah, they do.
200, yeah.
Yeah, quite easily. It's gone. At this point, that's just put it up against a tree. Nowhere, even if it explodes, it's just great cover for them, TPP cover. But this is going to require a significant amount of smokes to make this worth. But if they get close enough, like Example on that distance, just such a crazy player, right? Broken Vest, though, on him, only 20% damage reduction rather than the 40 that the level 2 Vest usually gives. So that's a little bit rough.
It's a weird feeling I currently have because I was really favoring the Ascend position, obviously, throughout a lot of this end game, but does feel like there's been a bit more wiggle room afforded to Twisted Minds. It should still be Ascend in theory, but you never know with Twisted.
Imagine if It's Chris just started backing the car towards them, like they couldn't do anything, and he would just panzer them. No, I'm joking.
It's just OP.
Twisted Minds, though, on this side. Look at that. 2 Dragonovs. They're actually also getting within the 1 knock headshot range as well, James. That's a little bit scary, especially peeking against this. The Doritos there should have been a little bit deeper. But yeah, maybe good cover here for Björnta, like double Doritos, even with the BRDM as well in play. Full information available if they move that side. They're probably not even going to be able to move this side. They're going to have to swing on the ridge. Yeah, here we go. Perfectix. Killer Kai finds loot.
There it is.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that should be the start of things. Even more emergency cover coming down. Twisted Minds feels a little bit more desperation right now as the 2 do move onto the low ground of this position here. But nades do fire forwards. Ascend should have this. They should have the angles to be able to clean up Twisted Minds.
It's Chris he's just dying to get close enough to get the Panzerfaust out. Just get a little bit of utility dump and then Panzerfaust action. Good smokes here deployed. They still believe it. We've seen crazy things from Perfectix today. 4 kills again this game. Now he's down to just nothing himself. We're going to see a full pull-up from Brex. They're making sure they get all the points available from this one here.
Yep, nice attempt to just get everything on the board. At the same time, Twisted Minds was doing a good job about trying to lay down some smokes to defend this position, but it's not going to be enough at all because now every angle is open here for Ascend. There's another one from Killer Kai coming on in. It's only example to try and hold off against this, but it is not going to be enough. It's going to go for the run over. He actually knocks Brex. He's going to get a free point for that.
I thought he was going to go for the deny, but they started spraying that. 14 kills in a win here. That's 19 points for Ascend, James. What a fantastic game to be played around a BRDM of a early fight that they had, making it work for them as well. This BRDM, exactly how to use that. Mark absolutely hates it. He cannot fathom how to play against the BRDM. Apparently, all the other teams didn't realize we need a Panzerfaust or a Lynx. None of them had it.
What do you think, Mark?
I told you it was going to be chaotic.
You did.
BRDMs, Robot Wars, Martin not understanding what that was. That was quite interesting. That shocked me for a little while. But look, Ascend, they needed a win. And as you said, they needed a win in style. And well, I give them a BRDM. I did really question at the very end for them guys, right? They had the full ridge line. They didn't have to allow Twisted Minds out, but they kind of lured him into a false sense of security at the end. But of all teams to test it against, I wouldn't have tested Twisted Minds.
No, definitely not. Mark, I'm going to say all I wanted was Hypnodisc versus Chaos 2. That's all I wanted.
100%.
Right?
No idea. Yes.
I mean, I've seen it because it got revived, but this is a British thing that never got anywhere outside
no way.
England.
Didn't it?
No, it was never in the rest of Europe, guys. So obviously you guys grew up in it, loved it, and you know, it was the start of your career thinking about Transformers and stuff like that, but it never aired in Denmark, and I've only seen it since it got kind of popular with the clips and stuff on YouTube.
It was peak entertainment when we were kids, all right? Like, it was good stuff. Anyway, and that could have been the BRDM versus the BRDM situation. But hey, at least the BRDM won things out, Mark, of course. Ascend, this is a huge glow up for them. And technically, 11 out of 18 games, it's not too late with 19 points from that one to get yourself back up the board.
Yeah, look, we're over the halfway point now. We're on the downhill spectrum, but BRDMs run pretty quickly on the downhill. So Ascend might just be looking for some more flares to try and convert. But a good game, and arguably a win, that will give them some confidence. So they know they can do it. They just need to play aggressive. And I said that before. If they play aggressive, they look strong, and they do have enough games left to potentially put themselves in talking point, but they really need Hive to fall apart.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Twisted Minds obviously getting themselves 9 points. Admittedly, Martin, for a lot of this game, they were 3-man, right? So going into the late game, a little bit crippled in that sense, does not do you any favors.
No, but also this is huge for Na'Vi, right? They're trying to catch on to BB Team, GK, Hive. Only 2 points for Hive, only 0 for BB, GK only getting 1 there. That's massive for them, right? Because Na'Vi obviously getting the kills that they're able to do. They did it from such a rough position, only being 2 guys strong, getting both placement points and the amount of kills that they did. That's such a great salvage game for them. But yeah, Twisted Minds. Imagine if that had that extra game, guys. The leaderboard could have looked different, couldn't it?
Definitely could have. Definitely could have. They could definitely be in that top 3 and maybe trying to challenge for all those top spots here. At the same time, just a bad game for Hive means the catch-up is still on. With 7 points between BB Team and Na'Vi and that number 1 spot. Win or Die, though, does leapfrog GK by 1 point mark, so they're still in contention.
Yeah, it's interesting, like, because obviously GK are eager not to try and lose the gap, but Win or Die causing some issues. But they're in there. But look at that, right? Between 4th and I'm even going to pull potentially an Ascend and maybe a VP in as well.
Ooh, sure.
A good final game here. That might see one of these teams at the top, right? And then it's just about trying to maximize the final 6 games. We've seen chaos. God, if one of those teams get an opportunity to ensue more chaos, especially with 6 games, it could be an explosion ending to this Masters.
Yeah, it could, definitely. What were we saying, Martin, whilst we were talking about this?
I'm just saying, like, even Foot Slam G, right? I mean, Foot because, you know, T-Bone, but Slam G, 41. We're talking 14 points difference here. We're just seeing 19 points in one game. And Slam G, Foot versus Pro, these teams are fully capable of doing double digits, like, surely, just alone from kills in this one here. But we're going to be going into, you know, Game 6 territory. It's been looking a little bit scrimmy for me, if you know what I mean, even in Game 5, guys. So let's see what Game 6 is going to have for us. Unless we get some crazy circles where teams are going to have to move early, we're going to see some hot drop and some third-party action for sure again.
Yeah, let's get 4 teams in Zaki.
Let's get 4 BRDMs. Let's do it.
There's definitely a lot of opportunity for some shenanigans coming into this last game. And of course, you guys at home as well. Give us your feedback on the TPP that's going on at the moment. Use that QR code and fill that on in. We started the day off with a double BB win. We moved into Hive. Na'Vi was able to wrestle away a Rondo. And then we have Ascend now with potentially a big glow up for them at the end of the day. And don't forget, after this game, stick around because the Masters Mike EMEA podcast with good old Avenger, and I'll do that too. We've got I'm doing it the wrong way. There we go. Make sure to submit your questions over on X with Masters Mike EMEA hashtag, and you could potentially win yourself some G-Coin as well. And stick around to hear our answers and our musings as to what we might think about things. I guess, Martin, all I would suggest is that between now and then, you could research Robot Wars for all of the Robot Wars related questions that are going to be coming our way. It's very important. What do you think?
No. No Robo Wars related questions. And also, I wasn't sure if you said Robo or Robot Wars because of your accent,
Robo Wars. Okay, all right. Hey, it's not that bad. I don't remove my T's. My dad was you met my dad, and he's mental, so you know. Am I wrong? He's a bit crazy.
He's lovely. What a lovely chap. I especially loved when he was giving out vodka to everyone at the wedding. That was great.
Yeah. He enjoyed that. A lot. All right, well, no alcohol for this game. Just game 6 all the way. Mark, before we get in, what are your thoughts?
Do you know what? I'd like to see Ascend go back to back.
Okay.
So let's see if they go aggressive. Maybe the drive for the win, the additional 5 points, they're going to be happy. So, hey, we started with a back-to-back. Why don't we end it?
Maybe. I would like to see it. That will be a huge leap into the top of the leaderboards here for Ascend. Well, thank you very much, Mark. We'll check in with you after this game. For now, it's time for Game 12 as we have ourselves Erangel once again. The previous one was an interesting game, and now we'll see if the next one can also be an interesting game.
Yeah, there was a lot of Game 6 vibes already in Game 5. Let's see what happens here in actual Game 6. Very southern plain path here. It smells like military island. What do you think, James?
I'll take it, especially with Ascend going where they're going, right? And then Mark will be a happy boy.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're going to know that no other teams are going to military. They could go in there, find another flare gun, give it to Bjorn. I'd love that.
Made great use of it in the previous one. Not going to lie, not going to deny. We have got ourselves what is a very southern plain path, as you were mentioning. And from there, it does cause some issues for some of the teams trying to stretch. But for the most part, even when you are stretching, a lot of these teams will have ample room to get vehicles on board, stretch to their drop spots usual, and then be happy from there. But as we're taking a look over Ascend where they are, thankfully they are boots on the ground fast. They're going to be looting very, very quickly. Will he get away from Twisted Mind? I don't know.
A red dot on MK. Not the optimal situation there for Batulins, but it's very much looking like a military. I said it. It's almost like we've seen that plane path before. Yeah, but I will say this, James, though. The last couple of weeks and months playing and watching the games, we've had a lot of those shifts where we see just go full north and we see that like 50-50 second circle where it ends up being on the northern side. Right now, like if you're Na'Vi, surely you go across. Like there's just such a huge chance that you're going to see this circle go south.
Well, GK is already positioning themselves ready and raring to go for the military island. I like the diversity that we're going to get from this, of course, shifting all the way from that north circle all the way down south. See how this is all going to fare. And as I say, if Mark hits the nail on the head with a back-to-back, that could be awesome to watch. As we do have on board with Win or Die. A little bit of a shame for them considering they had a BRDM and everything that was going on.
Yeah.
But they weren't really able to make full use of it in the previous game.
They didn't have Bjorn on the team, that's why. And now they're running up on VP in ruins. EP is gonna destroy his keyboard if he gets knocked and flushed here. Oh my god.
No.
It's a UMP with a 2x. Does have an EMAG. Okay, that angle he didn't consider. Oh my goodness, he didn't consider the lead on that distance, and the drop off is just completely different. So EB actually managed to get away from that. That's a buck clenching moment right there.
Yes, he's out. He had no smokes to his name, but he's out. He's okay. We got Win or Die just retreating from that. They don't want any reinforcements coming along to react to what they were putting out. So I can respect it. Just run away. As just near them, actually, Foot is already emergency pickuping towards Military Island, and Slam G is already boating. So everybody's really very, very quick on the trigger here with this. So's BB team. Navi's also made landfall. FaZe is doing what they do. They're camping a bridge.
At this point, like, for Diffix, do you? Nah, he just has to get out of here.
Yeah,
I mean, then nothing else makes sense, to be honest.
What were you going to theorize? What were you going for?
Nothing is like you could be completely ready, right? Like C4 stuff, blah blah blah. If you're on the boat, if you're on the ferry, and it's out in the middle of the water, and you start hearing beep, beep, beep.
Oh my!
Like,
days.
what are you gonna do? You're gonna have to jump off, right? And then the other guys on the other side, they're just gonna be like, "Well, let's go dynamite fishing, guys. Let's shoot these guys swimming with no boat." So, like, you just have to get off, right? So that's
quite the wild theory.
Yeah, I mean,
I like it.
He was there, so it's like, okay, there must be some sort of reason for it.
It would have been interesting, would have been exciting. Red zone here for Na'Vi, getting those buildings, hunker down, just wait for it to dissipate. As Skittles is going for the long, romantic boat ride all the way from the Povka.
Yep, the boatation. The luminosity rotation from that western side. 180 on this side, though. Surely for them, it's just like go in late. You have to see if the circle goes on the northern side of Millie on the southern side and get in there, Hive, with this. I like that they brought a few cars here. That's definitely the meta. You have to kind of commit to that. Then if you're not getting camped, right now Slam G is there, then it's really good to just drive off and you can get in quite deep here. Foot, though, are going to be taking the pharmacy compound here on the really central side of this current circle.
Not terrible. Gives you some potential moves towards the hills if it goes up into them. Or I suppose what is military proper, but no vehicles is definitely a problem. So we'll see if they want to flex out, thinking that they have some comfort, some stability. With not too many teams around them, but they need to be doing some scouting before they really identify all of that's going on. And no. Yes! All right. Okay. This is brilliant. Look how fast it goes.
Hicks, you have to pull your weight. Okay, here we go.
Heave! Heave!
He's turning around to scout. Oh, I love this. This is great. This is great.
Drifting in an inflatable. Did you see that?
Oh, it's so flexible. No one's gonna know.
No one will ever know. No one's gonna know.
No one's gonna know.
How will they know?
No one's gonna know. Slam G, though, eventually we're gonna see Hive get into Slam G for sure. BP team here, tied on second place with Navi James. That's obviously close, but they've created a substantial lead down to fourth place, these teams, right? Like the top three is looking extremely solidified. We're, after this game, 2/3 of the way through. A lot of camping stuff going on here. It's a lot of ratty situations all over the map.
Yeah. I'm thoroughly enjoying these Erangels because there's just so much goofiness occurring. There really is. Do apologize to everybody listening on in, but I hope you're having some fun along with us because right now, I mean, the fact that VP and Winner Attire are just chilling here, like they know eventually they've got to get to Military Island as well. So hopefully somebody's got an E pickup or something because they're looking for kills right now. Just waiting out.
At this point, do you want 50 more capacity or 100 damage less taken on your blue zone backpack, like level 3 or level 2 jammer? That's really the big one. Or tactical pack situation, Twisted Minds. I like this.
Yeah. So I was oohing at. I want to know what's in that bag.
Oh, shots coming in. Was that free side? I think.
Yeah, it must have been, right? They were looking at them from the bridge, seeing what was going on from there. And they're still continuing to shoot at them, actually, from that spot. Still holding on out. I think he did see Levante. He knows he's coming on in. He knows he's going for the drive. He's going to go for the spray. Will he be able to hit? Beamy, laser, accurate. Very good stuff from Beamy.
Straight down in the bin. And now, look at this setup from the pickup. This could be absolute shambles, win or die. Obviously, you're going to deploy a few smokes here, but it's deployed on top of the container as well, James. Like, this is perfect for Nick Shee.
They might have to abandon it, you know, because they're all looking for the off angles. They'll just go for a big spray between them. There's the smokes.
No, when you go this close and go to the smokes, you just have a few guys spray the smoke, go at it, and run, like, throw an 8. Yeah. They actually... Oh, damage done. Nice. Oh my God. They got 2, James. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. What a ratty maneuver, but 3 points. Well executed. And it doesn't matter at this point. Either they have an EP themselves or they're going to drive slowly towards the circle and actually get in because the majority of the teams are already on the military island. Meanwhile, 180R, they are on a kayak trip, canoe trip on the southern side. Nobody knows, James.
I didn't expect them to go this far round.
I mean, they didn't even get touched by the blue. They're completely fine.
Yeah,
they went this early. I like it.
And it has as much fuel as you have determination, right? So, okay.
The discipline is just through the roof.
Yeah. They could be rowing for their Olympics team right now.
Imagine this circle goes north and they continue all the way on the east. Oh my God. Imagine they continue all the way on the round, like counterclockwise. They just go all the way around east of Novo and then land somewhere. Oh, I love that. Please. They're going in. They're coming in. Maybe the bay where Skittle is. Maybe the bay.
They could go there. They could go. But if some of the teams like in Novo or like Freeside saw that coming around the corner, you'd just be like, what are we watching?
They're going in. Hive was hoping for a ferry. I like this. This is great. This is the exact inflatable boat play I'd like to see. Yeah, they're actually going in here. That's great.
It's actually very surprising how truly at this point how many options there are to get to military.
You know, at this point, like, even with the bridge update, the inflatable boat, the ferries, everything, like, back in the day, back when I was old, you know, it's really hard to get to military
Just
island.
a bridge?
Now you can EP, you got ferries, you got inflatable boats, you got multiple boat spawns. Meanwhile, 180R takes on Hive. They lose 2 players there. That's great. That was the players that was boating, by the way, and they took down 2 players from Hive. That's just very unfortunate for them. And surely it's not worth it for Hive to go into blue and get the blue chips, or they brought them with them. That's actually one thing I'd love to see, like on the observer, if you're holding any enemy team blue chips, like just an easy, you know, an easy information access, whatever.
Yeah, not dissimilar to what we were saying about like having just a tally saying how many people have been revived, how many extra points are on the board. Slow Jackie actually able to catch off Lou very, very quickly with all this. Mari likewise. Oh dear me, Twisted Minds is being dismantled with a perfect holdout here from Skittles. They didn't make noise. They ran straight into them and they pounced like a tiger.
Yeah, extremely well played from them. Duken! Almost. I was hoping. I overcommitted. Oh, here we go. Winkley got it. Skittles with 3. That's massive. And it's Twisted Minds taken down. Obviously, one of the teams in the chase. One of the teams that was in there. I believe it was 51 points they had before. And now still 51 points. No kills for them in this game here. But still, 4th place up for grabs quite easily for any teams. Even Slam G, as I said here, one great game for them today or tomorrow. And they'll be quite close to the top 5.
Not bad at all. GK sat on the west side of this circle at the moment. They are just kind of biding their time, waiting. Ooh, all right. So we do have a BRDM in action here for Eternal Fire. And the M249 really channeling Pixelic, isn't he? Jeez. So all the tropes, all the angles. Let's see what they can make happen with this.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Full information here. Great information from this top side here. This is why it's so strong here. Shots coming in, not really connecting, but still, like, you're dashing out and dishing out tons of damage, tons of information is being gathered here by the teams up top. And I really like that. Circle closing though here, James. Where do you want to go? East, left.
Give FaZe some points. Come on.
Center,
They need
south.
it.
Okay, they need it.
Give me the center.
Yeet.
Oop.
Okay. Easy game.
Close enough.
It's a spot that it's actually pretty hard to deny other teams getting up from. You're getting backfilled quite easily.
Agreed.
It's you gotta play as 4 and it's secure an edge. And for FaZe, that'll probably be the western side around where VOD is. But yeah, let's see what happens. They probably converge together and then play on either James's or VOD's spot.
Yeah.
That's really what I want to see. But yeah, difficult spot to get points from because your center, you're gonna rely on teams having to get to you or defending one of the edges in the later stage of the game.
Yeah, it looks like they are already moving together. If they were to hold anything even close to what they were doing before, they would get crushed down on and slowly lose people as teams eventually will descend on this position. Are we still
They're
here?
waiting for Hive.
Yeah.
Come get your blue chips. You like blue chips, don't you? Oh, I got 2 more blue chips over here.
Fex
Well, at
finds
least they've only
Diffix.
committed 2 people to it.
Yeah, exactly. Diffix went early. He saw a crate, got greedy for it, and Fex found him. He even flipped a coop to get things going. And now GK is down to just 3 players. One of the teams in the chase. Are they committed into like a deep push here onto FaZe? I don't think so. Shots coming in from Louis.
Oh.
Nah.
No. Okay, we're being ridiculous.
Yeah,
now.
honestly, I like this. This is exact way to rat people off the blue chips, right? You leave it there, and you leave it in blue for ages, and then you get picked up. You get 1 more point, and now we have another BRDM in play here. Eternal Fire Games. It's already damaged. This is what I really like.
Quite a
Like
lot.
the pros, they always realize like what the counter to the meta is. Right now, there's not much counter to the C4, but to the BRDM, if you're not in a spot that you don't want to expose yourself from, just start shooting. Like it's just a couple of mags from a team, and if you do that collectively as a lobby, like you get it out of there, right?
Yeah, in a lot of scenarios, right, you're not really truly exposing your position by taking those shots, right? Because a lot of people in the later stages are going to know where you are. Can they take a Hadouken is the question.
Or does it turn around and go Hadouken on them?
I don't think so. You need Evo moment 37 to be able to do anything about this, I think.
Absolutely
Oh!
no way. Absolutely no way.
Gone and gone.
Yep, straight in the bin. Oh, they're getting shot at. It's down to 55-ish HP now. 55%. And the mat is on 10 HP, and that's great because it doesn't matter. Sloy finds a Quetba here because it didn't go into the BRDM. Oh, shot from the side. Okay, well played here. Super well executed by Eternal Fire, but they lost Quetba, and that's just a misplay from them, in my opinion.
Yeah, to lose someone when you've got such a powerful tool on board, really unfortunate. And now Ascend is all around this as well. Now, where are you going to go is the question. You're going to be driving off what is almost a cliff there. The circle does shift towards where FaZe is currently situated at, and there are still players finding themselves across in some blue positions. Win or Die is dropping all the way into military, and they're going to be playing him from that side. And the BRDM is moving into the south side of the circle.
Good shots coming in. Trying to see if he can just clear out this spot here. So he has a clear angle on the teams trying to run into the Grandma. I like that. PP team now obviously have to move at this point here, James. An EP. Okay. Are they going to commit to that? Or is it just for one scouting? Looks like Medusa probably just going to be solo scouting that. This is a difficult circle to get into because all of Millie is just out and Foot is completely guarding the pharmacy and kind of rich side on that southern side. So we're going to see a lot of teams probably fall here from the south side and inside of military currently.
Yeah, I think if they do commit to it, then they try and go in near where FaZe is, right? In between a lot of the trees, a lot of the foliage, and maybe try and make that work, but that would be the middle of the circle. 100 ADR take quite a bit of damage from Mogor. He does actually retreat on from there, realizing he's not going to get much more from it. Reposition with the coupe and see where it can get done, but Win or Die has gotten away. Ooh.
That's VP finding 2. The put up in there. Okay, that's just unfortunate. He finds all 4. He does find all 4. It's Nixie. 5 kills total for this one here. VP to the rise for this one. Now they're going to be close to 50 points. Now Geeky also falling here. It's Navi, one of the teams in the chase. They're also going to get the confirmed here too, James.
Big old hold off at the moment. T-Bone here trying to deal with something that's going on as well with Slam G moving forwards. Mogo's already down here from 8C. Very well done to be able to continue this hold off. Reinforcements trying to come here from Slam G up the hill. And Lurex does find T-Bone already, but he goes down to Nedex instantaneously. The response, the rebuttal coming in from Foot is strong.
Yeah, well played. Just waiting to see if that nade actually connected. Boostic finds 2 on BB team. What an absolute prodigy in this lobby here. Gets a flush too. James finds Gedrak. So much fight. As I was saying, like all the teams trying to get out of military here. Shots coming in from 8C as well. Finds Phil first. Denying BB of any access onto this. Big Rich here. T-Bone still knocked. Could potentially get picked up by 8C.
Not bad. What will Doozy do here? C4. Okay, he's big sending it, I guess, maybe. No, okay. We put it away for a moment. Maybe a little peek out of the smoke and see what he can see.
I think he's trying to find the bike.
Yeah. Oh, he found a way.
Yeah, they left this door somewhat open here. Shots are coming in.
C4 run.
Yeah, probably. Stamg's out in 14 though. Breaks found Schiller. Eternal Fire also down. Nedex is just going to sweep it. This is a great angle for him. He spots multiple. There's a few knocks over there too. Shots coming in. Okay, commits. Great headshot from that distance. Cold Marco though cleans up Ascend.
Bit of a shame for them considering they had Radio Tower, so had out in 13th, not really being able to do anything thanks to the circle shifting away from them. It's crazy. Takes down Cold Marco. He's gone. So Eternal Fire, despite having the BRDM and despite it really not being able to make much happen with it just yet. Doozy's still here. He finds 8C. T-Bone, you've got to do something.
Oh
no way!
My goodness.
Nedex.
Okay, that's crazy.
If a Doozy does this.
A Doozy birthday boy. Nope. Got denied there. Well played though. Great effort from Medusa today and BB team all. Great leader here for them, and obviously on his birthday, putting in tons of effort. Correxy finds Peter D. That's Geeky out in 10th. BB team's gotten quite a few points here. Corexy. Nedex is down 2. Quintex finds Global Army. So many teams falling now in this late stages of Game 6 for the day, James.
I continue to reiterate, it has to be a big game point for FaZe, really. They have to get something from this now, all things considered. As Winner Die on the south side, still kind of looking for Hackmary and Skittles, and they were looking even further than that, I think. There's a lot of foliage coverage, knowing that there's some shots coming in from over that side, from free side, but they're a little bit disjointed at the moment. That's why we're seeing the drive on from the north side, maybe trying to get back together. As Winner Die is also going to reposition.
3 kills for them so far. Oh, he spotted him. Okay, 6-6 in hand. Just
Gotta be a
try to
pickup.
connect. Nice. Easy pick up there for Levante. 4 for Win or Die. Looking good so far here. 58 points for them, plus what they just got. Probably didn't load up on the leaderboard just yet, so they're looking pretty great here in 4th place, unless we see VP pick up a ton amount of points here for last stage of the game. What's up?
Hive? How many reses did we just get off?
3.
A whole 3, man?
Yep.
Oh my days.
But they're coming down naked, so that's 3 free points for free side, VP, FaZe, or Win or Die. They're not going to be able to... Unless... can they land?
It makes you wonder if this was worth, right? Like, if they cannot find loot, and if they're in first place, if they give 3 points at this... If they, for some reason, flew into Na'Vi, right?
Right.
That would be terrifying.
Yeah, it would. Percentage goes down to the zone. It's kind of unfortunate when you have UAV inbound and you have 3 guys in the air giving you info that you still just go down to the blue zone.
Yeah.
Rox is just chilling. Okay, Nick, she is like, oh, points, boys. That's 42 damage. Look at that. No. Surely they just go out blue now.
You got it, right? Like, you're dead to rights. You are dead.
This is difficult shots to hit, though. Like, they're swinging back and forth, and you have to predict that. You have to lead it, your bullet drop and everything. 9 kills, though, for VP. Great game for them, no matter what happens here. And Hive, they actually try to land here the big thing is you need to kind of land on boxes. You need to have like full setup available to you somewhere. You're not just going to be able to go loot, especially in this area here. Like, it's not an urban ending. You're not going to have just like a quick shotgun or anything. And now free side, they're like, okay, there's 2 guys over here, 2 guys in this house. They have a Dragonov and a Uzi to play with. Like, what are they going to do?
Yeah, how many helmets are you going to have? How many vests are you going to have here coming out of just 1 or 2 buildings? Like, it is not easy whatsoever. That being said, though, still, one of them is still circling around. Oh, Dante is.
Links on Levante in the BRDM. And,
nice.
My BRDM now.
Oh, that is mine. Yeah, it's very important to be able to shut that down and take that away. Because that could be the one kicker that really stops FaZe from getting more points. He's searching for Na'Vi. They're lighting him up, though. That is very low now. He's burning.
He's burning. He's out. And now they have to commit to the fight, right? Because Fix is kind of left from that. Nate's just going to come in. This is exactly how you do that. You send a full-on crazy Norwegian man, and then the other guys can run on them. And you get 1 knock-on from Fex, 1 more from Gustav.
2.
Open it up here. Great for him. 1 guy's left in the shack. Soset finds Vard. We're in a 2 versus 1. 2 versus 2, actually. I didn't see him on the outside there.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit of a push coming out from Gustav here to try and shut this down overall, but TPP is going to be able to give him a little bit of purchase, and they didn't all connect fully. Does finish it off against Soset. Nice stuff coming out from Gustav. Just 1 more remaining here to try and clean it up. They know where some of these members are, though. Gustav finishes off Fairist. He's looking for him with the links here. Is Fex. They're just slowly triangulating his position, pushing him down.
Shots.
He took Fex.
Yeah, great shots from the side there. Fex is knocked, and it's down to just Gustav. 7 kills though for FaZe. I feel like they could potentially have got more out of it, though. VP with 11.
Yeah, this is becoming a problem. This is almost gifting it to Virtus Pro, who is now pushing on this as a third party. And FaZe was 4 alive, so was Na'Vi, but Virtus Pro has just been able to take a stranglehold now over this position. And that said, free side on the other side has a free side.
Yeah, and Hive into the placement points from the 3 big old recalls there. He's going to be able to rat in, snake in, sneak in. Absolutely nothing available to him. Imagine if he can crawl onto like a dead body of a box and stuff and maybe have an impact. That would be huge for him.
Mm-hmm. Would be. Dante's still alive. Rare you see in a late game of an esports game a player with no gear but just chilling out, hoping for, well, I mean, he's already got placement points. Maybe he can get 1 or 2 more if he sees Gustav go down.
Yeah, potentially. Nixie with 8 kills, though. Huge game for them. Likely to be getting 4th place after this one here. Massive day for them, turn around, and I speculated around it. You know, what if we see EB getting more points than we did with Luca, the TPP specialist, in action? Nixie 600 damage.
Oh, slow and steady now, realizing that when they made that push for the third party against FaZe and Na'Vi, they did yield a little bit of control to the south side of the circle, which means that free side was just moving in for some of those angles. It's not too extreme, but at the same time, it is a warranted concern. 8 kills on Nixie, man. That's...
This is crazy.
Nuts.
Beam with a FAMAS as well, 3 gear. Dante sneaking in the back, but
Yes, he's not dangerous at all. It's just it's not even a poisonous snake. It's just a snake.
It's just a little milk snake. Absolutely harmless. Baby's first snake pet. It's like, no.
yeah, I'm just like really hoping that he's just gonna randomly stumble upon a loot box from some dead guy somewhere, you know?
That would be sick, right?
And
like,
then just gets full loot, full util, full heals, gets to pop off. But like they're gonna stumble upon him at one point. Like Corexi's just gonna be like, but he has a little bit of a ridge still inside this next zone, even when it closes, which forces Gustav off, which gives him 1 more placement point. Well, 2 total placement points from placements, which he probably shouldn't have gotten.
every punch connected, that's 1.5 in my books.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yeah, agreed.
Fantastic. Okay. Well, I don't think it's going to happen, but, you know. Still, VP's just waiting, holding this ridge.
I'll give it
waiting
this far.
For Freeside to
Every
move.
damage done from punching here from Dante, every single damage point is the equivalent of the points given that he gets.
Damn. That's generous. I won't be so generous.
Because there's no way. Look at that. That's 2 points.
That's
For
big.
5. Yeah, that's massive. And at this point, even, right? Surely VP, they know Freeside is not 4. Like, they have an
You'd
idea there's a
think.
rat somewhere, right?
It's Beamy, right? Kill tracker extraordinaire.
Extraordinary, yeah.
But they have completely given up looking for a snake on this side by the
look
looks
at
of
that.
things.
He's smelling it. He's going from
Is there a
snake to
box?
rat. Can I find a box somewhere?
He might be able to.
Yeah,
This is
surely.
where the FaZe and Na'Vi fight kind of went down in this direction. I've lost track of exactly. I mean, maybe it was a little bit more north. But
Further north, yeah. Further east
Yeah.
from where he is right now. But there's a box safe here. Nixie runs back, though.
oh,
Yeah, and that he is just inside, so he's going to have to run on him and box him out.
the only box he's going to need is Solid Snake's box. Just get in it, hide in it, and see if he can rat it out even further.
Imagine
Imagine if he
gets
got second.
place. That would be massive.
Imagine.
Or they full on run against each other. Like VP gets a knock, they run. He runs to a box, loots it, and then third parties for the win. That would be insane. I love that. But that's a far-fetched situation.
Yeah, these very unlikely outcomes are.
What
all
else do
good
you
in
want to talk about?
theory.
Because they're going to wait until the circle pushes them in. It's a sideways
No
snake.
way. He's the sidewinder. Look at him.
No way, dude. Thanks, you didn't hear him. Oh, I love it. Oh, I
This is
love it.
ridiculous.
He's in, dude. Like, he's actually just in. They're going to take this northern side. It's way better as well.
Snake.
Please find a box. Please. Please find a box. It's just ahead
Surely
of
they're
you.
all gone now, right?
Oh, he runs. He's going to step on the snake.
Beamy's gonna find it.
Oh,
I
he just
believe
wanted
in
the
Beamy.
shield. He just wanted the shield.
No way.
Don't give the snake the shield. Where's the box? Find me a box, observer, please. Is there a box somewhere available?
I don't think so.
There is one like left of him, like east of him.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 100%. There's a box somewhere.
We're looking.
We're looking.
We're looking.
No box here. Nah, it was outside.
boxes.
Yeah, it was further north. Okay. That's crazy. Great observing though, guys. Fantastic.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
That's fantastic. Oh, there's a box. He should have been on this side instead.
Damn it.
Look at that. 12 kills though here for VP. Taking on Freeside. Surely with a bit of utility usage here, they're going to make something happen. They're getting,
All right.
They're actually getting pushed in a little bit here. The Freeside has the upper hand with this ridge, James.
Well, this is just going to be... They're going to be completely tunnel visioned on this fight, which actually means he could
Oh!
quite easily get second place, especially if a nade goes off like that. As Kirexi here tries to trade off against Maver, he doesn't do too bad against him, but it's all on Kirexi.
Run
There
and-
is a world where
run
he
and punch
gets
them.
second place. He gets...
No way, dude. Get a box. Get a box. Get a box.
Get a box, do something.
No!
Oh.
That would have been sick. Imagine if he ran into the smoke, got a box. No, I'm joking. Great game here for VP, gets 12 kills, but Freeside, James with the utility, they close it out. They smash that open with a double knock on a nade.
I can't remember there's a time, there hasn't been a time where a no equipment snake has been able to get a second place mark. This was something. This was for the record books, I guess.
We've had 3 now. Both exactly the same way as well. Unfortunately for them, they've come really late. They kept the shoots high up as they could, but unfortunately they've been unable to find the box. But yeah, you're right. If the guy went a little bit more to that northeast, there was a box like the next ridge over.
Yeah.
But he was so close. But you can't take anything away from him. He sneaky snaked his way. He side shimmered and even went sideways backwards into a second place.
We can just go off camera sideways. Well, yeah, that was definitely a game. But hey, let's talk about Freeside for a moment. That's big points for them. Avenger, of course, they get themselves the victory. With the show was kind of stolen by Dante a little bit there because we were having so much fun with it. But Freeside, an all-important win, all-important points.
Yeah, huge for them, obviously, to put some more points on the board for them. They were looking to be outside the top 10 now, but this potentially could be pushing themselves in, I believe, into the top 10. That'd be huge, but also Virtus Pro in 9th before this game, I think it was, and huge amount of kills to be put in here. They even get the most points out of this one with the amount of points they're able to get. But look at that, the sneaky snake, 3 placement points, 0 kills. That's a rare sight.
Yeah, we'll take it. We will take it. But Virtus Pro, the third-party ballistics of them are coming into effect for this game, Mark, as they get 14 points off of it.
Another good game. And they were one of those teams that are close to that sort of outside edge, right? If they're good to finish here today, we'll put them in a striving point. You got to remember, last Masters, VP swept in on the last game. So are they trying to set up their final day to do the same? It'd be interesting to see.
Yes, it would be. Yes, it would. So I'm glad we're seeing some contention phase. Very important points coming their way, right, Martin? Considering 8 points on the board, they were languishing towards the bottom. They really needed something. The circle did favor them, admittedly, but as we were kind of talking about, it can be hard to hold off some of this area. But they were able to do pretty well with the 7 kills.
Yeah, tons of kills here, obviously, but with the spot that they have, like as I talked about in the kind of earlier stages, it's extremely difficult unless you get to hold on to one side where you get the teams kind of rolling into you and you're able to defend it. Once you get kind of later into the game, if you're a center and you have to push out like they tried to do in Navi, unless you execute that perfectly and you stay 3 or 4 guys alive, it's going to be extremely difficult to win from there. But yeah, they maximized here, getting the third most points. Getting 8 total is obviously great for them. For them right now, if you were to interview or ask them, they were like, we should have won that game.
All right, well, let's take a look at those points coming on in here. Hive with 87 points for number 1. Na'Vi with 85. BB Team 82 at present. So definitely the gap is being closed up towards the top mark as, of course, Dante tries to get a few placement points here or there, but it is not decided at all going into day 3.
No, Hive are still holding on. I'd definitely say day number 1 was better for them, just looking back over the standings and challenger mode. But day 2 hasn't been quite the same sort of Hive that we've expected. But it's allowed teams like the Navis, like the BB team, to sort of claw their way up. And it's good to see even again that Win or Die jumping up and VP closing out that final game. Again, putting themselves in a position that actually looks really strong. And like you guys said, these are teams that we would expect them to have an explosive last day. So it's going to be all eyes on, can Hive hold it? I kind of feel like Na'Vi be looking to try and take him early, especially when we kick off things tomorrow.
If you had to pick a wild card 4 through 8th to catch up to the top 3, Martin, who would you pick?
4 through 8th, surely it's Virtus Pro. After a great day today, like they roll on to that momentum into tomorrow, maybe, but it's a big lead. Like the nerf to the placement points is massive. Like you need to double digit your way through because the teams are going to be very consistent in the top, I feel like.
Yeah, you're going to have to go big on the kills. They are technically capable of doing so, but we will see tomorrow. We have our 6 games unfold. However, we are not done just yet for today. It's time for us to answer some of your questions with the hashtag Masters Mike EMEA podcast. So take a chill, just relax a little bit here, late at night, don your dressing gown, all Batulin style, and let's talk about some stuff. So our first question coming in from the community, we have, I think it might be the legend Fogfrog. So is it Fogfrog? Our first question coming on in here. It is. It's Fogfrog. Don't you guys know Fogfrog? Anyway, what is happening at EMEA currently that makes it look like all the powerhouse teams are struggling right now?
I can answer that.
Martin.
The greatest roster move in EMEA ever to happen that made a landslide for all the other teams. Corexy going to Virtus Pro, starting the landslide of all the other teams having to replace a star player, right? It effectively put damage onto FaZe Clan, that effectively put damage onto Foot, that put Pixel League into retirement. Like, that is just rough.
at the same time, is it a changing of the guard of powerhouses, right? You've got teams, Mark, you've got teams like, BB Team up there. Navi is currently up there in some of the tournaments going on. So what's your take, Mark?
Again, I agree with Martin's point. I think it's very valid. The other side of it, though, is, as we said before, is that Twisted Minds have kind of been the powerhouse for so long, right? I think a lot of the other teams have sort of leveled themselves up, skyrocketed themselves to that level. So actually, I still believe, and I'm slightly biased, right? Because I operate in this region. I do think we're the strongest region, but with so many more teams and players now up at this level, does it look like we're struggling? Well, if you put us head to head against the Americas, I think we're coming out on top.
Hey, there's no debate. We are the deepest region in terms of talent. I think that is hands down. Anybody disputing that is very difficult. And then I think actually, if you go to the next region, it might be APAC that has some of the deepest
100%.
talent. Right? Yeah. Like they're crazy good.
It's just crazy the last 2 years, like how deep it's gotten, and also now converging a lot of the talent on some of the top teams. Like that's really, I mean, obviously some of the best teams you kind of take away from that, but also what we're going to see from kind of revitalized once we get into All Gamers Global. Like we're going to see if Tycon steps up to the level that we know that he's capable of, it's going to be a crazy team to watch.
I know that this is not part of this question, but it is exciting to see All Gamers Global actually qualifying for EWC, right, Mark? I'm excited to see him ass back on the big stage and seeing what we can get from him.
It's a big stage in the middle of the year. He's gonna impress, definitely. But again, we've got all the best teams there, so it'd be all eyes on a couple of individual players, but also all eyes on Falcons, because will they go back to back to back?
They're good.
I think it is going to be key, and they seem to perform underneath this pressure as well. So there's lots of variations of parts moving, and it's all kind of converging on EWC at the moment. So
yeah,
it's going to be explosive.
Now under the Falcons banner as well, right? They're looking to win the Esports World Cup, not just PUBG. But anyway, let's move on to our next question. That one dragged on. Obviously, we kind of went on a bit of a tangent, but that's kind of what this is all about. Let's just have a good discussion about what's going on in PUBG right now. Okay, let's go to Indian Gamer 001. The question was, what do you think about the future of PUBG with new changes coming and TPP becoming regular? Mark, I'll head to you for this one first.
Great person, actually. He does a lot of support for Team India. Big shout out to him. What's the future state of PUBG? New challenges coming with TPP. Obviously, these guys are having to, I'm going to say, learn a new game mode, despite it's an old game mode. So with so many years practicing the FPP world, they're trying to find this balance, and then I think we are going to see, like Martin said, with these changes as players, that is also having an effect. So what is the future? I think I've said it quite openly. I think we are going very much more towards a heavy TPP world, whether you like it or not. I think that's just an opinion I've got of mine, and it's going to come to these players that are they going to continue gaming this way, or are we going to see some new up and coming talent come through the rosters and change things up? So a little bit of a mixed bag of an answer there, but I see more coming from TPP. I see the changes as positive. It might stay as just additional games and additional runs, which is even better, because then the players have multiple avenues to make money. So I still think the future is a little bit uncertain. We'll have to wait and see.
How about yourself, Avenger?
Yeah, I think the biggest impact of potentially with the TPP and everything is that it's gonna put an early retirement on some of our best players, like in the world. They have opened his head, multiple times. I'm not as good at TPP as I have in FPP. So if TPP becomes like the whole new thing, I'm just gonna retire. So it's gonna put a massive shift into the whole kind of landscape, both on teams, but also on, as you said, potential talent prodigies coming in. That could be massive for players like Boosting and some of the prodigies that have just turned 18 or 19 this year or last year. Like, so that would be pretty huge. In terms of like the changes, in terms of like kind of what we're seeing and what we've heard from the dev letters and everything, we're going to see a much bigger alignment from the normal games into ranked. We're going to see some balances that's kind of coming into effect from that. So effectively, I think in the future, if it's down the line or what happens, we're going to see unification of both ranked and normal, where maybe normal only has bots and ranked only has a set amount of teams, 16 or 64 players total or something like that. So that's kind of interesting to see, and we're going to know a lot more, I think, by the end of the year. I think we're going to potentially see a big announcement at PGC. I don't know. That's just my guess.
Your speculation. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it will be a good place to do it, right? Considering that it's the next, we don't know what is on the horizon for 2026 and how that's all going to unfold. But anyway, let's move on to the next question. I would give my opinion, but we're going pretty deep into some of this as well. So I'll hold off here for a moment. We have our next question coming from Decatron X. I'm hoping I got that right. How does the recall system affect the leaderboards? Do you think that it helps teams get more points by maybe camping towers and shooting out of the sky, etc.? Similar. And what is the adaptation going to be from teams in this regard? So, Mark, you first.
I don't think we've quite seen... It's going to have an effect. Let's just answer that very short and sharp, right? But I don't think we've seen kind of the meta. I don't think we've seen these players figure out what is the best way to use the recall system just yet. I like that we've seen early people going out, trying to get the recall straight back in. I like that it's having an effect on early engagement. But I'm not quite sure. Is that the recall doing that, or is that actually the change to the placement points? So if the placement points go back, I'll be interested to see if we see that early engagement. I still don't think we've kind of really found the meta or the sweet spot around the recall system. I like it. I think it should stay. I think it's an interesting change to the lay of the land of how we can play it. And do we give points away? Do we see that crazy no gear second places having a bigger impact later on? I think there's a bit more time needs left with the recall system.
Yeah, there's an interesting thing that happens when we have changes to the game, which is I think community sentiment oftentimes is very against a lot of change that actually comes to games like this. But it's an interesting scenario when you have a playing field like this, where if you provide tools to the entire lobby and the entire lobby has access to those tools, then inherently across the amount of games that we play, there is a theory that balance should occur, regardless of what you actually do introduce to the game, because as time goes on, people will get the same tools, etc., and things like that. Now, the question I guess does then begin of like, okay, then for a finals, is 18 games enough? Given the tools that you do have in place, Avenger. So that's kind of my take on some changes like that.
Yeah, I mean, let's start with the 18 games is enough. Like I've always advocated for playing all of our big maps. I'd love to see a balance onto Destin. I'd love to see a balance onto some of our maps. In a world, I'd love to see, PGC finals where we play all 5 or 6 maps, depending on, what the balance is currently. I think right now Destin is not balanced enough to play in esports. I think Rondo needs a huge balance in terms of how predictable it is. Destin needs, a little bit of fix to some of the water and stuff, but I would love to see PGC played where it's like, okay, we have 1 day of Wrangle, 1 day of Miramar, 1 day of Weekendy, 1 day of Taego, 1 day of Rondo, and we play 5 games. It's 25. I'd love to see that, because then you can, commit that whole day to your strategy around that and play around that. You. And, I had an idea and kind of a proposal where we play, only 2 times 2 times 2, so 6 maps per day, and we have a rotating
a theme
map theme where let's say we have a PGS in the winter somewhere, it's Weekendy, that's the theme map. Then we take Miramar out, and we take and we kind of revitalize and update Miramar. Then we go to, let's say, Saudi Arabia for Esports World Cup, and Miramar is updated for the sand theme. Like all this, you could play around with that so much more. And then we go to APAC, and which Taego or Rondo with the theme that's around to where the tournament is held. I've always kind of advocated for this since we got multiple maps, and I'd love to see that. I think having the 2 wildcard maps, 1-1 in the middle, is making it more difficult for both viewers and for players to really specialize around how to play that. They kind of more throw it around. It's just like a wildcard map. Let's get the max out of it. We're gonna focus on Wrangle and Miramar because that's 2/3 of our points.
This is a funny discussion to have on broadcast, because this is something we've been talking about for years, right? Just like what you could do, how you could try and kind of change things up, and the themed tournaments, like for me, were always kind of a cool idea to be able to like have that one kind of feature map and how it does stand out. But anyway, that is the end of our Masters Mike EMEA day number 2 for day 2. So there you go. Some very candid discussions between us and some thought-provoking ideas coming in. And thank you very much for submitting your questions. Tomorrow you can also do the same again. We're going to do the same again tomorrow here for PUBG Esports. Don't forget as well, America's Masters PPT. I don't know why I was going to put EMEA in there. Is on the way in just a little bit's time. So stay tuned for more PUBG action. Thank you very much to Mark. Thank you very much to Avenger. Thank you to production. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. We'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of EMEA Masters PPT.